Alfie's Treasure Hunt by E.M.G. Wixley. The Fixers, Chapter 1. Alfie placed his two dinosaurs, Stig and Dano, on the hallway carpet. Kneeling, he rummaged in a toy box his mother had put under the stairs, ready to take to a jumble sale for the remnants of a wooden train set that he'd enjoyed playing with when he was little. He'd spotted the engine the day before and was eager to see if the carriages remained. There had been excitement in the house all week. His mum, Tiffany, and his dad, Felix, had explained that tomorrow would be the day they could meet their new baby for the first time. Alfie was 9, and he'd longed to have a brother to play with, and had decided he would willingly share his favourite toys. Smiling to himself, he pulled 2 carriages out from under an array of broken cars and miscellaneous plastic. His tongue stuck from the corner of his mouth as he focused on joining the pieces of the train together. I must show this to Dad, he thought. He will like this and not want to throw it out. The phone rang, and he heard his dad's baritone voice answer. Something about the call held his attention. He was replying to the voice at the other end in his disappointed tone, which he only used with him when he'd broken the rules. I understand, but we assumed you would have done sufficient research into the family to know of any potential relatives who might come forward. There was a pause while Felix listened. Alfie abandoned the train, picked up his dinosaurs, and held them to his chest. She will be devastated. We all will be. Who was that? His mother asked, the joy in her voice muted. The social workers, his father murmured. There's bad news. Go on. A sister has come out of the woodwork and claimed James. It's a no-go. So they allow us a glimpse of happiness and then whip it away, his mother cried, choking on anger and pain. Are you sure there's no chance? She's been checked and has nothing to do with James's mother. They told us to go ahead and get everything ready, all the stuff we've bought, and I've given up my job. Tiffany moaned. Even at such a young age, a part of Alfie understood that the reflection of a different life was shattered. He listened to his mother's weeping and his father's comforting words, and felt alone. He hugged his toys tight as a blizzard of confusion descended. The adult world was complicated, but the sweet melody of joy that had drifted through the house over the past 2 weeks held them together in excitement and a loving embrace. I'm broken-hearted. I will never recover from this. It's the 3rd time. The angry words resounded clearly around the house. We might as well stop trying. The age gap between Alfie and another child will be too great, and we're getting older. Alfie didn't want to be by himself with the ghost of a wanted child hanging in the air. He stood, walked to the door that stood ajar, and waited under the frame. He saw his parents sitting in the centre of the black leather L-shaped sofa. Their bodies were mingled into one large clinging shape, their heads buried in each other's shoulders. His dad glanced up, smiled sadly and beckoned. Alfie rushed forward, and his dad reached out and plucked him into his arms. He wriggled between his parents, who cuddled him and kissed him repeatedly on the head. Sheltered between strong limbs and buried in soft warmth, he listened as his dad gently explained. Mummy is a bit upset because the baby won't be able to come to our house. Don't cry, Mummy. You still have me, he said, as his own sorrow flooded in and tears rolled down his cheeks. I know, sweetie, and I love you more than anything in the world, she said, lifting her pale face and smiling through a watery veil. We both love you to the stars and back. Alfie knew he was from a family of fixers, as it had been mentioned many times. His dad fixed all kinds of vehicles, and his gramps built houses and mended all his broken toys. Dad, can't you fix it? He asked. You and Grampy fix everything. Not this time, but I do have an idea, he muttered, his eyes brightening at some thought. I think you and I should go out. Leave Mum to have a rest. We'll go exploring in the woods, his dad said, jumping from the sofa. We could look for hidden treasure. How about it? We might also stroll to the cafe and buy ice cream. Alfie grabbed the giant's hand and beamed up at the kind face with the thick dark brown hair and beard. He allowed himself to be tugged up from the chair. "We'll get you chocolate, Mummy." "My favourite," she'd said, smiling through her tears. "You two are everything to me." Somewhere inside, Alfie knew his father was tempting him away from the drama, and he was relieved the day wouldn't stretch endlessly under a heavy cloud. He decided to try extra hard to be good and make them both happy. It was because of this that he put the toys back in the container without fuss. He wiped the tears from his glasses and got himself ready without complaint. "See you later, Mummy," he called as they stepped through the door. "Be careful and don't hurry to grow up. Love you," his mother said shakily. Holding hands, Felix and Alfie walked out of their tiny rented house into the spring light. Birdsong filled the air, and Alfie felt safe. "Let's run, Daddy." Together they ran to the gravel path, which climbed steeply and gradually up to the woods. Little by little, they plodded over rocks through the curtains of dripping green, which stretched on either side up to the blue sky. At the top, they were free and turned onto a level mud path. "Daddy, I won't be naughty ever again, and I won't call you Poophead," a term which had made them both laugh when he was little. Today, he needed to go over past happy times to be younger. "I'm not a poophead," his father said in mock annoyance. They laughed, and Alfie rejoiced as his father picked him up in his strong arms and manoeuvred him onto his shoulders. "Now you can touch the sky. What can you see up there?" The sun was burning through the canopy, and Alfie's skin glowed. He breathed in the warm air and smiled, satisfied. "I'm a giant, and I can see birds and planes." "Goliath, I want you to know that you are very much loved, and you mustn't bother yourself with grown-up worries. Mummy is sad now, but she is strong and will be fine. And Daddy has a plan which will make her very happy." "What is it, Daddy?" "It is a secret between us giants for now," he said in his warm, deep voice. "You know, Daddy has to work a lot to make money." "Yes, and Mummy?" "I've been keeping lots of that money hidden like treasure, a bit like how dragons sleep on a pile of gold and jewels. I now have enough to buy us a lovely new house of our own with a big garden, not one that slopes so steeply you can't play in it. Will that make Mummy happy?" "Yes, and you. Your school friends will love playing in your garden. If we buy and not rent, we could adopt a dog." There's that word again, Alfie pondered as he allowed it to roll over in his mind. He'd heard it all his life. It was an important term because his Mummy and Daddy had told him he was adopted. It meant he came from another lady's tummy, that he was their chosen child, and that he was much loved. If he had an adopted dog, it would be an extra special friend. The Treehouse, Chapter 2. Some of the rooms in their half-demolished house were deemed unsafe, so Alfie spent much of his time playing in the densely overgrown garden, which stretched down to the pond where a cloud of insects hovered. There was only one other house down the narrow lane, attached to theirs and belonging to an old lady called Hilda Windward. Whenever he went out to play, he would glance over the low wall to see if Hilda was hanging out her washing. She told him she didn't hold with tumble dryers or dishwashers, or she might be feeding her hens or tending to her wild flowers, which grew profusely in the borders. When he saw the crow sitting on the bricks and Bandit the kitten beside him, he knew she was there somewhere. "Hello, Hilda," he called. "Hello there, Alfie," she said, coming out from behind a white sheet and rushing in his direction, holding a plastic tub. "Hello, Felix," she shouted to his father, who straightened from breaking up pieces of wood, smiled and waved. "What are you up to today?" she asked as she patted Arthur, the St. Bernard dog his mum and dad had collected from the dog's home, who'd put his front paws on the wall, wagging his tail and begging for attention. "I have a lot of work to do in my house." "Yes, I imagine you have." Hilda smiled broadly. "I've picked some strawberries. You could munch them while you work," she said, handing over the container. Alfie knew he wasn't supposed to take things from strangers, but his mum and dad had told him that Hilda was their friend. He looked up into her face and was spellbound. There was something magical about the old lady. Her hair was silver and grey striped, just like Bandit's, and she wore it pulled into a bun that curled at the back of her neck. Her skin was creamy white with hardly a wrinkle, and in the heat there were rosy spots on her cheeks. Again she smiled warmly, and her sapphire eyes sparkled as though every day was a joy. "Stay away from those nasty nettles by the ladder," she said, brushing a cobweb off the arm of her cardigan sleeve. "I will," he called as he walked away and immediately began stuffing the delicious fruit into his mouth. The sun was sinking, illuminating his surroundings in amber light. Alfie ran through the gold heads of flowers and rough grass, with his arms spread wide, like a bird floating on the thermals as the fruit rolled around the box. Arthur bounced after him with his tongue flopping out as they rushed to his favourite place, the rickety old tree house at the end of the garden. Alfie bent over and, placing his hands on his knees, breathed deeply. He could smell the smoke from the fire burning in the background. His father spent most nights after work on the old house, pulling walls down and burning old furniture and rotten wood. He'd heard his mother describe the building as bleak and murky, but they all agreed it was better than their previous cramped home. It was also close to his school. He gazed up at the enormous tree, the overhanging branches dripping over the lawn. 2 boughs forked in opposite directions, supporting the structure, and buried within the leafy hand was his house. "Remember not to use your tools until I can help," Alfie's dad called out. "I won't, Daddy," Alfie replied, turning to face his father. "Be careful," he smiled. "I've made it safe, but it's still shaky in places." "We will." Alfie's concern was Arthur. He was a massive dog, almost as tall as himself and fat. Getting him up the ladder would take all his strength. He got behind Arthur, placed both hands on his bottom, and pushed hard. Although his arms were strong, he couldn't budge Arthur and quickly gave up. "You will have to wait here," he said, scrambling up to his hideout. The sturdy branches shuddered in their familiar way. He crossed the balcony and bent through the door. Glancing around at the cracked yellow paint and the faded flowers drawn by a previous owner, he decided his job for the day would be decorating. Clambering over his abandoned tool set, he went to the table placed in the centre of the room, lifted up the tablecloth and retrieved the can of peach paint. Down below, Arthur whined and made several attempts at climbing. "Here you go," his father said as he plonked Arthur on the balcony. Alfie had taken the half-full tin from the skip when his father wasn't looking and had borrowed one of the many brushes from the kitchen drawer. He lifted the lid and stared at the sumptuous colour. With pride, he slowly moved the brush up and down, admiring his work as he went. "Dad will be impressed," he thought. He was so occupied with his outstanding work that he didn't notice Arthur trying to squeeze through the door. Not being the kind of dog to tread carefully to avoid obstacles, he burst through the entrance and slid into the can of paint. The old tree creaked and moaned under the weight as Arthur came to a halt at the far end of the cabin. They stared at each other with a connected look of horror. "Look what you've done," Alfie whispered. "We're in big trouble now." The dog's eyes grew large, and then he hung his head in shame. "Never mind, I'll think of something." His eyes rested on the spade he used for digging in the garden, and he utilised it to scrape the paint off the wooden boards and trickle it back into the tin. After this, he turned his attention back to Arthur. Other than his pink-orange belly, the colour was mostly on his paws. "Come here, Arthur," he said, reaching for the dog's collar. Arthur, afraid he was going to be told off, sank onto his belly and skulked under the table and stared up at Alfie with sad eyes. Alfie withdrew and dropped onto his bottom and wondered what he could use to clean his friend's thick coat. It would be a shame to use the pretty flowery tablecloth, but there was nothing else available. In one swift action, he pulled it off the smooth wood, bent under the table and grasped a brightly coloured paw. Arthur wasn't happy and pulled back. There was a struggle, and Alfie banged his head on the underside of the rough planks, sending the piece of furniture toppling on its side. Rubbing his head, he assessed the situation. He saw that his trousers and top were splattered with peach. It was then, as he imagined the look of annoyance on his father's face, that he spotted the box nailed to the bottom of the table. It was a wonky rectangle, loosely fixed in place, with a gap at one end where it had started to come away. Curious, Alfie rushed to where his tools were still scattered across the floor, now also in a pool of paint, and picked up the chisel, which he liked best because, when his dad showed him how to use it, his mum had complained that he was too young for such things. Remembering to be careful, he placed the sharp end in the slit and levered the rectangle of wood from the surface. A tingling thrill shot through as the box fell to the floor, and a piece of paper dropped out along with a small silver object. He stretched his legs out in front of him and held the paper up to his face. "It's a letter, Arthur," he said, wanting his friend to know he wasn't going to bother him any more. "I'll read it to you." Alfie looked at the script, which was written in large, bright green letters. He was good at reading and read aloud to Arthur. "My name is Amelia, and I'm 10. This is my house. I'm glad someone else is playing here. I'm moving a long way away. My daddy disappeared, and as I don't have a mummy, I must live with my nanny and grampy. I found 4 pieces of treasure in the garden, which I've hidden for you. Follow my clues and you will find them. I'm leaving you my most precious things. Keep them safe in case I return. I wish I could join in with you. Have fun." Alfie glanced down at the gift he had in his small hand. It was a silver sword with the name Setting Sun engraved on the blade. It was a real treasure, and he thought it was beautiful. Outside, he heard his dad speaking, the grass rustling and twigs snapping. Quickly, he glanced at the writing written in red pen. Clue 1. The magic sword is from a book. Find the book and read it, and you will know where to find the next clue. Underneath, she'd drawn a smiley face. Something was stirring at the base of the tree. There were footsteps on the ladder, and the branches creaked. Alfie slipped the charm and letter into his pocket, and taking a sidelong glance, saw his dad stooping in the doorway. "Oh, Alfie," he said in a deeper voice. His eyes were sad, and his mouth turned down in disappointment. "It's not the mess I mind so much. What really upsets me is that you took the paint without asking." Alfie hated it when his dad was cross. It was the look and the solemn voice which caused his heart to sink into his stomach. "I'm sorry, Daddy." A sob stuck in his throat, and he turned away as a tear rolled down his cheek. "I tried to clean it up, and I couldn't find you to ask for the paint." "Then you should have waited." "I was careful. It was Arthur who knocked it over." "You can't blame others for your mistakes," he said with annoyance as he reached out with both hands and grabbed the dog. "We'll wash him with the hose and then you can jump in the bath. Then we'll have to sort the tablecloth out before your mother notices. She went to a lot of trouble making that for you." Alfie sulkily slouched up the garden while his dad rushed to fix the hosepipe onto the outside tap before Arthur spread the paint to other surfaces. The crow harshly cawed, causing Alfie to glance up. Over the wall, Hilda was holding his mother's hand in both hers, pressing gently like 2 pieces of bread holding onto a filling. She was smiling sweetly and looking at his mother sympathetically. "It must have been hard for you, dear. Finding out your illness prevented you from having children," she said in a whisper, trying to exclude anyone else from listening, but Alfie had exceptional hearing. "All I ever wanted was to be a good mother." She brushed a tear from her face. "We're so lucky that we have Alfie." "Yes, you're blessed," the 2 women smiled at each other. "He's a lovely boy." Alfie felt happier. Hilda was always able to take away his mother's pain and make her smile. She also cheered his dad up with her homemade cakes and offerings of bread straight from the oven. "It's not often you get kindness and food like this anymore," he would say. "It reminds me of when I was a little boy and my mother's cooking." The women suddenly burst out laughing. The crow flew to the treehouse and Bandit tumbled off the wall. Alfie turned to see his father chasing Arthur around the garden, trying to squirt him with water. "Alfie, grab his collar and hold him still for me, please." Taking up the challenge, Alfie joined the chase and then tried a different tactic. He slowed. "Come here, Arthur," he called, holding out his hand as if it held a delicious morsel. The bundle of fur came closer to sniff as, just in time, Alfie grabbed hold of his neck and wrapped his fingers around Arthur's collar. The spray was then directed at them both. Alfie looked up and saw a gentle humour rising on Felix's face. Then he gazed up and watched the sparkling droplets fall from the sky and laughed. "Dad, give the hose to me," he said, running through the shower and towards his father. "I'll wash him." He took the hose from his dad, and as he ran to where Arthur was hiding behind a bush, turned and aimed at Felix. A water fight ensued as the giant found a bucket, filled it with water, and chased after his son. Tiffany disappeared into the house, returning quickly with some towels. "What am I going to do with them?" she said, with mock annoyance as she returned to the wall and Hilda. "It's the school summer holiday next week, and I'm not sure how any babysitter will cope with a wild boy and a large dog. I wished I didn't have to work. I enjoyed being a stay-at-home mum, and if we'd had another child, I wouldn't have had to leave our home." "Well, dear, I know I'm old, but I would be only too happy to look after Alfie." "That is so kind of you to offer, but the real difficulty is Arthur and the house," Tiffany said as she looked at the drenched man and boy and the bedraggled dog. They had all stopped running and were all panting. "It's a real concern. I can't ask anyone to look after a small boy in our bomb site of a home. The dog walker said she would have the ball of fur, but not Alfie, as she has so many other dogs to care for." Felix turned off the tap, and the soaked humans walked over to the women, while Arthur ran wildly around the garden, shaking his woolly coat. Alfie and Felix took the fluffy towels from Tiffany. "If Alfie agrees, he can stay at my house over the holidays, and Arthur would be very welcome too. I love animals, as you can see," Hilda said, grinning. The smell of wet dog filled Alfie's nose, and he bent down and wrapped Arthur in his towel. "What do you think, Alfie?" Hilda said. Alfie rose and, remembering the letter, slipped his hand into his pocket. The paper was a soggy lump, but within it he could feel the sword. "Yes, I would love that. Thank you, Mrs. Windward." Amelia, Chapter 3. Amelia was emotionally numb except for the aching in her heart. She strayed alone up the hillside and stared over at the colossal cliff and the cascading waterfall, which crashed endlessly down onto the beach far below. She marched on through the extending landscape, which held no well-trodden paths or anything which resembled a straight line. The grass was spongy and sodden with sprouts of purple heather, and the leaden sky pressed down. Tears coursed down her cheeks as she shouted, "Why? Why?" Her cries bashed against the wall of the eternally wailing wind and sea. She resented her grandparents, Hugh and Peggy Granger, for pushing her into the furthest corner of the planet. A remote and abandoned Scottish island seemed a peculiar place to take on a building project for a stranger. A forest emerged out of the mist to her left, its blue-black gloom seeping across the land. Everything was shadows and rain. Ahead, she saw an old ruin on top of another hill and pressed forward, continually pushing her hair from her eyes and mouth. When she arrived at the remains of forbidding battlements, she pressed her back against the stone and, sagging, collapsed onto the cold ground. She covered her face in her hands and wept. "Daddy, please come back. I want my regular life with friends, shops, and my old school." The sun swept over the hills as if chasing the cloud away. Amelia calmed and gazed into the glittering brilliance of a stream which trickled along a craggy crack where tiny fish darted in and out of the rocks and weeds. She scratched the mosquito bites on the back of her hand and quietly pondered her situation. Amelia thought of her friend Hilda, the old lady who lived next door at their previous house. It was because of Hilda that she kept a diary, and she couldn't write to her as there was no letterbox. A tear dropped on her cheek at the memory of her kind friend. Sulking, she rested her chin in both hands and listened to the high-pitched revving of her Grandad Hugh's chainsaw cutting trees for the house. The new owner wanted it made from wood. Peggy would be close by, helping in any way she could. Amelia's job was to collect dry firewood for the stove in the old croft where they were forced to live. She knew it was important to hold her tongue about her true feelings, as her grandparents were devastated by their daughter's death and now her father's disappearance. Their grief had been far beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Hugh was an architect and builder, and this was to be his last project before retiring. She'd been told they needed the money to pay off their own mortgage. It kept them focused and prevented their thoughts from wandering into the cracks where darkness and dread lurked. However, pretending to be enthusiastic about their adventure placed an added strain on Amelia. "We must get this house built," her nan kept saying. "It will mean we can return home and live a worry-free life." "It's only for a year," her grandfather had added. "Nanny, being a retired teacher, can homeschool you." Amelia was abruptly roused from her thoughts by a strange wailing coming from behind her, from within the castle walls. It sounded real, not just the wind. Someone was crying out in desperation. Adrenaline shot through every vein in her body. She ran down the steep slope, retracing her footsteps with her heart pounding in her chest. Safely back in the cove, she wandered along the beach to look for driftwood and remembered when they first arrived a week ago. The small boat had rocked under the weight of their possessions, and the thin, shriveled man who was taking them from the mainland grumbled to himself, the air whistling through the large gap in his front teeth. "I hope you know that the new owner is a crooked man and has nothing but dark intentions." "We're just here to build a house," her grandfather had replied. "We all need a distraction after a family tragedy, and it will be good for our granddaughter." He helped them offload their bags and then showed them the plot of land, thick with dirt and layers of rubble, surrounded by tall firs. "I hope you know what you're getting into. That man can't be trusted. And people say this place is cursed. Few locals will venture here on account of the ghosts which haunt the abandoned village and castle." "We don't believe in such nonsense," her grandmother had stated. "Besides, our contractors are all friends of my husband's. He's been in the building trade all his adult life." Everyone was relieved when the boatman got back in his rickety vessel and headed back to the mainland. That first night in the bare, tiny loft room of the abandoned croft was the worst of all. In the darkness, she heard unfamiliar noises, hoots, screeching and branches cracking. On the whitewashed wall next to her bed was the creepy picture of a graveyard outside a castle, and adjacent to it was a crucifix. She'd lain stiffly, hardly able to breathe, imagining all kinds of scary monsters coming to get her like they took her father. The once pristine beach was littered with plastic and all kinds of flotsam and jetsam. Amelia picked up a couple of bottles, which she did most days. Her grandfather had said they'd most probably been thrown from ships. Then she spotted an abandoned canoe. Gramps would be pleased with that, she thought, as she dropped the containers and grabbed the slimy sides. Using all her strength, she continued to drag the heavy craft back to the plot of land. "Wow! What a brilliant find!" her grandfather shouted as he paused in his work to take off his hat, revealing his bald head encircled by the remains of his short, black, grey-tipped hair. He wiped a drop of sweat from his hooked nose. "We could use that for fishing," he said, smiling. "We've made progress today, and the men will come on Monday to start on the foundations." Under the glow of Hugh's praise, Amelia sat down by her nan, who was leaning over sticks and blowing to encourage the fire to take hold. As flames leapt into the air, she flicked her long greying blonde hair over her shoulder so it flopped down her back like thick straw. "It's not cold yet, but it's easier to burn the rubbish," Peggy said. Staring into the fire, Amelia thought again of her old home, and the tree house her father Ed had made for her with such pride, and wondered who was living there now. Would they love it and take as much care of it as she always did? "Nan, will Dad ever be found?" "Sweetie, I don't know. It has been over a year now," she said, looking away and gazing towards the hills. "It's inexplicable. He would never leave us, just vanish." "Don't worry yourself," Hugh interrupted. "Your grandmother and I have employed the best private investigator, Mr. Onassis. We will find out what happened." Treasure Hunt, Chapter 4. The sun was high by the time Hilda and Alfie had finally placed the spicy buns they'd made in the oven. To escape the heat, they flopped down on the swing chair and, shaded by the canopy, dug into a bowl of ice cream each. In silence, they gazed for some time down the long overgrown garden as they appreciated the coolness sliding down their throats. For Alfie, the little oasis held a sense of excitement, with the lawn a mixture of daisies, buttercups and clover. The undergrowth beneath the hedges, which grew against the brick wall, held mysteries waiting to be explored. Red, pink and white unruly roses poked out from the bushes and waved their extended spiky arms. At the bottom were two large weeping willows, which he thought were like a ready-made den. One supported an old swing under which Arthur lay panting by a bowl of water. "My husband used to take care of the plants," Hilda said. "It's going wild, but I like it like this. Still, I will cut the grass when the flowers die." "Our garden is overgrown," Alfie said dreamily, staring at the trees that grew high behind the bottom boundary wall. "Daddy says he's going to turn it into a paradise." "I'm sure he will," she smiled. "Your parents work very hard to make everything beautiful for you all." She patted him on the leg as if to reassure him that they wouldn't always be leaving him with their old neighbour. "Do you hear that? It's a blackbird." "What's the clicking?" "Oh, that strange song is from the grasshoppers rubbing their back legs together. All the seasons have their own music." Alfie scraped the last of his ice cream from around the edges of his bowl, acutely aware of the orchestra of sound coming from all around. "It looks beautiful from here. We could be in the country," Hilda said wistfully. "But if you open the front door, you look down into the valley at the estuary and all the industry of the port, and to the left, the buildings of the city," she said, pausing to sip at her homemade lemonade. Alfie echoed her movements and picked up his glass from the patio made of broken paving slabs. "It all depends on what angle you look at things." Alfie didn't always understand what Hilda was saying, but he loved listening to the sound of her soft voice and knew what she was telling him was important. "What do you mean?" "Well, from here, the garden looks harmless and peaceful, but if we were to move, look closer, and dig under the hedge, we would find ants and other creatures, individual parts all with their own stories and dangers. There might even be a slow worm hiding in the undergrowth or a snake basking in the heat." "You mean from a distance, things may look pretty, but when you get close, it may be dangerous, like bees." "Yes, exactly." "Can we look for slow worms?" "Already you have a taste for adventure." She grinned mischievously. "I will go inside and get us some jars and my reading glasses so I can see small things." Alfie dug the mud with his fingers and a small spade, and Hilda searched around the edge, bending to lift small rocks to see if anything was hiding underneath. Arthur slouched over to his friends and began sniffing. "There are lots of ants," Alfie called as he watched the black shapes crawl along his arm. "Ants and bees are always busy. They must obey the rules of their society. Each has a job and mustn't stray from their task. Lizards, however, are different," Hilda said, walking towards Alfie carefully, holding something between her cupped hands. "They are free to do as they please. Isn't it beautiful?" she said, removing the lid of her top hand. "You can hold it for a while, but not for long. They don't like it too hot." She dropped the fascinating creature onto Alfie's palm. Alfie gazed at its colourful skin, tiny feet and long tail. "It's like a baby dinosaur," he said, instantly loving the beady-eyed reptile. I wish I could keep it as a pet. We'll make a home for it under the hedge, nice and cool." As they set about collecting grass and sticks for his new friend's home, Hilda, having placed the lizard in her dress pocket, continued to talk. "You can find marvellous things lying on the ground and buried in it, treasures people have lost or forgotten." The word treasure reminded Alfie of the letter and the little silver sword he'd placed in his box of valuables, which he kept under his bed. "Hilda, did you know the girl who used to live in my house?" "Oh, yes, Amelia was a lovely girl." "What happened to them?" "To be honest, I don't know. It was just the two of them, father and daughter, and they were extremely happy. Her father, Ed, was a good man and a doctor, but sadly he disappeared. He just vanished into thin air." She took the lizard from where it lay and placed it in its new home, sat back on her haunches and brushed the dirt from her hands. Alfie kneeled, ready to listen. "Ed worked long hours at the hospital, and one day he didn't come home. Amelia's mother passed away before they arrived here, so her grandparents took her to live with them. After a year they sold the house. I was hoping Amelia would write." Arthur plonked himself on Hilda's lap and began licking her face as a tear dropped from her eyes. "Most nights they came around to my house for their meals, but then my husband was taken ill, and before he died I went to stay with him in another home. I couldn't leave my Johnny." Hilda wrapped her arms around Arthur's neck and gave him a squeeze. "I lost sight of all their troubles, and by the time I returned, Amelia had gone. I still feel sad about the way things happened. Timing can be a barrier to intended kindness." "Don't cry," Alfie said. "I found a letter from Amelia. It said they were going away on an adventure. The letter got wet, so I can't show you, but she seemed happy." "I hope so. I would never normally abandon someone to such terrible circumstances. I could have helped more." To cheer Hilda up, Alfie explained all he could remember about the note, the silver sword, and the clues he was invited to follow. "Well, that does sound exciting." "Hilda, can you help me find the treasures?" "There have been tales of many magic swords, but the most famous must be Excalibur, and that is from a book," she said, beaming. She rose and held out her hand to help pull Alfie to his feet. "Sit on the swing chair while I go to the library." Alfie complied and sat, wondering whether she meant the library in town or her secret room. He'd looked in one day when passing to go to the toilet. He'd spied through the open door and had seen many books lining the walls, bundles of plants hanging from the ceiling, hefty ornaments on the floor, one of which looked like a huge pot, and sitting on shelves and carefully displayed in cabinets were jars of brightly coloured powders or liquids. He remembered how the room smelled of perfume and cooking. He jumped from his guilty daydreaming by the sound of the back door opening and banging shut. Hilda rushed into the garden, carrying a large leather-bound book. She made herself comfortable next to Alfie, blew a thick layer of dust off the green leather cover, and then flicked through the pages. "There, that's Excalibur," she said, pointing to a full-page picture of a sword. The hilt was covered in decoration. A beautifully written script ran down the blade, and emerald and blue light radiated out in all directions. She placed the book on Alfie's lap, and he sat admiring the mysterious images. "That is the legendary sword of King Arthur. The same name as my Arthur." Hilda nodded. "Arthur becomes King of England by pulling a different sword from a rock. It stuck fast, and although many tried to release it, they all failed. For Arthur, the blade slides easily from the stone. He claims it and becomes the true king. Then he brings together the knights of the Round Table at Camelot and brings peace to the country." Hilda turned the pages back to the beginning of the book. "That is the sword in the stone." Alfie gawped open-mouthed at the picture of a boy about his age, wearing peculiar clothes, tugging at a large sword deeply embedded in a boulder. "This isn't Excalibur," Alfie stated. "It is confusing, but no. That sword later breaks in battle, and after that, the Lady of the Lake gives him the powerful weapon, which is a symbol of Arthur's virtue, power, and right to rule Excalibur," she said with a flourish. How does it become magic, and who's the Lady of the Lake? She is a sorceress, like a witch from another world beneath the lake, and the sword was forged or made in that place. Alfie skimmed through the book, stopping at the panels of beautiful illustrations. What's this one about? That's Sir Lancelot, one of the king's knights, fighting a dragon. That's Merlin the wizard, a kind of male witch, and the last picture is the Lady of the Lake holding the sword. I don't see how any of this will help me answer Amelia's riddle, Alfie said, shutting the book. And I think it's too big for me to read, Alfie moaned, losing interest and thinking he would go on the swing or play ball with his Arthur. Yes, it is a big book. You go and play, and I will have a think, Hilda muttered, as though she could read his thoughts and shut her eyes. Having been told by his father not to disturb old people when they are napping, he ran down the lawn to the swing. Arthur ran backwards and forwards in front of him as he went higher and higher. "Did you know you're named after a king?" he said to the dog, who barked his reply and jumped up, trying to catch his feet. Alfie looked over at his own garden and the swampy pond covered in a cloud of flies. "It's a strange story, Arthur. A magic sword which came from another world under a lake. I wonder if there's another world under my pond." A thought flashed through Alfie's mind. He jumped off the seat and ran up to where the old lady was sitting with her eyes closed. "Hilda," he called softly, remembering that he wasn't to wake her and he must behave. "I'm not asleep. I'm thinking about your puzzle." "What happens at the end when the lady holds the sword?" he said, climbing up beside Hilda. "Arthur fights a terrible battle with the evil Mordred and is wounded. He knows the sword must never fall into the hands of the enemy and should be returned to its source, the Lady of the Lake, and he asks his friend Sir Bedivere to throw it back." "Where is the lake?" Alfie said enthusiastically. "I'm not sure anyone knows, and I'm certain Amelia wouldn't have known." "Maybe the clue is in our pond," he grinned up at Hilda. "Could I go and look in the pond?" "The reason you're in my house is that yours is unsafe at the moment." She smiled back sympathetically. "Just the pond. I won't go anywhere else," Alfie pleaded. "Well, be careful and quick. Your parents will be home soon." Alfie darted off in the direction of the laurel hedge, as he'd already worked out the best way to climb the wall. Hilda rose stiffly and drifted over to where Alfie was crawling through the bush. He moved 1 foot off a thick supporting branch. His spindly left leg hung loosely, while the other scraped the bricks as he levered himself up with his arms and over the top. "Are you all right?" she said, peering down at the boy crouched in the long grass. "I'm fine," he shouted, clambering to his feet. He could hear Arthur barking and his nails scratching the rough surface as he jumped up, anxious to join his friend. "Stay there, Arthur. I won't be long." He bent over in the dappled light and shade of the horse chestnut and found a long stick. The sweet, tiny voice of the breeze murmured through the leaves, and he stood in the cool, holding his breath, listening for real words and any new clues that could help. Then he was back in the harsh brightness, prodding in the muddy water. It was squidgy and seemed bottomless. Falling to his knees, he plunged his arm through the duckweed and rummaged about. The sun scorched his back, and the birdsong and Arthur's barking faded into the background as he pulled out plants, rocks, mud, and anything which might hinder his search or was of interest. Small creatures scrambled out of the way of the monster's searching fingers, and frogs leapt in all directions. Usually he would have been fascinated by the wildlife, but today he was absorbed in his treasure hunt. After some time, it seemed that all his searching was in vain. Defeated, he sat back on his haunches and turned to face Hilda, who had been waiting patiently by the wall. He saw signs of stress on her face, and Arthur's barking sounded more frantic. "I've searched for a long time and can't find anything," he said sulkily. "It is getting late, dear. Perhaps for today we should put the rocks back and take another look tomorrow." Alfie heard scrambling and then saw Arthur bounding off the top of the wall. He raced towards Alfie and, unable to stop, stumbled headlong into the pond. Muddy water flew out in all directions, and then the panicked dog poked his head up and swam frantically to the side. He scrambled out, knocking all the decorative edging rocks into the water. Hilda and Alfie laughed at the sight of the bedraggled dog covered in swirling duckweed. Arthur shook vigorously, causing Alfie to stand and jump out of his way. It was then, viewing things from a different angle, that Alfie's eyes alighted on something which looked out of place. Stuffed in a gap between a concrete foundation and the mud which had been concealed under the rim of rocks, he saw what looked like a plastic box. He seized it with both hands, and holding it above his head like a trophy, he shouted, "I've found it!" After taking some time to push Arthur back over the wall, and then many attempts of his own, he returned to sit with Hilda on the swing seat. Excitedly, Alfie lifted the lid. His eyes fastened onto a sky-blue stone which swung like a pendulum from a gold chain. It had sharp angular edges, was opaque, and had a glistening surface as though it was wet, and it fitted comfortably into the palm of his hand. He held it to his flushed cheek, and it felt cool. He handed it to Hilda, who feasted her eyes on the object for some time and turned it about in her hand. "Well, I've never seen a stone quite like this before. This is a real treasure," she beamed. "What does the letter say?" Alfie had forgotten about the carefully folded paper and the clues. How many treasures are there to find? He thought as he picked up the note. "What does it say?" "It says," Alfie said, allowing a thrill to run up his spine, "You've found my sky stone. I think you must be very clever. I wonder if you're a girl or a boy. This stone is unique. It fell from the sky when I was on the balcony of my playhouse." Clue number 2. Look for something which touches the sky. Good luck. Alfie placed the stone back in the box and squeezed the lid shut. For a time they sat smiling with mutual pleasure. "I found 2 things, and I think Amelia said there were 4, 2 more to go." His treasure fed his thoughts until his eyes grew heavy, and he drowsed under the last rays of the dying sun. Someone touched his shoulder, and he woke with a start. "I hope you don't mind I came through the side gate," said his father. "No, of course not," Hilda replied, rising from the chair. "What's in the box, Alfie?" his father chirped. "We've made some cakes," Hilda interjected, as if she understood that Alfie wasn't ready to share his secret. "Come into the kitchen and choose some to take home." While they were gone, Alfie took the gem from the container and dropped it into his shorts pocket. The Storm, Chapter 5. Their regular weekend routine was for his parents to abandon their jobs, at least for the morning, to take Alfie out on a family adventure. They would visit the zoo, cinema, science place, trains, and his favourite park, which had a dome-climbing frame and the scariest spiral tube slide to be found anywhere in the city. In short, Alfie would be thoroughly spoilt. He demanded their attention, and they poured their love over him like sticky honey. Today, he'd woken up in the sort of mood where nothing seemed agreeable. He'd lain awake for a long time, pondering the latest clue, and was anxious to begin searching the garden, or maybe even the house. He grabbed his glasses off his bedside table and wandered into the kitchen with only one eye open. His mother, who was standing by the cooker, ruffled his dishevelled hair. "Give us a cuddle," she said, pulling him close. "I've missed you." She squashed him into her belly and kissed the top of his head. He joined his father at the table, opened his other eye, and put on his glasses. Arthur excitedly thundered in and out of the kitchen door, then returned with his lead. "He seems to know it's Saturday," his dad beamed over the rim of his coffee mug. "What adventure will we have today? Alfie, what do you fancy?" "Well, I'd really like to play in the garden," he said, looking up to gauge his father's reaction. His dad stared at him, stunned, and then exchanged a look with his mother. "You have so many jobs you want to do here." "Saturday's a family day. Eat your breakfast and we'll think about it," Felix said softly. His mother placed a plate of eggs, bacon, sausages and beans in front of him. "You'll need as much energy as you can get for an adventure." Alfie smiled weakly and considered a new method of attack. Perhaps he could say he was unwell. He glanced at Arthur, who dropped his lead on the floor and was sitting upright at his side, salivating at the smell of the delicious food. It wouldn't be fair not to at least take Arthur out for a walk, he pondered. Between Arthur and his parents' needs, he accepted the derailment of his plans. "We could go for a bike ride," he blurted out, "and then you could do your work this afternoon." "Well, Mum and I do need to finish knocking down the wall between the 2 reception rooms, and the new kitchen is coming next week. What do you think, darling?" "It would be so lovely to spend all day outside, but the sooner we get the work done, the sooner we can relax." "Good plan, son," his dad said, and high-fived him across the camping table. "I think I will rip out these old units later." Both parents smiled radiantly at each other, and warmth rippled through Alfie as he thought about how lucky he was. None of his friends' parents compared to his mum and dad, who were always kind. Most of them were away on expensive holidays in hot countries and would return to school bragging, but when their parents met them from the school gates, they would be wearing their familiar mask of annoyance and would rush about shouting instructions and making demands. Without finishing his food, he pushed his plate away. He was in a hurry so he could fit everything into his day. "Thanks, Mum, that was lovely, but I'm full," he said, and rushed off to his bedroom, the only room in the house that seemed ordered rather than in a state of upheaval. He put his clothes on from the day before and hurried back into the kitchen. "I'm ready!" "Teeth!" the grown-ups shouted in unison. "And wash your face," his mother added. Alfie darted out again. They all headed out in a buoyant mood. On the bike track, which ran along the ridge of the hill with the woods on his left and the docks in the valley on his right, he raced ahead with his faithful friend running at his side. Today seemed different. He was more confident and thought that perhaps during the night he'd grown up a little. His parents lingered behind, chatting cheerily. As he lifted his right leg, something in his shorts jabbed into his skin. He slipped his hand into his pocket and was just clasping the sky stone when something slithered across the path in front of his bike. He heard the screeching of tyres as he applied his brakes, tumbled to one side and fell onto his bottom with a thud. "Excuse me, but you should look where you're going," an indignant voice shot into his brain. He scanned his surroundings, looking for the source of the words. "Was that you, Arthur?" "No, it was me." Alfie glanced down and shuddered at the sight of a black snake that was slithering towards the grass and muttering complaints. People should look where they're going, nasty, ignorant creatures. He grabbed Arthur and pulled him close. "Did you hear that? Animals can't talk." "We can, but humans don't listen properly," Arthur said in a dull drone. "They don't really hear what's around them. You must listen at least twice." Stunned, he released his grip and sat back, staring at the dog in astonishment. "Are you all right?" his mother and father said, rushing to his aid. The stone was still in his hand, so he quickly stuffed it back in his pocket. "He's fine," his father said, his hand reaching out as he helped Alfie to his feet. "Your knee is bleeding," his mother said, as Arthur licked the wound. "Stop it, Arthur," Alfie said, but his friend didn't reply. "I'm okay," he said, lifting his bike up and climbing back on. Sometimes he wished his mother didn't fuss over him so much, and he wondered for a split second if a brother would have helped take some of the attention off him. They all turned the pedals and continued their journey. Swamped in a cloud of confusion, Alfie tried to recall whether he'd banged his head in the fall. That might explain his bizarre experience. He wasn't in a rush now, and riding slowly, glanced over to the narrow strip of woods drawn to the sound of a trickling stream. The water shimmered silver, then black glass, as it threaded its way through the tall, dark trees, changing among thousands of shadows and patches of sunlight. He felt the dampness in the warmth and darkness of the bright day, which made him uneasy. Was it the stone? He asked himself. Something has changed. Preoccupied, he trundled along. "Can you hear me now, Arthur?" he said in his head as he looked down at the lumbering ball of fur. Arthur regarded him with a bemused expression, but didn't reply. "Nothing's talking now. I must have knocked my head." The damp air steamed up his glasses, so he stopped to give them a wipe. "Don't worry," he said, as his mum and dad caught up and were about to pass. "I'll catch you up." Once his lenses were clean, he reached back into his shorts for the blue stone and clutched it between his fingers and the handlebar. His attention was diverted by a sound coming from the woods. He glanced over to his left and scrutinized a clearing where a large trunk lay rotting on the ground. To one side grew the tallest and straightest tree he'd ever seen. "Hey, Arthur," he uttered wistfully as he continued to gaze at the oasis of a light. "That tree looks like it almost reaches the sky." "Do you think I can look that high when my eyes point to the ground?" the dog moaned. "You're talking again," Alfie said, fizzing with excitement. "You do sound miserable, though. I thought you liked walking." "I like bacon too, but you didn't share it with me." "Arthur, I'm not allowed to." "The good doctor is in danger." Words shot into his head. It wasn't Arthur's whining tone. It was a whispering female voice, and when he turned towards the sound, it appeared as though the top branch of the tree was nodding or pointing in his direction. He glanced around, looking for another possible source of the sound. "Yes, I'm talking to you. I can see into your garden from here. The healer has gone, but the whisperings in the winds from far away are saying he's not safe and needs help to return." Alfie decided that was enough strangeness for one day and shoved the gem back into his shorts. He needed information to understand more about his new home and its previous inhabitants. Glancing up, he noticed his parents had turned around and were heading towards him and Arthur. "We'll keep this secret to ourselves for now, Arthur," he uttered under his breath. "The cow parsley is making your mother sneeze," Felix said, smiling as several explosions erupted from Tiffany's nose. "I think we'll head home. We can always do something tomorrow." Alfie followed his parents, watching his mother wobbling as she tried to direct her bike with one hand while holding a wet tissue against her face with the other. Alfie and Arthur stood at the top of the garden. His father was already banging in the kitchen, bashing out the old kitchen units. An idea was flickering in Alfie's mind, but the noise from the house hammered against his thoughts. "Look for something which touches the sky," he said to Arthur. Looking up, he saw clouds building into billowing pillars. Darkness was closing over the blue. Turning to his magnificent horse-chestnut tree, he pondered. It was beautiful with its drooping leaves and sizable white cone-shaped flowers pointing to the sky. In that instant, he knew what to do. "I must climb to the very top, Arthur." As Alfie climbed the ladder, Arthur went to the water bowl, which was always kept fresh at the base and held steady between two roots. After drinking deeply, he lay panting, suffering from the moist heat. Unsteadily, Alfie pulled and wriggled onto the roof of his house and nervously peered up at the scaffold of thick boughs. He placed his feet carefully to test the strength of each limb before hoisting himself up into a standing position. As he rose, the branches became less sturdy and more bouncy. He wrapped his arms around the main trunk. The flesh of the tree was warm, and it felt as though, deep inside, it had a beating heart. With his eyes firmly fixed on the highest point, and with his mind nourished with thoughts of the extraordinary treasure, he continued to scramble upwards, unaware of the whirling wind and loss of light. A few large spots of rain dropped onto his head. It was cold, and he shuddered, almost losing his footing on the now slippery bark. In the distance, he heard a rumbling, and down below, Arthur was barking. Torrential rain dropped from the sky as he left the shelter of the leaves and balanced precariously on the last robust limb at the top. At the highest point, the trunk was broken off, and he was just able to see a hole. He reached out and squeezed his hand in as far as it would go and spent a long time delving into every crevice with his fingers. Finally, he felt something like a small tin embedded in a crack, and using his index and middle fingers in a pincer movement, he was able to retrieve the item without it falling further down into the hole. Unable to climb down with the box in his hand, he threw it onto the ground, where it landed not far from the pond. The slimy descent was dicey, and the leaves offered no shelter, sagging under the weight of water. There was a flash of lightning and a cracking sound, as though the heavens were splitting apart. The tree shook and creaked as Alfie wrestled with the tangle of twigs and leaves, desperate to reach the bottom. Half sliding and half climbing, he dropped onto the roof and slipped onto the balcony. He saw the light in the kitchen flicker on as electricity flared above. Alfie scrambled down the ladder, jumping halfway onto the sodden grass. His eyes turned towards Felix, who was rushing out of the house and peering through a curtain of hailstones, with Arthur cowering at his side. "Alfie, come in quickly!" his dad shouted in a panic. Alfie raced over to the pond and in the next flash spotted the tin. In one movement, he grabbed his treasure and raced towards the back door. After a hot, reviving bath, Alfie sat on his bed and opened the tin. Inside was a pool of rusty water. He took out the remnants of paper which had once been a carefully written note. As he unfolded the thick ink-stained lump, it disintegrated in his hands. Only one enigmatic word could be read, visitor, but no clues remained. Beneath this, sparkling as brightly as the day it was made, was a jade dragon. This is real treasure, he thought, as he scrutinised every detail from the red gem eyes to the spikes on its head, the talons on its feet, and the proud outspread wings set ready to fly. He was overjoyed and miserable at the same time. The obliteration of Amelia's words meant there were no more signs to follow and no more mysteries to solve. Mrs. Peeves, Chapter 6. The next day, they all stood in the garden staring in astonishment at the devastation. The raging voice of nature from the night before, when the skin of the sky ruptured and spilt its fury onto the earth, was now silent, and the glassy-eyed blue sky looked down innocently. Every familiar feature was transformed. Spanning the width of the garden was the trunk of the horse-chestnut. It had broken the wall which divided their patch of wilderness from the derelict ground, which changed into the woods further along. A black wound which started from the tip of the tree lying beyond the boundary ran down the centre, almost splitting the trunk in two, penetrating deep into its still burning heart. At its base, a monstrous spidery tangle of roots emerged from the earth as though it was about to crawl in their direction and seek revenge. Alfie's eyes travelled along the felled beast until they rested on the shattered remains of his house, which lay broken into many pieces like a ship wrecked on rocks. "Dad, my treehouse," he said miserably. Felix wrapped his arm around Alfie's shoulder, reached out and clasped Tiffany's hand. "It is a setback," he said, "and means more work, but it can all be fixed and in the long run might be for the best." "I loved that tree in my house." "I know, but once we have it all cleared up, you and I can build a new one, bigger and better than the last." "Oh, I've got nowhere to play now!" Alfie cried in frustration and stormed off towards the house, followed by Arthur. He rushed into the cool, dark front room. A cloud wafted up from the paint-splattered dust cover as he flopped down onto the sofa. He put his face in his hands and wept. "It's not fair, Arthur. That was the one thing I liked," he whined. "I hate this house." Alfie's brooding was suddenly interrupted by an impatient knocking on the front door. He knew he wasn't supposed to answer without calling his parents first, but they were only in the garden, and there was an urgency about the continuous banging. He replied to the demanding sound by opening the door. "I'm looking for Mr. and Mrs. Bagley," the woman announced in a croaky voice. Alfie scrutinised the woman, trying to decide if she looked safe. Her large, bulging black bag looked ominous, probably full of poisonous potions. She looked like a witch who would pull him into her open black coat, where he would suffocate because it was too warm for the weather. He didn't like the rough material of her straight black dress, the black tights and shoes. The wiry appearance of her abundant hair was like snakes trying to escape from the bun on the crown of her head. "Perhaps she is a Medusa and will turn us all to stone," he thought, as his eyes dropped to the large hairy mole on her chin, which she was scratching. When she noticed his gaze, her face grew stern. "Come on, boy, I urgently need to speak with your parents." I will go and get them," he stammered, thinking that the strange woman probably had the power to change them all into frogs. He turned and, dashing back into the front room, bumped into his parents. "Hey, what's up, bud?" his dad said as he steadied him with his hands. "There's a lady at the door who wants to speak to you, he said, the words tumbling from his mouth. "I know I'm not supposed to open the door to strangers, sorry," he blurted as he followed a few steps behind as they walked to the front door. "Hello, you don't know me," the woman said, holding out her hand to Felix, who didn't accept the greeting. "I'm Mrs. Peeves. I've come from Fruits of the Vine Private Orphanage," she said, flashing a roguish grin. "We deal with those children who are much loved but whose parents have passed on to a better place and want their children placed in the very best of homes." At that point, Alfie saw a boy appear from behind the woman. The child smiled at Alfie and blinked his long dark lashes. Corkscrew curls framed his face. His rosy cheeks in his olive skin went a deeper red, and he looked hot in his jumper and shorts. He bent down and scratched the scab on his thick, robust legs. "I can tell from your faces you haven't received any news from your sister, Mrs. Bagley?" "I'm afraid you've got it wrong," Tiffany said, smiling sweetly. "I don't have a sister." "Yes, you do." "Did," the woman snapped. "Well, we've only just moved here." "May I come in?" she said softly. "I have a grave matter to discuss with you both." "It's Sunday," Felix said, trying to control his bubbling annoyance. "We've made plans for the day. Perhaps you could come back another day." "I won't take up much of your time," she said, rapidly moving past them and into the living room with the boy holding on to her coat. "Alfie, take Arthur into the garden. He needs some exercise," Felix said. Alfie wandered into the kitchen, stood with his back to the wall, and listened hard. He heard his father pull the dust cover off the sofa and the sound of air escaping from the cushion when squashed by a weight. "You had an older sister who was adopted," Mrs. Peeves continued cautiously, and sounded quite pleasant from a distance. "Before her illness, she'd been trying to trace you. Then, when she became ill, she was a single mother. She wanted someone good to take care of her son. She wrote to you before her passing." "Well, I can tell you straight away whatever you want. We can't do it," Felix said, as though he would really like to have said something different. "Look at our house. It's hardly fit for Alfie. It would be too hazardous for a younger child." Alfie peered around the wall. The woman was perched on the edge of the chair, clutching her bag with the boy beside her leaning into her body. His parents were standing with their backs to him as though they were anxious to be done with the whole situation. Mrs. Peeves glanced quickly around, noticing nothing of the mess. "I see a work in progress. Your house does not speak to me of neglect. It's about creating a dream. It won't stay like this. It's love and care that our children need, and environments can be controlled. We've tried to adopt a second child on numerous occasions, but have suffered many disappointments," his mother uttered. "We'd resigned ourselves to having a small family. And besides, we must consider Alfie. We would need to prepare him for such a big change." The boy was beaming at Alfie, so he retreated behind the wall and then popped his head out. The boy started laughing, and Alfie, enjoying the game, repeated the performance while secretly praying in his head, entreating his parents to allow the boy to stay. The chuckles grew louder, causing Felix to swing around. Alfie pulled Arthur's collar and darted out of sight. "I think you should leave," Felix said, annoyed. "You're preying on people's vulnerabilities." "It would only be fostering at first until the legal process is sorted. It was Miranda's wish." When Alfie peered out again, he saw the boy was getting restless. He slid off the chair and walked over to Tiffany. "Will you play with me?" he asked and grabbed her hand. It's fostering, that's the problem, Felix said firmly. I don't think we could give a child back. You would be adopting, it's only while the paperwork is being done to get him into a home environment. Alfie saw that the boy wouldn't let go of his mother's hand. She walked over to the sofa, sat down, picked him up and sat him on her knee. I want my muzzy, he demanded. The woman rummaged through her bag and pulled out a dummy tied to a rag. He's not normally allowed this during the day, but he's exhausted, all the travelling, she said, handing it over to the boy. Tiffany smiled up at Felix. Please, can we? She pleaded. Felix paced the room, plunged in thought, his heart and mind wrestling between what he truly wanted and what was practical or even ethical. He nodded his head. After that, everything happened quickly before anyone could change their minds. Mrs. Peeves pulled out a pile of paperwork. His father ran into the kitchen and, grinning at Alfie, grabbed the camping table. Sign here, Mrs. Peeves kept saying. Alfie watched his mum and dad bobbing up and down like birds pecking at the ground. Well, Leo Bagley, this is your forever mummy and daddy, Mrs. Peeves announced when all the paperwork was finished. Felix and Tiffany smiled at one another. Tiffany stood up with Leo clasped close and went over to Felix. They both hugged the boy and kissed him on the head. He's 4, but quite advanced for his age, Mrs. Peeve added. Can I get down now? The boy said. Of course you can, Tiffany said, lowering him to the floor. Why don't you go and find your brother Alfie and Arthur? Alfie walked into the room smiling. Do you want to come and climb on our tree? He said. I will help you, he added, and taking the small hand in his, led the way, feeling taller and more grown up. The Dragon and the Wheel. Chapter 7. Alfie was sitting on a bough of the horse chestnut that hung over into Hilda's garden, while Leo straddled it and pretended to ride a horse. The old lady stood on the other side of the wall. So this is Leo, she smiled at the boy, who suddenly became shy and averted his gaze. Your mother has told me all about you. You don't have to be shy of Hilda, she's our friend, Alfie said. I call him Titch. Why? Leo said. Because you're so small. A cheeky smirk sparkled on Leo's face. Then he turned his attention to picking the bark off the branch. He asks why all the time, Alfie moaned in a whispered voice to Hilda. Or, will you play with me? And he gets upset if you don't answer or play. Why is a powerful word, she smiled. Give him time, be patient, and you will have the best brother ever. It was his destiny to be here with you. Alfie noticed a twinkle of certainty in her eyes, but didn't understand what it meant. She couldn't know what Leo was like yet. I've missed having you stay while your mum has taken time off work. She will return to work next week, and she said you can both come around, Hilda said. Yes, Mum took time off, and we've been everywhere. It was a bit annoying because she kept hugging us both and kissing us on the head. I suppose all that attention can be too much, Hilda said, brushing a fly off her apple-red cheek. What did you do? We went to the playground, and Leo went down the steepest tube slide with me, and he wasn't frightened. He also jumped off the side of the swimming pool into the middle of my rubber ring and went right under, and he can hardly swim. He is good fun and not scared of anything. It's exciting having a brother, isn't it, Alfie? She said, grinning. Yes, and he can read and write. Mrs. Peeves said I must read and write because I'm going to school soon. That will be fun, Hilda said, flashing her best smile at Leo. You will like school. Why? Because there will be many new things to learn and other children to play with. Dad said we've been so good we can sleep in the tent tonight. Arthur is going to guard us, and the back door will be unlocked in case Leo gets scared and wants to go to our room. What about our secret? Hilda whispered. I found it, a golden dragon and jade with red eyes, but it was on the night of the storm and the clue got wet. Come on over here, you two, and help me put up this tent, Felix called over. Outside, the sky was turning from grey to black. The pulsating activity of birds roosting was beginning to die down. Alfie felt big, strong, and in charge, sitting up next to his brother, with Arthur curled up by the entrance, snoring. A lantern hung from the centre of the tent, spreading light enough for him to look at his books. He was reading to Leo about a pet lion while his brother drew in his new sketchbook. "We need to go to sleep at the same time, then neither of us will be alone," he said, wiping a lump of green snot from Leo's nose. This was a task they all had to endlessly do, as the dripping was constant, and if left to his own devices, Leo would use his sleeve. Or we should agree to stay awake all night. He continued reading, making the story as exciting as possible to keep his brother from dozing off. When Alfie finished the book, he noticed an intense silence had descended over the garden, and he sensed a thicker darkness. He glanced over at his brother's drawings and saw he'd turned to a new sheet and was furiously writing something down in a large, sprawling script. "Dear Diary, I keep dreaming about Dad. I know he's alive somewhere and is trying to get back to us. He said he would return, but I think he's in danger. I can't tell Nan and Gramps, as they get upset when I mention Dad's name. Love, Amelia." Goosebumps ran along Alfie's arms. He turned to face Leo, and their eyes locked together in shocked horror, and he was aware of their hearts pounding to the same beat in the silence. "How did you do that?" "I don't know." The corners of Leo's mouth bent down, and his eyes filled with water. Fearing he was about to cry, Alfie took the pad and pencil from his brother. "Don't worry, it's nothing. I'll write back." "Where are you?" They waited for some time, but there was no response. "You try to copy my words," he said, passing the writing materials back. Again they waited. "Who are you? How are you making words appear in my diary?" The words scribbled by themselves across the sketchbook. Alfie was too scared to respond further and stuffed the book in the tent pocket where his dad would normally put his phone, torch and car keys when camping. "You wait here. I'll get Mum and Dad." Alfie scrambled out of his sleeping bag and, crawling around, Arthur peered out into the darkness. The vast gulf of moonless blackness stretched out between the tent and the safety of the house. "I can't wake them up for this. They don't know who Amelia is, and it could be a coincidence." "I will explain everything tomorrow," he thought. When he twisted around, he saw Leo had fallen back on his pillow and was snoring with his mouth open. He slid back into his sleeping bag and began munching on the cheesy puffs his mum had left in a bowl. Then he reached for his small rucksack, in which he'd put all his necessities, including the treasure box. He picked up the skystone and ran his thumb over its smooth surface while he gazed into the box. The dragon glowed, and his red gem eyes radiated with an inner light. It spread its wings, flapped, lifted and fluttered before him with a blast of small flames coming from its open mouth. Then he shot towards the entrance, which Alfie had left unzipped. He slipped the chain of the necklace over his head and scrambled over Arthur, pushed his feet into his slippers and went out into the night. Alfie spotted the dragon standing close to where the roots of the tree had been ripped from the ground. The beast twisted his head around, and a flame streamed from his sharp-toothed jaws. His blade-like talons were tapping almost impatiently on what seemed to be a flat wooden surface. As Alfie approached, he saw that the nettle bed and weeds surrounding the base of the ladder had been crushed and ripped out by the falling tree, and, on closer inspection, he saw what appeared to be a square of wood where the ladder's legs had once rested. He made a grab for the dragon, who folded its wings neatly, blinked its ruby eyes and flashed a cheeky smile. "You can't just fly off like that. If anyone finds you, they'll cage you," he whispered, dropping the creature into his dressing-gown pocket. Alfie was about to turn and head back to the cosy tent when he felt the annoying beast dig its claws through the fabric and into his hip. A low grumbling could be heard, as if he wanted Alfie's attention. "What do you want?" There were no words, only more grumbling. "You are trying to show me something." Alfie glanced down at the rough wooden planks and guessed he must have meant the strange square anomaly at his feet. Carefully he bent, noticing the dragon's head poking out and its talons grasping the edge of his pocket. There was a metal ring attached to the wood, and Alfie assumed it was a handle and pulled on it. He looked into a pupil black hole. "Yikes, that's scary," he muttered to the dragon, who immediately made an angry rumbling sound. "It's too dark!" A whoosh of flame shot from the dragon, causing Alfie to pull him from his pouch. "You'll burn me," he said, holding the creature at arm's length into the hole. The light flashed from side to side as the dragon moved his head, revealing all kinds of unusual objects. Curiosity dominated Alfie's fears, and with one hand holding onto a rusty metal ladder, he descended into the flickering gloom. A sweet and musky smell flooded his nose, and he saw dried plants hanging from the ceiling, much like those in Hilda's house. Using the dragon like a torch, he ran the light along the shelves which lined the room. He saw a wide variety of crystals, rocks, and large books with titles such as How to Unlock the Limits of Your Powers, Spells from the Universe, and The Magician Handbook. There were powders and colourful liquids in small glass bottles with corks stuffed in the rims, nothing like the ones his mother had in her kitchen. At the far end, occasionally glinting as the light swung past, was a window in the wall made of coloured glass. Alfie held the dragon up and saw the image of a beautiful girl in a long green dress with a flower motif embroidered in gold thread. She wore a garland in her long flowing red hair, and around her feet were dancing fairies. Her arms were wrapped around the neck of a massive black-blue dragon. She was pulling his head down and placing a kiss above its flaring nostrils. "Even if you are just part of a strange dream, I hope you don't get that big," Alfie said to the creature, whose tail kept curling around his fingers. Against the wall at the far end of the room was an array of sticks of shiny dark brown wood, shorter than a walking stick, but with handles elaborately carved with coiling snakes, dragons, and monstrous faces. Beside this was a sturdy and equally decorative table with the thickest legs Alfie had ever seen. Placed neatly on its surface was another colossal book. "Glimpsing the future with your crystal ball," Alfie read aloud as he put the dragon on the table so he could turn the cover. On the front page was a picture of a castle on top of a hill, and running through dense wood was a path that led to imposing gates. It stood on an island surrounded by a sea which seethed with monstrous serpents and beasts with gaping, sharp-toothed mouths. The sight sent a shiver down Alfie's spine. Alfie's hand then wandered to the silk-purple lining of the inside cover. An object protruded out of a pocket, and slipping his fingers under it, he pulled out a gold wheel. He held it under the dragon's flame for a better look. There was a single hand like that of a clock, a long gold rod with an arrow shape on the end, and symbols around a thick rim where 12 spokes merged on the centre disc. The point was at 12 o'clock, which was a heart. Then, as he followed the pictures around, he spotted a cross flowers, leaves coming out of a person's mouth, skull and crossbones, a scythe, an hourglass, 3 nails, a bird, a rope, 3 interlocking circles, a flame and a snake biting its tail. Alfie was about to replace the item when he saw something sticking out of the pocket, a piece of paper. As he pulled it out and recognised the large scrawl, his heart pounded. He was just wondering what the symbols meant and what the note said when the dragon coughed and spluttered. They were plunged into darkness. "Please, dragon, your light can't go out now," he said, as he was gripped by the full force of the fear that comes with blindness. With the disc and note still in his hand, he rushed towards the lighter shade of grey of the entrance. The dragon also seemed panicked because, with a faint flapping of wings, he hurried in the same direction, landing on the gold disc. curling his claws around the metal rod, forced the handle to move down to the 6 and the symbol of the skull and crossbones. Pirate Ship Chapter 8. The ground seemed unstable, moving up and down, and a squalling wind was howling, blowing gusts of cold air through cracks. Alfie wondered where he was and noticed that the dragon had jumped from the metal disc and was hiding back in his pocket. In front of him was a screen with the same image he'd seen on the stained glass window. An orange light glowed through, and he saw shadowy figures moving on the other side. Alfie stood anchored to the spot. Wherever he was, he had a feeling that something had happened when the dragon moved the handle on the wheel. He shoved the mysterious object into his other pocket. The shadow of a stooping man leaning on a gnarled cane paced back and forth in front of him, moving uneasily with his long gown swishing across the floor. He heard a door slam and feet stomping down the steps. Now there were 2 shadow men, but the second one loomed large and stood straight. "What a surprise! You've decided to meet with me after all these years." "None of it was my doing, and I tried to keep in touch," the man with the stick replied. "You've now sworn your allegiance to my cause and are at my side, so we'd better make the most of things." "Yes, indeed." "Oh, Dane, you'd better tell me what's happened," a deep voice growled. "And who is the man chained up in the hold of my ship?" "Yes, Samuel, an explanation," the man called O'Dane stammered. "As you know, I'm the magician for our beloved Queen Deriri." "I know all that," Samuel snapped. "Who is he?" "I must explain from the beginning. The Queen sent me to the southern regions of her lands, to the cathedral, to cure the people of their disease. She was desperate to prevent it from travelling north. I tried all the potions I could and many spells, but nothing worked. Operating under the fear of being thrown to her dragon if I couldn't find a cure didn't help. And her 2 guards escorted me, watching my every move. My house is in the south on the hill overlooking the docks, where I'm sure I could have found the right potion, but I wasn't going to have the guards follow me up there to my home. There was just no time to help anyone, or the means," he said in a voice loaded with frustration and panic. Then my crow delivered a message saying the Queen's children had succumbed. "Get to the point!" Samuel shouted. "I must make the tide!" I was in the chancel praying, begging the heavens for help. When I got up from my knees, I turned and saw the most peculiar-looking man. Short hair, no whiskers, wearing the most unusual clothes, and carrying a large black bag. He was out of place and appeared confused. I approached, and he asked me where he was. I replied in the cathedral and advised him to leave as everyone was sick. He looked dazed and shocked. He said he was unaware of any illness, then bent down and began to examine a patient lying on one of the many makeshift beds on the floor. One after the other, he visited the sick, all on the brink of passing on. He stuck what looked like a sharp needle into their arms and squeezed in a liquid. After intensive caring for the ill, he told me he had to go and get more help and medicine. I didn't want him to leave, so I asked him to join me for a meal. "This doesn't explain why he was loaded onto my ship." "I put a sleeping draught into his wine." The man paused, and Alfie could tell by the way he spoke that he didn't like what he'd done. The next day, the people he treated appeared well. It was a miracle. I've never seen such strong magic. Unfortunately, the Queen's guards saw it too, and as the man walked through the door, they threw a sack over his head and bundled him into a waiting cart, took him to the docks and onto your ship. Now, here we are, heading for the island under the orders of the Queen." "I'm under orders from no one," the gruff man retorted. "I can hide anywhere within the 7 seas." "Beware, the Queen's power reaches far. Her loyal dragon thunder has biting jaws out of which shoot licking flames and talons, which can pluck a man into the sky in an instant." "You think I'm frightened of a dragon," he guffawed. "A spell binds him to the island, and I can sail free." "Be assured, the Queen would have the life of any pirate who refused to do her bidding. Besides, chains may be broken." "Watch it with your threats," the deep voice retorted. "I could have you both killed and thrown to the sharks, and nobody would ever know." "Remember, it's me who sought you out, Samuel." "And that's supposed to mean something," he replied dryly. "Follow me, you old fool." Alfie heard feet stomping up the steps and a door slamming, followed by quieter, more hesitant movements, the swish of a cloak, the tapping of a stick, and the door opening for the second time. Then a gust of wind quickly fell to silence. "Dragon, I think we're alone," Alfie muttered. "This is a strange dream. I think we should try moving the hand on that wheel and see if it will help us return." In glancing down at his pocket so he could see how to retrieve the mysterious object, he noticed the dragon had gone. Peering around the screen, he saw a large wooden table covered with an array of fruits and silver dishes of luxurious-looking foods. Scattered amongst this feast were brightly coloured jewels, necklaces, rings and gold coins. The dragon was devouring the leftovers. "We haven't got time for that," Alfie whispered with annoyance. "We must find a safe hiding place and work out how to get back home." He turned his back on the tiresome beast and crept up the steps. With trepidation, Alfie carefully turned the door handle. He was unaware that the dragon was rushing back and forth from the treasure, swiftly picking up diamonds and dropping them into his dressing-gown pocket. With a blast of salty air, the dragon dived under the overlapping fabric of Alfie's dressing-gown and clung onto the front of his pyjamas. From the stairwell, they saw the striking figure of the captain standing by the ship's wheel. He was facing out to sea, ignoring his crew, who were in a state of revelry, playing cards and skittles on the deck and drinking from pewter jugs. His hands were knotted at his back. His long black coat billowed in the wind, revealing thigh-length leather boots. Tangled, thick black hair hung down from beneath a diamond-shaped hat. The captain cleared his throat, placed his hands on his hips, and roared into the wind. Instantly the gaiety ceased, and they all faced the man lording it over his crew. "Make haste, men, and put this old wreck to sail," he boomed. "We are obliged to make a small detour, make a delivery to the Queen, and then on to Freetown to spend our vast treasure." Cheers went up, and Alfie watched transfixed as men rushed up the rigging to unfurl the sails, then to pull ropes and allow the tattered canvas to billow out. A rusty anchor was pulled up, and the captain turned the wheel, steering out of the harbour. A grey monkey stood on his shoulder, looking out to sea. A man in a long purple cloak turned and began to walk towards Alfie. His matted white hair fell forward as he stooped. Brittle, bony fingers clutched onto the bejewelled and carved handle of a cane, which glinted as moonlight shot out from behind the fast-moving clouds. He raised his old head and stared directly at the strangers. His wrinkled lips formed into a smile. In the same instant, the monkey's head shot around, and he screeched out, "Stowaways! Stowaways!" Streamers of rain lashed around in the squalling wind as Alfie darted towards a large square hole in the ship. He was halfway down the ladder when he looked up to see two giant men in metal helmets dropping down an iron grid. "He won't cause us any trouble now," said a gruff voice. "He can stay there until we make land. I expect you could do with a new cabin boy." Alfie found himself in a pitch-black space hemmed in by large objects that slid precariously from side to side as the ship rose and fell. "We're trapped, Dragon," he said in a dejected tone. "Dragon, do you have any flame left so I can take a look at the wheel and try to escape?" "My name is Kuchun Jade Shroud," he uttered, stumbling over his words as though he had difficulty talking. "I will try." Alfie could feel him clawing his way out of his hiding place. The creature was flapping his wings frantically, with his cheeks blown up like two balloons, when a streamer of bright light cut through the darkness. Alfie held out his hands and he landed. Moving the flame in a circular motion, they viewed their surroundings. They saw barrels, some stacked and some upright, creaking uneasily as though ready to tumble, and some that had escaped their bindings and already were sliding and rolling across the deck. Alfie's heart leapt into his throat as his eyes rested on two caged-off areas wherein, at first, the light flashed on white bones, the skeleton of a man. Then, in the sad corner of the second cell, he saw a dark, more solid shape. They rushed over to take a closer look. A person was sitting on the rough wooden floorboards, slumped over as if asleep, with a shackle around his ankle fastened to the floor by a chain. He raised his head, and Alfie jumped back startled, and Kuxyun's flame died. "Don't be afraid," the person whispered. "I'm of no danger. I'm supposed to be a doctor, a healer." His voice was piteous, and Alfie was not sure how to answer. "I'm Alfie, and I'm 9. What's your name?" "My name is Ed, and I'm pleased to meet you, Alfie. I'm not sure how I got here." "No, me neither," he said, still not feeling comfortable talking to a stranger. "I think I must be having a bad dream." "Perhaps we are sharing the same nightmare." "I was exploring a secret room at my new home when I found a toy or something. I had it in my hand, and I think it brought me here." It was then that Alfie remembered Amelia's note. Fumbling around in his pocket, he felt for the paper and pulled it out. "Dragon, can you give me some light?" "My name is Kuxyun," he said with annoyance. "You should always refer to a dragon by name." "Now I know I'm having a nightmare," the man said. Alfie was not paying attention to the man. He was too busy trying to read the note in the flickering light. "I have a letter I must read, but it's hard," he uttered almost to himself. "If you give it to me, I will read it for you." The man stretched his arm, but the chain prevented him from reaching the bars of the cage. "Sorry, I can't get to you." Alfie read the note aloud, as he found it more manageable. "Dear friend, if you're reading this, you found my last letter, and you've found the treasure. I hope you find it all interesting. I told my father about it, but he was busy and thought I was making it up. I nagged, and Dad said he would look when he came back from work. I don't know if he did, because that's when he disappeared. It's your secret now. I hope we meet one day. Amelia." "My goodness, my daughter is called Amelia!" the man cried in a shocked tone. "My name is Ed, short for Edward, and I'm Amelia's father. Please tell me what you know." "I'm Alfie. They were all looking for you and had to move away." Alfie heard sniffing, as if the man was silently weeping. Then he went on to briefly explain moving into the house, the clues his absent friend had left him, and finally the hidden room. "I'm a man of science and know nothing of magical things," he said. "The fact is we both seem to be here, wherever that may be, and we need to find a way home. Yes, my family will be upset when they can't find me." "You said you found a gadget, and the last thing I remember is also fiddling with some odd contraption. The next thing I knew, I was in the cathedral surrounded by the sick. I had my medical bag, administered some antibiotics, and the people improved most rapidly. That old man kept me imprisoned at his side for what feels like a year." "He told the pirate he'd just met you." "No, that's a lie," Ed growled. "He's cunning and cruel and tries to deceive everyone. He wanted me to show him how to make my medicine and thought I was deliberately keeping my knowledge to myself. I had no way of returning. Now they want me to administer to some queen's children," he whispered in a panicked tone. "I have no medicine left and have nothing which would fight a bacterial infection. He believes that under the royal threat my powers will return, and I will be forced to pass them in his direction. Now you come bringing me hope. I've thought long and hard, and that wheel was the last thing I held. If only I hadn't placed it down. I have that gadget with me, here in my pocket, but it has many symbols on it, and I'm not sure where to turn the dial. This chain is preventing me from coming closer." The man fell silent as if pondering the situation. "If you could get home, you might be able to acquire the things I would need to cure the children and bring them here. Then I might be freed." "But what if I choose the wrong symbol?" "You're right. It would be dangerous to get them wrong. Go through the signs." Alfie retrieved the wheel from his pocket and, holding the dragon close, described the pictures. I think we may discount the skull and crossbones, flowers, a scythe, nails, a bird or rope, which leaves us with the flame, rings, the serpent biting its tail, the person with leaves coming from his mouth. These last ones may also be dismissed." "Why those?" "I believe they're symbols of eternal life," he muttered, and then fell silent as he pondered further. "Where are the rings?" "At 2:15, Alfie said. "I think 12 o'clock. The heart is where it always returns after use, the stop position, because that's how I found it, and that's where it is now," Alfie said. "I think that's your best bet. Please hurry with help," he said pleadingly, just as the hatch opened and one of the men in armour slid down the rope ladder. Queen Deriri, Chapter 9. At dawn, Alfie and Ed, with their wrists bound behind their backs and with gauntleted hands nudging them in their backs, moved reluctantly down the gangplank and into a waiting rowing boat. From this vantage point, Alfie saw that on either side of a jetty, jagged rocks jutted out of the sea. Sheer cliffs ran in a curve like the sides of a basin, with the dock and beach sunk in the ground far below. In the centre, a waterfall roared. Seabirds screeched their alarm from craggy shelves as the captain, leading the way, stepped onto the sand, with the monkey hissing back at them from his position on the man's shoulders. He was surrounded by 4 ragged-looking sailors whose hands rested on the hilts of their swords. Moving ponderously behind them was the stooping figure of the old man with one of the knights at his side. Stepping onto the beach, Alfie noticed large clawed footprints, which, when he followed them with his eyes, led to a forest of tall oaks to his left. The storm had melted away, and the air was still. Alfie glanced around and thought the place looked sad. There were no other boats to be seen, and sheltered by the curtain of stone, everything seemed frozen. From a cave to the far right, 3 figures emerged and strolled towards the waiting group. The woman drew near and considered her visitors, while the 2 dark-haired men with sheathed swords hanging from their belts stood with their legs parted on either side, with stern expressions fixed on their faces. "Come before your queen, Audane Hayeshunter," she said in a melancholy tone. The grey-haired man in his long purple cloak scurried forward and knelt before the woman, supporting himself with his richly decorated stick. "I thank you, Captain Samuel Benjamin, for bringing me my old friend," she called. "I've been deeply grieved," she added in a solemn voice. "The blood is cold in my children's veins, and their hearts no longer dance." The captain bent slightly in greeting, but peered up at the Queen. Alfie could see his sharp, hawk-like features, the sneer on his lips, resentment in his dark, beady eyes, and a scar running down his right cheek. The Queen bent low, and her lips parted as she whispered in Odane's ear, "Pity my sad state. Rise, magician, and tell me you've brought with you some magic potion to fix our ills." The woman arranged her full green dress to cover the points of her boots and waited for the old man to stand. Alfie saw that she had a sorrowful beauty. Her face was warm and soft, but her lips remained downcast. Her startling blue eyes were darkened with grief, and her hands were wringing her plait of long red hair in an anxious grip. As Audane turned, Alfie saw the old man's faded eyes had grown watery, and a tear dropped onto his cheek. "I do, Your Highness," he said, rushing towards Ed. "He is a great magician, far better than I." The old man grabbed Ed's sleeve with his bony hand. Come and meet our Queen." "This is a peaceful domain for any friend of the Queen," she barked, and turned to face one of her guards. "Release this man immediately." The guard leaned over and, taking from his boot a small knife, twisted Ed to face him and cut his ties. Alfie had been holding his breath, but seeing the doctor free, breathed a sigh of relief. "You are our guest, not a prisoner, and I would like you to think as such. Everything you need will be made available to you." Ed, not knowing how to respond, gave a small nod of his head. "I wish we'd met at a better time. My people are afflicted, and I sit waiting between my throne and losing everything. My dynasty would fall if my children were to die. Indeed, my husband, the king, is no longer with us." "I will do my best to help your Majesty," Ed said awkwardly. "However, I would need to make a request immediately." "The boy," he said, glancing over his shoulder. "He's my assistant. I know he's young, but he's talented in magic, and I will need his help. Would you please release him to work alongside me?" "Yes, of course," she said, smiling. "I see you've invented a clever device for your eyes," she said, directing her words at Alfie. "Perhaps something could be made for me. My sight is poor." Then she faced Audain. "We must hurry if we're to save anyone." She twisted around and strode back to the cave. Then, just as she was about to disappear, she called over her shoulder, "Guards, summon the men and take the treasure from that wretched pirate ship." Alfie was rubbing his wrists after being cut free when glancing to the side. He saw that the captain was aware of the new command. Rage and fear shone from his eyes. He drew his sword from its scabbard and raised it towards the sky. Men swarmed off the ship and came up from the rear, weapons at the ready, just as one of the Queen's guards pulled Alfie towards the tunnel in the rocks. He stopped and gazed, transfixed, as soldiers burst out from the woods. In the darkness, he saw a huge eye snap open and a forked tongue flicked out, tasting the salty air. A massive beast was waking, as if from a long sleep. A cacophony of noise shook the peace, men shouting, a deep rumbling, and then the beating of wings as the bulky body tramped from the shadows and burst up into the sky. Alfie and Ed followed the gracefully moving woman and her two guards along the passage cut into the rock. They ascended worn steps and emerged into the wide expanse of a courtyard full of narrow streets and jumbled dwellings. People in long dresses and robes milled about, bowing reverently as their queen passed by. Looming before them was a castle fortress, with towers like steeples on its four corners pointing to the sky. Joining these were the battlements with knights at their posts, watching for approaching dangers. As they drew closer to the menacing ivy-covered walls, Alfie and Ed looked at each other with wide eyes. The Queen gave the order to open the gates, and they heard a beam slide and a latch click. They were ushered quickly into the vast hall, where amber, ruby and jade light shot through the stained glass windows and played a kaleidoscopic pattern on the stone floor. "Hurry!" the Queen said, as the guards steered them in the direction of a broad staircase. "I will take you to the nursery." At a brisk pace, they climbed endlessly, going higher and higher. They were escorted down a dark passage and entered a small room. A fire roared in the grate, and a nursemaid was sitting between two cots, rocking them gently and singing a lullaby. "Please examine the children," the mother ordered. "If it's the sweating sickness, then we're all doomed, and will be returning to the stars shortly. If you are successful with your magic, there are others which also need attention." Ed and Alfie went up to one of the cots and looked down at the child sleeping under a sheepskin blanket. Alfie watched as Ed lifted the boy's eyelid and noticed a mucus film obscuring his vision. He laid the back of his hand on the child's fevered, dewy brow, touched the red cheeks, felt around his neck, and pulling the covers back, checked under the child's arms. The doctor repeated his examinations with the second oldest boy. "Your children are unwell and will need treating, but I believe they're safe from the plague," he stated with confidence. "You mean they don't have the sweating sickness?" the Queen said, sighing with relief. "Please make them well, and I will provide you with anything at my disposal for you to return safely to your home." The Queen indicated to the nurse that she should leave and turned towards the door. "I will leave you to your work, and later will send Audain up to see if you require anything." Alfie sensed a change in the atmosphere when he found himself alone with Ed and relaxed a little. Ed straightened and looked directly at Alfie with a severe expression on his face. He leaned forward. "Alfie, I need you to be more grown up than you've ever been," he said, placing both his hands on the tops of his arms. "These children don't have the plague, but they do have a serious bacterial infection. They need antibiotics, which I no longer have. Please, if you can return, try to speak to Hilda, and then return as quickly as possible with the medicine. But we may both be able to use the wheel. Cuxyon came with me, Alfie said. Why not come home with us? I can't just leave these children to their plight, he whispered, straightened and gazed into the crib. This is some magic, not real, Alfie uttered, afraid of the responsibility thrust upon him. Please, we will do this, and then I may return with a clear conscience, Ed said. It could be we've found our way to another dimension just as true as ours. Magic Potion, Chapter 10. Alfie climbed over Arthur, who was lying curled up at the entrance. He slid into the sleeping bag next to his brother, who was dreaming with a smile on his face. Glancing over at his travelling alarm clock placed by his camp bed, he saw he'd arrived back at the witching hour, 12 midnight, the same time at which he'd left. His box was still on the covers at the foot of the bed. He leaned forward, slipped the skystone necklace over his head and placed it in the box. When he delved in his pocket for the dragon, he was startled to discover that it had reverted to being an ornament. Shutting the lid, he slid down and sighed. Everything seemed normal. Perhaps it was a dream, he thought as his eyelids grew heavy. The next day, when his dad squeezed into the tent, he scrambled forward and gave him a big hug. I'm so glad you're my dad, he said, squeezing tight. Arthur shot out of the way, and Leo woke up, crawled over to the bundle and was invited into the tangle of arms. As they broke apart, kneeling and bent up, Felix asked, Did you have a good sleep? Alfie was bursting at the seams and couldn't hold back. Dad, I had a dream about pirates. They had treasure hidden on their ship, but they had to take someone to an island where there was a queen who had a dragon. I went to her castle. It was old-fashioned and stunk. Alfie blurted out, not considering what he was saying. Seeing Felix listening with wonder, he continued. It was huge. It had shining black-blue scales and a lashing tail. It swooped over the ship and plunged down, spraying fire. Wow, Alfie, we should write that down, his dad said, smiling broadly. Dreams make some of the best stories. You could take it to school and show it to your teacher. Well, as you've all had such a busy night, I think you should come and have some breakfast, he said, backing out of the tent in his uncomfortable position. Dragons, Leo said. Alfie, read me the dragon story. Titch, it wasn't pretend, it was real, he said, wondering if he could share his secret with his brother. You mustn't keep secrets from your parents, so I said it like it was a dream. Leo looked at him with a bemused expression. Why? Because it's dangerous and I have to go back there on a mission. I'm indispensable. Why? Never mind why, I've just told you, and you mustn't tell Mum and Dad that it's true. We'll go and speak to Hilda the moment we've eaten. Let's hurry. With a clear purpose in his mind, Alfie rushed down his breakfast and encouraged his brother to do the same. Without even bothering to dress, they rushed next door. Soon, Alfie, Leo and Arthur were standing in Hilda's kitchen. Alfie was dancing on the spot and gesticulating wildly with his arms as he relayed his story. Bandit slinked towards the old woman and wound around her legs, looking suspiciously at the group. Leo stood grinning with his nose dripping, and Arthur sank onto the floor, staring back at the annoying cat. So, will you help us get the medicine? He added when he'd finished telling his tale. Automatically wiping his brother's nose, he watched and waited in agony for Hilda's response. She pondered curiously for some time. Alfie, it's a thin divide between dreams and reality. I do believe that it all felt real to you. The thing is, you're only 9, and to give you dangerous medicines would not be responsible of me, and I could get into much trouble. Her eyes darted from his face, and she stooped down, picked up Bandit, and placed him on a chair where he sat shivering. If what you're saying is true, and there's a mystery to explore, it would not be without dangers. Perhaps I should go in your place. Yes, but they could capture you, Alfie said desperately. You can't hide like me. He knew if he was forbidden to go by the adults, there wouldn't be much he could do, because he needed Hilda's help. It just isn't safe, she said, as Alfie saw her mouth droop down in an uncharacteristic manner. He'd never experienced feelings of displeasure towards Hilda, but at that moment he was infuriated. Why doesn't she realise how important it is to take the medicine to the doctor? In a huff, he stuffed his hands in his dressing-gown pockets and turned to storm off. It was then that grit or something sharp dug into his fist. "The diamonds! I remember, the dragon stole some of the treasure," he thought excitedly. He held his sparkling palm under Hilda's eyes. "My goodness, where did you find those?" she said, picking one out and holding it up to the light. She tapped it on her teeth. "It appears to be genuine," she said, dropping it back into his outstretched hand. "Cushion the dragon stole them from the pirates. I forgot I had them." Alfie watched as the corners of her mouth turned up. "They are worth a great deal of money. You must keep them somewhere safe. I suppose many things happen beyond what our eyes can see." "You will help us?" "Just this once I will trust you," she said, walking over to a cupboard and opening the door. Alfie saw stacked boxes of pills. He watched intently as she rummaged around. "I knew I had some. They are my late husband's." She handed him 2 boxes. "Ed will know what to do with them." Alfie took the precious items and stuffed them into his pocket. He regarded Hilda with downcast eyes. "I don't think this will be enough." "Look, you've told me your secret, and now I'll show you one of mine. Come with me," she said, and led the way into the corridor, which went deeper into the house. She pushed the door open, and they all stepped into what Hilda called her library. Alfie gazed around, amazed at all the bottles, jars, and unrecognisable paraphernalia, and sniffed the unfamiliar aromas. Arthur slouched down in the entrance, and Leo clung to Alfie's leg. "I can make you your penicillin," Hilda said, beaming as she went to a shelf. She ran her index finger along the line, looking for something specific. "Monohydrate, cornstarch, sodium nitrate, magnesium sulfate," she muttered to herself, saying words that Alfie had not heard before. "Manganese sulfate and, of course, hydrochloric acid. Yes, it's all here. I will have to decide whether to use bread or a citrus fruit. Oh, I'm sorry, dears. I almost forgot you were in the room," she said, facing the children. "I was a chemist before I retired and made quite a study of natural medicines. These days I have little need for any of this." She beamed and waved an arm towards the books and potions. "How long will it take to make?" "Well, that's the thing. It's not a quick process. The mouldy bread will have to incubate for 5 days, then be stored for 10 to 14 days. It's a tricky thing to get right." "Thanks, Hilda. I will take what you've given me to the doctor and explain how we needed to wait for the rest to be made." "Hello, I've lost 2 children and a lazy dog," Felix called from the kitchen. "It's your father," Hilda whispered, her brow knitting with concern. "Quick into the kitchen. We don't want awkward questions." "There you are," he said, wrapping an arm around Alfie's shoulder and plucking up Leo with the other. "What have you all been scheming?" He laughed. "I hope they weren't bothering you, Hilda." "No, of course not. I was just showing them my book of dragons." "Filling their heads with nonsense again," he said in good humour. "Right, you two, that tent needs to go away. Every good camper must clean up afterwards." Travelling back, Chapter 11. What had most concerned Alfie on his second trip into the other world was that he might arrive back on board the pirate ship. He'd studied the wheel long and hard, considering every engraved symbol, before dropping the skystone necklace over his head and touching the pointer. He now knew that if he turned the hands to the flowers, he would arrive within the castle walls. This time he carried with him his school backpack, and hidden inside was the large bottle full of Hilda's potion made from penicillin spores. Having made sure everyone was sleeping, he once again descended the narrow steps into the darkness. On this mission, he'd noticed that Kutsyun was growing rapidly, and yet on his return he suspected he would revert to the size of an ornament small enough to fit in his box. This puzzled him at first, but then he accepted it along with all the other weird happenings. Kuk-yun sat on his shoulder, wrinkled his lips into an O shape, and shot out a significant flame. Light cut a path in the darkness. They walked to the far end of the room and stood at the desk facing the beautiful stained glass window of the Queen. Alfie dropped his bag by the big book and took out the wheel. "Stay still, Kuk-yun," he commanded. "I mustn't get this wrong." He touched the skystone hanging around his neck, looped the straps of his bag around his arm, and carefully spun the hand on the device into the correct position, pointing to the flower. In an instant, everything transformed. Before anyone could see, he dropped the wheel back into his bag. He arrived in the thickness of night amidst squalling wind and rain. It didn't wash away the disagreeable stink, which offended his senses, causing him to feel nauseous. Pulling his flimsy dressing gown tight around his body, he hurried through the cloying mud towards the castle. It was then he spotted two figures striding in his direction. Hastily, he concealed himself between two small houses and, grabbing the dragon by its tail, dropped it into his backpack. "That's no way to treat an honourable beast," Kuk-yun complained. "Shush, we need to be quiet." As the strangers drew near, Alfie noticed they were holding fabric across their mouths and noses. They bent and pushed their way into one of the dwellings. Alfie froze, too frightened to move in case they burst back out and grabbed him. Then he heard they were talking, and he listened intently, trying to block out the sound of the cascading waterfall and the pounding rain. "My lord, look!" a stern voice spoke. A pause followed. "Do you see those black boils on their necks and under their arms?" "Yes, I see." "It wipes out everything in its wake. It does not discriminate between rich and poor. The devil's butchery will wipe us all out." The Queen is vulnerable, and her position on the throne weakens by the day. Perhaps it's time to choose sides, Odain. "Yes, indeed. My ship is in the bay on the other side of the island. I will return there, will retreat to a haven and wait for news." With the smell of disease in his nose and a rising fear of being caught, Alfie stood drenched and cold. Finally, the figures stooping pushed back out into the night and scurried away in opposite directions. Stepping out of the shadows, Alfie and Kuk-yun rushed towards the castle door. "Kuk-yun, when the man opens the door, fly around him," Alfie whispered as he opened the bag to allow the dragon to fly free. "Find some food for yourself, and I will call you when I'm ready." Scanning in all directions, he carefully trod through the sloshing mud. When he reached the wooden door, he thumped hard against its impenetrable surface and then pushed his back against the stone wall. A tall man appeared, holding a lantern and peering into the darkness. "Who's there?" he shouted as the dragon swooped down over his head and then flapped around like a moth attracted by a flame. Alfie saw the man run into the courtyard, chasing after the beast, and then slipped into the vast hall. A profound silence replaced the noise from outside, and Alfie assumed everyone was asleep. Without hesitation, he dashed up the main stairs and entered the maze of corridors. To his surprise, he found Ed sitting in the heavy wooden chair, soothing the crying baby. "I've become their nursemaid, and now they're well," he said without looking up. "I remember when Amelia was this small. I must get back to her. She will be so anxious." "Alfie, you're soaking," he said, finally glancing up. "Take your dressing gown off and warm yourself by the fire. We can't have you getting sick too." "How are the children?" Alfie said, sitting in one of two uncomfortable chairs and holding his dressing gown in front of the flames. Twisting to address Ed, he watched as the man slothfully rose and, bending carefully, lay the child back in its crib. It was a grim sight. The man was ash-pale and crushed by the weight of sleepless nights and the lack of sunlight. "Thanks to you, taking so many risks," he grinned. "The children are greatly improved, and the medicine will complete their recovery. Then there'll be nothing more I need to do." "You could leave tonight with me," Alfie said, noticing a wave of happiness wash over the man at the thought of leaving his nightmare behind. "I must. I need to return to Amelia," he said, slumping into the chair opposite Alfie. Being here with these delightful children makes her absence even more painful. Alfie regarded the two cots. One child was soundly asleep, and the youngest was sitting upright, laughing, babbling, and gazing around. "I feel like a castaway on a desert island," Ed continued. "I'm waiting for that ship to rescue me." "I have the antibiotics Hilda made and the instructions," Alfie said with enthusiasm. "You could leave it with the Queen." The door crept open, and Queen Deriri glided into the room. To Alfie, she appeared considerably changed. Her golden hair was loose and almost touched the floor. Her white face was flushed, and her eyes were dark with anxiety. She nodded in Alfie's direction. "Sir Ed, I wish to thank you for saving the lives of my children, and I indeed bestow on you all the privileges which my kingdom may offer," she said, wringing her hands with her eyes, darting into every shadow of the room as if she expected to be ambushed. "More harm awaits us. My worst fears have been confirmed, and the plague is raking over our island and has decimated the mainland. I'm in a vulnerable position, and I have received news that my enemies are preparing to take advantage of my weakened state." "Do you not have the best weapon of all, your dragon?" Ed said. "When my father ruled our kingdom, it thrived and was peaceful. Thunder is a formidable weapon, but strong magic binds him to the island, and he may only be used as a defence." "Wait for the enemy to come to you," Ed said. "There is no longer a door standing between our safety and the enemy's will. They're already within these walls. My people and supporters are ill." "Your Majesty, I have a family who needs me," Ed pleaded. "You possess fantastic powers, the power to give life. You and O'Dane are my only weapons against evil. I just need enough time to restore my power, to strengthen my army." Alfie and Ed exchanged troubled glances. "Dear Queen, I'm not a magician, I'm a healer." "Names and titles matter little now. I depend on you, but if you feel you are not able to stay, then as an honourable woman and one who keeps her word, I will not detain you against your will." She paused to allow Ed to respond, but the gap became uncomfortably long. Alfie could see the doctor's agony as he was slowly swallowed into the dark throat of confusion, unable to decide whether to risk his life further or return to his daughter. "Alfie, hand me the medicine." The apprentice complied. "Give this to your sick. There are instructions." "It is you I need," she whispered. Just as the Queen's sorrow climbed into her eyes and threatened to spill, she turned and left the room. Appearing downcast, Ed rose and placed the bottle and paper with the method of use on the mantelpiece. "We must go," Alfie said in a panicked tone as he stood ready to leave. Ed didn't move. He was staring down at the now sleeping children. Alfie pulled at his sleeve. "Come on," he urged. Human contact was enough to budge Ed, and he turned from his charges and followed Alfie out into the corridor. Together they navigated their way through the passages, down the vast stairway, through the door, and out into the courtyard. Alfie looked up to the clouds racing over the moon and breathed a sigh of relief. The rain had stopped, and he relished the thought of bringing the doctor home so he could be reunited with his daughter. And everything would be put right. A riderless horse appeared in the courtyard and wandered towards the castle door. Something was hanging over its back. Alfie ignored it and, placing his bag on the flagstones, took out the wheel. "I think we'll need to be touching when I change the dial," he muttered. "Cook's yon jade shroud," Alfie called. He felt a blast of hot air as the dragon shot towards him, landing heavily on his shoulder. When Alfie finally straightened, he looked around and saw that Ed was no longer at his side. He'd returned to the castle and, holding the horse's mane, was examining the heap on its back. Impatiently, Alfie marched over to the doctor. A man was slung over the creature, his arms hanging down, and his ghostly white face pointed towards the onlookers. Both man and boy stared at the grisly sight. "I have the remedy to end this sorrow. I can save these people," Ed muttered. "The Queen has the medicine. She can save them," Alfie said with desperation. "Alfie, I'm a prisoner to my medical oath. When people are in need, I must help them." "I will stay then." "No, it's too dangerous. Return here in 2 weeks to the day," Ed said emphatically. "Then I promise I will return with you." "I will leave you, Kuchyan. He belongs here." Tears fogged Alfie's vision. "Kuchyan, look after Ed. I will return soon." The Fruits of the Vine Children's Home, Chapter 12. Tiffany knew that by visiting the Fruits of the Vine Children's Home, she could be wrenched from their beautiful dream, but both parents needed to get to the bottom of the unfathomable mystery of Leo's birth. "When I dropped the kids off at Mum's and she said there was no way I had a sister, I was hit by an overwhelming feeling that something was deeply wrong," Tiffany uttered, resting back on the headrest and staring into the void. "My parents would not lie about something like that." "You should always trust your gut," Felix muttered, with his eyes locked onto the fast-moving traffic of the motorway. "It all sounded suspicious to me from the start." Tiffany turned her head and gazed at her husband's profile. "You understand that by doing this, we could lose him?" "Neither of us are the sort of people to live a lie." Felix slid the car onto the slip road. "I saw on the internet that there is also a genetics research facility over the road from the school. Thought that was a little odd." As the car curved around the bending lanes and the rich afternoon countryside sighed in the silence, Tiffany and Felix fell quiet. The never-ending road made Tiffany sleepy. She gazed at the long grass blowing in the faint breeze, the brambles weaving amongst the hedgerows laden with blackberries, birds fluttering, and seeing everything bound together into one delightful story, thought of the love she had for her children. Everything in her life led back to them. She was scared and didn't want her happiness to end. Her thoughts hovered over the blissful memories and pure joy they'd experienced since Alfie had entered their lives, and with Leo's arrival they'd found another piece of love's treasures, and their lives were complete. They turned into a road with thick woodland on either side. "Look out for a sign. It should be here somewhere," Felix said. Tiffany spotted an insignificant-looking signpost on their right, but ignored it, thinking it was unlikely to be the school, as they generally advertised their presence more boldly. "I think we must have overshot," Felix said. "The sat-nav says we've passed it." "I saw a small wooden sign back there," Tiffany said, twisting her head in the direction they'd come. "I dismissed it as it looked like a track to a private house." "We can turn back." The car took a sharp left and hummed as they rolled along the black strip of tarmac. To their right was a manicured field where fresh-faced children joyfully chased around. Looking at the beautiful grounds and freedom through the clear eyes of the young, Tiffany regretted their journey. "What if we're wrong? They all look so happy." "We're just looking for further reassurance, and there's nothing wrong with that." In front of the large Victorian red brick building, Felix turned off the engine, and together they climbed out into the still, cooling air. A thin, nervous woman answered the door. "We've come to see Mrs. Peeves," Felix said. "She's in her office," the woman murmured, flashing a timid smile. "I'll take you there. It's afternoon play, so most of the staff are on the field or drinking coffee." She giggled and led them inside. Wax polish from the shiny woodblock floor was an instant reminder of the adults' own childhoods. Tiffany thought the indoor atmosphere was ghostly and grim as she stood in the imposing entrance hall, gazing up at a sweeping staircase that led to the upper levels. Terror clasped her stomach as they walked towards a door which had a plaque reading "Headmistress's Office" in large letters. The mousy woman knocked and called out, "There's a Mr. and Mrs. Bagley to see you." "You may enter," said a commanding voice. Like naughty schoolchildren, they hesitantly walked into the room. With her back to the couple, the headmistress stared out of the window, a figure dressed all in black. She twisted around and greeted them with half-smiling lips. Tiffany's eyes were drawn to the large, dark, protruding mole on her chin, and she wondered if Alfie was correct when he insisted she was a witch. "How can I help you both?" she said, without inviting them to sit, and with her darkly bright eyes boring into the unwelcome visitors. "We remain unsure of the legalities of having Leo living with us," Felix said firmly. "You see, my mother completely denies having any other children," Tiffany added. "I trust her 100%. She wouldn't lie about such things." "So you wish to return the child? He doesn't fit into your family? Have you noticed unusual behaviours that have caused you concern?" Exasperated, Tiffany turned to Felix. She saw his jaw tighten and his expression harden. "No, that is not the issue at all. We want the truth about his background. He's a bright boy and will ask questions." Mrs. Peeves glanced down at her watch. "I'm afraid I can't be long, as I must call the children into the dining hall." "The truth, or we'll be obliged to go to the authorities," Felix snapped. Tiffany sighed, seeing the curtain drop between them and their dreamed future, and knew that the pain of losing Leo would be worse than bereavement. "I hope you understand that the police might consider that it is you who has perpetrated a crime. I'm quite shocked. These types of events rarely happen with our chosen parents. They understand that it's an exchange of favours. Maybe we have made a mistake choosing you out of so many wanting children." Tiffany spotted the vein throbbing in her husband's neck as he tried to suppress his anger. "We're extremely happy with Leo, but it worries us to think that someone could turn up accusing us of stealing their child," Tiffany added. "The truth, for what it's worth, is that these children depend on us finding them suitable families to enable them to get ahead in the world," Mrs. Peeves said, softening her tone. "These children are hard to adopt as they're older and need extra loving homes. As for anyone turning up in the future, they're true orphans in every sense of the word. They have absolutely nobody. There are no relations to come out of the woodwork." The hairs on her mole twitched as she rubbed the tip of her long nose. Tiffany drooped and looked to the floor, ashamed. "So why the story about a mysterious sister?" Felix asked feebly. "I admit that was a mistake, but as I said, my main priority is to find these wonderful children somewhere safe." They were all interrupted by the sound of the students thundering through the building, and they paused to listen. "I hope that answers all your concerns, but I have things to attend to," she said, holding her outstretched arm towards the door. "Oh, and the authorities run this place and understand all the work we do here. I can give you the name of a government minister, if you wish to contact them further." "No, that won't be necessary, and thank you for your time," Felix said sourly, his eye twitching with frustration at having travelled so far for nothing. "We will leave you in peace." Felix strode in the direction of the door, and Tiffany rushed after him, turning briefly to smile her thanks at Mrs. Peeves, and spotted a cunning glint in the woman's eyes. "I'm asking you to trust us, Mrs. Bagley." Once outside, they turned their backs on the sounds of children laughing and chatting and hurried to their car. "Well, that was a waste of time," Felix moaned. "I'm tired. Let's go back to the lay-by and have a quick nap before heading home." It was dark within the tunnel of pines. Felix rubbed his fatigued eyes, slid back his car seat, dropped the back and languorously stretched out. Tiffany also made herself comfortable, and in the dusky solitude slipped into a light sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Tiffany woke. Outside, a blanket of misty darkness had fallen. She flipped the flap, which revealed a mirror and a strip of light. She checked her makeup and saw a moth flutter against the windscreen. From around a distant bend appeared blinding headlights and the screeching of tyres. Sharp panic crushed her chest as she realised the vehicle was moving at speed in their direction. "Felix, wake up!" She screamed and threw her body tight against the door as she reached for the handle. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a deer dart out and leap into the air. A boom shattered the peace as the car swerved and smashed into a tree on the opposite side of the road. Spontaneously, they both ran to the scene. Felix yanked open the door on the passenger side. Tiffany peered over his shoulder at an overweight, balding man slumped over the steering wheel. Tiffany was aware of an unpleasant smell, a mingling of diesel and alcohol. "I can smell fuel," she said as her heart pounded. "We must get him out." She watched as Felix climbed over to the man and tried to free his seatbelt. Then she spotted black smoke billowing up through the footwell. "I can't free him!" Felix shrieked. Tiny flames frantically licked at the man's feet as they came up through cracks. "Go and get my knife and get rid of those papers!" Tiffany glanced down and saw that a pile of documents had tumbled onto the floor dangerously near the sprouting fire. Bending low, she collected them all up into her arms and raced over to their car. She flung everything onto her chair, and it scattered in all directions as she rummaged through the glove compartment for her husband's diving knife, and then she grabbed her phone. She dashed back, dialing 999, shouted at the operator to hurry, handed Felix the knife, and gawped in horror as the flames hungrily ate into one of the man's legs. He was still unconscious, but a strangled cry of pain gurgled from his throat. The man's bindings were released, and Felix hauled the heavy man away from the immediate danger. Felix smothered the flames with his coat and the weight of his body. When he rose, Tiffany muffled her gasps of horror and disgust with her hands clamped against her mouth. "Kneel beside him, Tiff. Hold his hands and talk to him while I check him over." She stroked his grime-covered forehead, uttered soothing words and prayed the ambulance would arrive soon. When all the emergency vehicles arrived, Tiffany retreated to the side of the road and sat shaking uncontrollably as the paramedics fought to save the man's life, and the fire brigade stifled the ball of flames. Felix was rushing around, speaking to everyone, but he was still on overdrive and unable to calm himself back down. Finally, a sympathetic policeman ushered them both to his car and asked them to sit in the back while he took a statement. "Sir, what you and your wife have done here tonight saved that man's life, but now you must take some deep breaths and try to relax," he said in a soft voice. "The man has sustained severe burns, but thanks to you he will live, and we don't want you ending up in the ambulance alongside him." He turned his attention toward Tiffany. "Mrs. Bagley, could you tell me what happened from your point of view, and from the beginning?" Tiffany, struggling to speak rapidly, stammered out her story, including every detail, right from the moment the moth bashed against the windscreen. "A deer ran out," the policeman said. "Yes, but before that, it looked as though he'd aimed his car directly at us. I was about to open my door and jump out." The policeman raised an eyebrow. "Alcohol?" "Yes, I could smell it on his breath." After taking Felix's statement, the policeman put his notebook in his top pocket and smiled. "You've both been very helpful," he said, holding his hand out to Felix. "Thank you again, Mr. Bagley." He handed them a card. "Just ask for Sergeant Rogers if anything else comes to mind, and I mean anything." With great relief they climbed into their own car. "Let's get out of here. I've had enough drama today," Felix said as he started the engine. Tiffany was aware that her feet were resting on a heap of papers. "I've still got all his documents here," she said, scooping them up and attempting to straighten them into a manageable pile. "Don't worry now, we can hand them in at the station." Holding them carefully on her lap, Tiffany glanced down and saw the words, "Top Secret." Curious, she ran her eyes down the print and read, "Instructions for introducing alien DNA into human embryos. Seizing the Kingdom, Chapter 13. Great bells from one of the towers rung out. Ed stood with the crowd of ordinary folk as the procession entered the vast hall. Queen Dehariri walked ahead with her children on either side, followed by her council and courtiers. All were dressed in their most beautiful robes and gowns. They made their way to the high table with lightness and grace. As they strolled by Ed, he breathed in perfume, which mingled with the pleasant aromas of wood smoke and food. Dehariri stopped in front of him and extended her hand. "Come and join us, my friend," she said, with her cheeks slightly flushing on her alabaster face. "This is a time of celebration, and it is thanks to you." "I would be delighted, Your Majesty," he said, and gazed at her glossy rust-coloured hair, as it bounced from beneath her crown and ran in ripples down the back of her silky green dress. He was about to follow, but the crowd closed in on him, and he was happier observing her mount the steps to her seat from the periphery. The guests settled onto benches on either side of long tables laden with sumptuous food. "Join us for a drink, my friend," a young man with a newly whiskered face said as he grabbed Ed's sleeve. Ed, who'd acquired new clothes, fitted in perfectly with the rest of the shabby mob and squeezed in with the everyday people where he felt more comfortable. "If it wasn't for you, none of us here would have lived to see grey hair." The youth laughed, his cheeks already wine-flushed. The heavy wooden doors were pushed shut, and the guards took up their positions and looked on while everybody feasted. Sweet music played as a backdrop to the chatting and laughter. After some time, when all the guests were mellow, and full one of the audience started tapping the bottom rim of his pewter goblet on the table and called for the Queen to make a speech. Others joined in until the whole hall was filled with a cacophony of people calling for the Queen's attention. She rose gracefully to face the crowd. "My dear friends and subjects, a wonderful thing has happened." She paused and glanced over the radiant and eager faces. "The foul death is over, and God willing, he will also loosen his vengeful grip on the mainland. Therefore, I would like you all to drink to the humblest but most powerful of all healers and magicians. Please rise," she commanded. Ed rose, keeping his head bowed low, the blood rushing into his face as the crowd applauded, called out their thanks and cheered. He felt like a fraud and wanted to explain to the people that it wasn't magic he possessed, but the skills of a doctor. "I shall remain regent to my eldest son Barrington until he is of an age to rule. Any challenge to the existing order will be dealt with swiftly and without mercy. I have consulted with my council, inner circle and trusted fellows, and we've all agreed on this matter. Since the tragedies which have left no family untouched, including my own, we all desire change and a new start. My father left me a legacy of compassion, which I will extend to you, my people. Everyone will have ample work and a higher price for their labour, which will come directly from the treasury. We will fill the kingdom with knowledge, arts, agriculture and manual skills, which will all be valued on merit. And I would also like to invite Sir Edward to join us in our quest and become chief magician and protector to the Queen and all her subjects, a privilege which none could refuse." Ed was just about to decline the offer when a hooded figure stepped out from the shadows where the weak lamplight was unable to penetrate and walked into the centre of the room. Immediately, Ed recognised the carved-handled stick of Audain. "You would have this young upstart rob me of my position," he shouted, waving his staff in the air. "I've been at your side since you were a child, and this is all the thanks I get." "Dear Audain, you misunderstand," the Queen said softly and smiled sweetly. "We all appreciate what you've done for our kingdom. Your loyalty and powers are not in question, and your position will remain. You need a rest. I've seen you weaken under the strain of conjuring. Everyone takes leave of their post eventually. You will retire to great luxuries." But, he stammered with rage, "you intend to replace me with this stranger." He swung his arm around and pointed his staff directly at Ed. "He's not one of us, and he's a thief. He stole a device of mine, which was very important because it had the power to enter other worlds. I've seen his young apprentice come and go." "Where is the boy now? You won't find him amongst us," he said with deep resentment. This impostor should be put on trial. Ed wanted nothing more than to vanish when he spotted another shape moving out from behind a pillar in the shadows of the passage. The striking figure of Captain Samuel Benjamin stepped into the arena. There was a shudder of gasps and hands grasped hilts. "If this outsider's magic is so powerful, perhaps we should put it to the test," Samuel said. "What wicked spell has brought this outlaw into my court?" the Queen raged. "Arrest these men?" "I can see beyond what any of you can imagine," Audain said, raising his staff. "I have the power to take back all that I've given to this kingdom." Flecks of glittering silver drifted over the top table, like snow blanketing the land. The lords and ladies, the queen, her children, and all her trusted grew rigid and froze in their last act of motion. Flesh turned to stone. People stared, stunned and afraid. "If your magic is so powerful, you will be able to release them," Audain said, turning and with a stern expression fastened his eyes onto Ed. "Prove to these people you are who you claim to be." "My skill lies in healing," Ed said, reaching for the unfamiliar sword the Queen had insisted he wear. "I've never claimed to have magical powers. Besides, only God has the force to overcome the devil's evil." He unsheathed his sword and stretched his arm, directing the point at his enemy. There was a loud uproar as blades were drawn, and men, soldiers, and women rushed to detain the conspirators. They circled the two men, who were also armed and ready to defend themselves. A rhythmic booming could be heard above the commotion, and everyone fell silent and looked towards the wooden doors. The walls rocked, the earth quaked, stones fell from towers and battlements, and everything crumbled and collapsed as the dragon's heavy, swaying body forced its way into the room. Thunder, his black-blue scales glinting in the lamplight, shot flames into the crowds who cried out and retreated into the shadows or skirted the walls, making towards the gaping hole. Ed saw the beast was full of rage as he stomped his bulky, muscular body, moving towards the top table and his queen. "Dragon, your queen is not dead, but will be if you don't obey your new leader," the pirate captain hissed. In front of the queen, the beast fell silent. He lowered his head and sniffed at her face. His tongue flicked out and gently touched her cheek, as if he was trying to satisfy himself that she still lived. He swung around and cleared a path through the remaining crowd with an immense plume of flame. As it passed Ed, he looked up and thought he saw tears standing in Thunder's eyes, waiting to drop. Dumbfounded, they all watched as, once outside, the dragon outstretched its massive wings and swooped up into the night. "Forget your queen," the captain said, addressing those who'd not fled. "You have new rulers of this kingdom. Your home and land will be confiscated, and you will be put to work in the lead and gold mines on the mainland. Those who disobey will suffer their fate. The dragon Thunder Sourwing has had the spell binding him to this island removed, and under my command will be free to aid us in convincing those on the mainland that a king now sits on the throne," Audain added. "We have little need of any other weapons. If he fails to obey, the queen will die." Leo reveals his power, Chapter 14. Standing in the dim twilight, Alfie scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. On a hill to his right was a castle. It had the same grandeur as the island fortress, imposing and gloomy with Gothic arches, turrets and battlements, but it was the wrong building. It overlooked a ramshackle village. Each crooked house had a plume of smoke rising from a hole, which floated in strands over the straw roofs. He breathed in the stench of sewage mingled with mud. As he gazed around, he saw a harbour overcrowded with ships and heard men shouting as they approached up the steps. "You startled me, Titch," Alfie moaned. "You took me by surprise, and now we're in big trouble." He continued to scold as it helped him feel less afraid. "You grabbing my leg caused the hand on the wheel to slip onto the sand timer. Now we're in a strange place." Leo grinned up at him, bright-eyed and eager to have an adventure with his brother. "You're too young and won't understand. I will have to abandon everything and get you home." A line of knights on horseback took up Alfie's attention. They spread out, pushing through the narrow streets. People in drooping misery scurried out of their way and hid within their tiny dwellings. There was a metallic clatter as the knights dismounted and began roughly pulling people from their homes. The two boys squeezed into the shadows and watched. A ragged man was standing by a water butt drinking from a ladle when a metal-clad soldier approached and pushed him harshly to the ground. The two onlookers watched the knight grab the utensil out of the man's hand. He scooped up the liquid and was bringing it to his lips when it took on a life of its own and bashed him on the chin. Every time he tried to drink, he couldn't make the rim of the bowl reach his lips. "Witchery!" he cried, threw the offending object into the mud, and stomped away. "That was odd," Alfie whispered. "Bad man," Leo added. "Take the healthy for the mines and leave the sick to the dragon," a fierce voice boomed. Peeping from his hiding place, Alfie looked towards the sound and saw the tall man in long boots, wearing a diamond-shaped hat, bearing the image of a skull and crossbones. "It's the captain," he said breathlessly. "We must find Ed. He could be in danger." They heard a hammering coming from above. Glancing up in unison, the boys saw a vast black shape. Its wings were spread as it glided towards the ground and landed with a thud. The beast's horrifying head panned in every direction, his jet eyes seeking out everything that moved. A cloud of flies hovered around his reeking, rancid, bile-dripping jaws. He opened his cavernous mouth, which was crowded with long, pointed teeth. Fire blasted towards a hovel, which was immediately consumed by the flames. Alfie heard people screaming for help, and then everyone stampeded from their homes, rushing into the nearby fields out of the beast's way. Alfie and Leo remained rigid, rooted to the spot, unable to move. It was beyond anything they'd seen before. "It's awesome," Alfie finally said, attempting to sound brave in front of his brother. Soon all the streets were empty and the houses were in flames. Not even a dog or cat could be seen idling on street corners or around the bins. "I've got to get you back," Alfie said, as the dragon turned his stony black eyes towards the houses they were sandwiched between. The dragon's sharp, steely claws tapped on the cobblestones, and his thick tail thrashed from side to side. He held Alfie's attention as he bent to grab Leo's hand. Alfie's fingers clasped at air, and when he glanced down, he saw Leo had gone. Under an extending shadow, he cautiously peered up again and saw that the dragon had seized a scurrying man in his jaws and was tossing him about. "Titch! Titch!" he screamed as he darted through the maze of burning streets. Then he looked to the line of knights on horseback, holding flaming torches, the wretched people snaking through the meadows towards a distant mountain range, and there, on the tail end of the procession, he spotted his brother. Alfie chased after Leo and caught up with him just as the prisoners were being hurried into a dark wood. A footpath cut through the trees, leading directly to the mines. "Titch, we mustn't get separated. You can't just run off," Alfie said with exasperation. "Must stop the bad men," Leo said angrily. He abruptly stopped walking and clenched his eyelids together. The ground shuddered and flocks of screeching birds flapped into the air. Alfie, looking ahead, saw that the path had coiled and had divided into many branches, driving confusedly in many directions amongst the darkness of the trees. The captain pulled his panicked horse to a halt and waved his torch about, searching for a way out. "Magician, come here," he commanded. "Aldane, what kind of spell is this? Straighten the path." People saw their chance to escape and hide and darted in all directions. "Knights, hunt those slaves down. Each one lost will be money from your purse." Samuel sat on high, raging and trying to control his frightened animal. "I told you to lock the imposter Ed up on the island." "Yes, he is. I can assure you he's in the deepest cell under the ruined castle, being tortured until he reveals the secrets of the potion he uses against the sickness." "Sort this mess out, unless you want to join the slaves," Samuel commanded. Leo opened his eyes, glanced around as if getting his bearings, and then squeezed his lids shut once more. Alfie heard roots tearing from the ground and trees crashing into the dense foliage, blocking the way of the knights, startling their horses and throwing them to the ground. Alfie realised that the chaos unfolding was in some way caused by his brother. He grasped his hand and pulled him away. Together they ran as fast as their legs could carry them, back down the slope, through the fields, and on towards the harbour. The Rescue, Chapter 15. A knight spotted them and gave chase. Then more followed in ever-increasing numbers as Alfie jumped into a rowing boat and lifted his brother onto the seat behind him. They set off on a mission, but without any plan. He hugged the coast, the sea was calm, and the moon had appeared from behind the clouds. Despite the perfect conditions, the journey was arduous, as Alfie had only rowed a boat a couple of times on a theme park lake with his parents. After enduring over an hour at sea, Alfie slipped their craft by the deserted jetty. Alfie took his box from his rucksack, opened the lid and took out the sword. Holding it on his flat palm, he watched as it glowed green and took on a life of its own, growing in size and weight. With his weapon at the ready, they moved rapidly through the pitch-black tunnel which led to the castle. As they approached the exit, they slowed their pace. Alfie saw a blacker shape stirring in the thick darkness. He took a stance and stared hard. 2 eyes glinted, and a hot blast of air shot into his face. "Kuxion, what happened to you?" Alfie said in a reprimanding tone. "I asked you to protect the doctor." He glared directly at the dragon, who, unable to face his master, looked away. "He's scared," Leo said. He went over to the creature, squatted close and wrapped his arm around his neck. Alfie gazed into Kuxion's soft eye and at his trembling body. "Well, I suppose you're still a baby, but you're a dragon and need to be brave for us now. Do you know how to find Ed?" Kuxion sped ahead, leading the way. They ventured out into the intense silence of the courtyard and slipped between buildings towards the formidable fortress. Nervously, they approached the collapsed wall, expecting to be confronted by knights brandishing swords. They met no resistance in the grand hall. They followed the dragon to a tiny door in the base of one of the turrets and coiled down endless spiral steps into the murky belly of the building. With their eyes fixed on the dragon and his larger flame, they tracked his steps as he searched around every corner in the labyrinth of passages designed to deceive. "How do you know the way?" Alfie asked. "By the knife, marks scored on each corner," the beast muttered. Alfie ran his fingers down the 90-degree angle and felt a notch. "That's clever," he muttered. After some time, they heard the echoes of voices and the crackling of a fire. Alfie peeped around the wall and immediately caught the heat from the hearth burning next to a table where 2 guards were seated playing cards. One was muscular with long, straggly hair, and the other was stick-thin. Leo squeezed between Alfie's body and the wall to look. Unexpectedly, cards flew out of the man's hands and danced around their heads. They gawped, dumbfounded and confused. Their chairs scraped on the stone floor as they jumped up and tried to grab them from the air. The lamp fell over, spilling its oily contents across the table, which immediately ignited. "Ghosts! We've got a ghost!" one man said, backing away from the table. "Or we've been stalked by a demon." "Wrong! Spirits of the tortured!" the other uttered, taking a sidelong glance and spotting Leo. They pulled their swords from their sheaths and approached. Alfie stepped forward to confront the men, and saw they both had the skull and crossbones branded on their foreheads. "A boy," said the heavy-set man, "and he carries a toothpick of a sword." Both men walked towards Alfie, laughing. A part of Alfie couldn't believe what he was doing, but he lunged forward and heard the clash of metal as he tried to attack and fend off both men. There was a thud as Kuxion landed between Alfie and the pirates. Startled, the men moved back unsteadily into the furious flames, sweeping and searching for more to burn. Kuxion's fiery breath barred their way. They could not retreat or advance past the dragon, and Alfie stood steadfast. "Titch, get the key from his belt," Alfie shouted. "Give my brother the keys and we'll let you go," the boy commanded. They watched anxiously as the thick-set man unbuckled his belt and slipped off the ring of keys. Alfie and Kuxion stepped aside and let the frightened men run. Then Alfie fumbled through the many keys, trying each one in turn. Finally, the catch was released and the cage door opened into a dark, stinking cell. In the corner by the wall, he spotted a jumbled heap of rags and uneasily approached. Gazing down at Ed, his skin crawled. It looked as though the damage was done, and beyond repair. His face was ash white, his lips cracked, his skin covered with sores, and he looked like he was wasting away. "Ed, it's Alfie," he whispered softly. "Please wake up." Ed slowly lifted his lids and gazed up with beseeching eyes. "What took you so long? I thought I could help them, but it all went wrong." "We must go. More forces will come." "I should have considered what could happen and what has been made to happen," Ed muttered to himself. "You can't interfere with the past, but we must save Queen Diriri." Alfie remembered the Queen striding towards them on the beach in her beautiful green dress and golden plaits. Is she here? They gave her some kind of poison which paralysed her and her fellows, and by the time it had worn off, they'd been thrown into the dungeons. "Cuxian, help me cut these bindings," Alfie said, helping Ed sit in a sitting position. "Give me some light, but don't get too close," Alfie said, moving around to the back of the doctor. Desperately, he tried to pull apart the knot, but it was too tight, and Ed's wrists were painfully sore. "Can you cut it with your claws?" "The bad men are coming," Leo shouted. "I hear them." The rope fell to the ground, and Ed moved unsteadily onto his feet. "Get the wheel, Alfie," Ed said in a hoarse voice. "We must flee before you're all trapped in this hellhole with me." They all clung together in a tight embrace. Leo clung to Alfie's leg. Ed wrapped his arms around Kushun's neck and Alfie's shoulder, leaving the brave boy free to turn the dial. Returning home, Chapter 16. Alfie knocked timidly on Hilda's back door. They waited for a response, not wanting to cause too much commotion and wake up Alfie's and Ed's parents. Eventually, they heard bolts being slid back. Hilda appeared in her dressing gown and stared at them in stunned silence. "Why are you awake at this hour?" she said directly to Alfie. "It's 12 o'clock, and you should both be in bed." Alfie watched as her eyes travelled over the dishevelled-looking man, at the stubbly chin and grimy face surrounded by long, straggly hair and the ragged clothes falling off his body. "Is that you, Ed?" she whispered. Ed apologetically glanced at the ground. Hilda reached out and took his limp hand in hers and examined his chafed wrists and dirty, broken nails. Then, as if she'd read all their thoughts, she ushered her uninvited guests into her kitchen. She directed them to the snug at the far end of the room and busied herself by putting the kettle on. "Make yourselves at home, I'll make some tea," she said, "and perhaps one of you could tell me what's happened." Relieved, they all sank into the soft cushioned chairs. Leo curled up and fell asleep, and Alfie dropped his bag on the floor. "How can I explain the unexplainable?" Ed muttered. "Well, Alfie has already told me about the pirates and the plague," Hilda said, strolling over with a tray of tea and cakes. "These are fresh. I made them earlier," she added, smiling. "Of course, and thank you so much for the medicine. It saved many lives." "Whatever we say, it will sound completely improbable, but to us it was all very real." Hilda leaned over from her upright chair and reassuringly clutched Ed's arm. "Go on, dear. I believe you." Alfie was aware of the dryness in his mouth, so he slurped down his mug of tea and munched away at the chocolate muffins. He listened to Ed talking easily about everything that had taken place in the alternate world. Hilda simply listened in engrossed silence without any interruptions. "It sounds to me like you've all been forced to answer a distress call from the past," she said when Ed had finally finished. Then they watched as her brow knitted, and she pondered on their curious situation. "We need to seek out more information," she mumbled. "How am I going to explain my disappearance?" Ed said with a downcast expression. "And all Amelia's gone through. My sudden reappearance could make things worse." "We will address that another day. For now, you're my lodger. We'll think of some story." "Alfie, the hour is late and you're growing boys who need their sleep," the old lady said, rising and indicating to Alfie to do the same. Alfie pulled at Leo's sleeve. "Wake up! We must go to bed." The small face smiled softly and with his brother's help wobbled onto his feet. Hilda walked them to the back door. "Alfie, school will start soon," she said, placing her hand on his back. "You will need to watch over Leo, make sure he doesn't do any of his tricks." Alfie turned and stared up at her, dumbfounded. "People notice more than you think. Try to keep the adult's attention away from your brother. He mustn't be found out." She grinned knowingly. "You speak with him. He will listen to you." "I will keep him safe," Alfie replied, taking his brother's hand and leading him back to their own house and to bed. "Also, put your treasure away for now." After school, Alfie and Leo were bouncing on their new trampoline and were enjoying viewing the garden in juddering pieces. Wood smoke filled the air as Felix ran in and out of the house, throwing smashed units and generally unpacking rubbish onto the flames. Ed sauntered out of the neighbouring back door, appearing healthier and more substantial after washing and shaving. "You look like you've got your work cut out," Ed called over to Felix in his still gruff voice. "Yes," Felix said, looking in the doctor's direction. "I'm trying to get as much done before the weather turns." He strode up to the wall with his hand stretched out. "You must be the lodger Hilda spoke of." He smiled, wiped his hands on his trousers and shook Ed's hand. "I'm only here for a while. Hilda's an old friend, and she's helping me with some research. We're both history buffs." "That's one of my interests. I like local history, studying how our city used to be," Felix said, laughing. "I don't have much time for that with work and getting this place up to scratch. The house is nearly as we want it, but the garden is a mess." His voice trailed off. They both glanced around at the long grass and nettles. "I can help you with the garden if you like," Ed beamed. "There's nothing like a little manual labour to clear the mind. I could begin by cutting up the old tree into manageable logs, cutting the grass and removing the weeds." "That would be a real help," Felix said. "I'll go and get the chainsaw." The boys lay on their bellies and watched as Ed vaulted over the wall. He glanced around uneasily towards the hatch. It was still covered by the tangle of branches they'd placed there a couple of nights ago. He sniffed and smiled awkwardly. Then, looking towards the boys, he put his fingers to his lips, and Alfie understood that Ed was concerned that their father would discover the door to the secret room. Alfie watched as both men worked purposefully, exchanging banter and rapidly becoming friends. As the half-light turned into darkness, Tiffany emerged and called them all to dinner. As the boys walked up the garden, they saw Ed sitting on a log seat carefully placed over the hatch. He was playing with Arthur and laughing. "I must get my daughter a dog. You can't have a better friend," he muttered. Felix invited Ed to stay for dinner, and they all wandered into the large new kitchen, chatting happily. Hilda was already there helping Alfie's mother, as they were firm friends and often in each other's houses. "Tiff, this is Ed," Alfie heard his father say, as he and Leo rushed over to the long wooden table. "I expect Hilda has told you all about him." "That's funny. Wasn't the doctor, the previous owner of this house, called Ed or Edward?" she said, turning to face Hilda. Hilda chuckled. "Yes, but he's Edmund," she said, thinking fast as her face flushed with the knowledge of her own lie. She busied herself, dishing up the stew into bowls. As they ate hungrily, Hilda and Ed spent much of the time deflecting any awkward questions. None of them wanted to be deceitful, but it was silently agreed that it wasn't the time to burden others with a truth they were unable to comprehend. "What area of history are you interested in, Ed?" Alfie's father inquired. "Currently, I'm researching Scottish kings and queens from around 1348, Ed answered without looking up. "Not much work has been done on how the northern communities' lives were marked by the plague." "I have been running my eagle eyes through old books and documents on the computer, and it seems that these remote people were little remembered," Hilda added. "However, I discovered one story about a Queen Deriri Greyguard. After her husband died of the plague, she was all set to rule justly and had already helped her people recover from the devastating disease. The brief sprinkling of happiness over her kingdom was soon to end. There was a different type of pestilence, a pestilence of pirates, and one who had plundered many ships. The Queen accused him of stealing from her boats, and when he found the occasion to land on her island, where she ruled, she took back what was rightfully hers. Felix cleared his throat and nodded towards the boys. "Hilda, I don't want them having nightmares." Alfie was engrossed in the story, and Leo was also staring at the old woman, bright-eyed, no longer eating but resting his chin on his folded arms. "Dad, we won't have nightmares," Alfie protested. "Please let Hilda finish." "It was all a very long time ago," Tiffany said. "Nothing like that could ever happen today. After all, we have antibiotics." Felix huffed but conceded as everyone, including him, wanted to hear what happened. The pirate captain took control of a vicious beast and with his men captured the Queen. He forced her to marry him against her will. Hilda paused and locked her eyes with Ed's. Her 2 sons' heirs to the throne disappeared. Merchants and farmers were turned into slaves, and the only trade was piracy. He had a son with the Queen, and their son's reign of terror later spread through the kingdom like cancer, and that's all I've learnt so far. "Wow, that's some story," Ed muttered. Alfie noticed his brow had creased, and there was a faraway expression in his eyes. "Oh, I nearly forgot," Hilda added. "There's more information at the National Museum of Scotland in Edinburgh, a statue and a tapestry." "I think that is where I need to go next," Ed beamed. Alfie knew that by tomorrow his friend would be gone. The happiness at their table had amplified Ed's need to see his own family. At the end of the evening, Felix handed Ed his phone so he could call his wife's parents and put them out of their misery. Ed and Amelia, Chapter 17. Amelia held back and watched as her grandparents, Hugh and Peggy, went to greet the figure climbing from the small ferry. Her heart beat fast, her hopes soared, she held her breath, but remained rigid and outwardly unmoved. She was angry with her father and was unsure how to respond to his sudden reappearance. "So sorry, Peggy, Hugh," he said as he wrapped his arms around both his sobbing in-laws. "You can call off the hounds now." He laughed, and Amelia watched as they strolled in her direction. "It was a silly accident," he explained. "I was in the garden, and I fell through a hole into an old bunker and hit my head. I was out cold for days. When I came to, I couldn't remember who I was, and had no recognition of the house or my family. In my head the clock had been set back, and I went roaming looking for my previous home." "That's strange," Hugh said. "The police did a thorough search of the house and gardens, and all the hospitals and surgeries were contacted." "I can't explain it all. My memory has taken a battering. I know I must have put you all through the most painful grief. I promise you I will never put you through anything so horrendous again." "Ed, the main thing is you're here," the old couple said in unison. For now his disappearance was no longer relevant to them, only their granddaughter's father's safe return. "Let's get to the croft out of the wind where we can talk properly." "Where's my wonderful daughter, Amelia?" Ed said, beaming and walking with purpose in her direction. He stopped abruptly and glanced up at the waterfall. Amelia observed a strange expression form on his face. At that moment, her father seemed outwardly different while remaining familiar. She saw him shudder and then move on with his arms open. Amelia remained stiff and non-reciprocal as he pulled her into his arms. Sensing her reticence, he released his embrace and stepped back. Awkwardly, he rested his hands on her shoulders, and with a downcast expression, he looked into her eyes. "You're angry with me, and quite rightly too," Ed said. She saw a tear drop onto his cheek. A father never leaves his children without there being a reason far beyond his control. "You left me alone," she said bitterly. "Everything's wet and empty here. I hate this place." She could see from his hurt expression that he wasn't prepared for her onslaught. Her eyes stung, and a lump in her throat kept her from explaining how she felt, so she turned and ran towards the slope by the waterfall, which gave her access to the vast expanse of land beyond. "Hugh, can you get my bags, please?" Ed called over his shoulder as he followed his daughter. In silence they trudged along the creases of the hills, by sparkling rivers, over mounds and rocks and onto the rising hill which led to the ruined castle. Amelia flopped down in her usual place with her back to the wall. She pulled her knees into her chest and sobbed into her folded arms. Ed sat beside her with his legs outstretched. "I suppose I deserve to pay a heavy price for my simple mistake," he said softly. "What do you mean?" Amelia said through angry sobs. "I went into the room you discovered, under the tree." Amelia stopped crying and looked up at her father. He smiled weakly. "I fell through a breach in the wall of time, and there's much I need to tell you," he said, standing and looking over at the ruin and all the signs that it had succumbed to violence. Amelia rose and with Ed wandered about the collapsed walls, examining the traces of once inhabited rooms. She listened intently as her father relayed every detail of his adventures in the alternate world. "I've braved many dangers and learnt much," he said when he'd finished. They stared up at the seagulls being buffeted by the wind. "What looks like the truth in this existence isn't always to be believed. We must take the reflections of the past seriously," he muttered. "I don't know what you mean," she said, feeling guilty for her earlier behaviour, and consciously decided to deal gently with her father. "It doesn't matter at the moment," he said wistfully. "That one can wait for later." "You mean this place, don't you?" she said. "It's the same as in the other world." "Yes, and perhaps it's calling to us," Ed replied wistfully. "That's enough of all this madness. It's important that we keep at least 1 foot firmly in this world. We don't want to go crazy." "We won't," Amelia laughed and took her dad's hand. "It was all a complete shock and quite disturbing to me, as I'm a doctor and my background is in science and facts. To me, the only thing that creates real miracles is science." "I know, Dad, and I love all the things you've taught me," she said, squeezing his hand. "Just because we can't explain things at the moment doesn't mean there is no rational explanation." "You've grown up so much in my absence." "I'll be going to senior school next year," she said. "I want to be a research scientist and find a way to eliminate diseases from our world, destroy breast cancer so it can't claim other children's mothers." "That is very admirable," he said, smiling. "Your grandparents have done a good job." They strolled back down the steep slope. The endless roar of the sea increased in power and depth as they approached the beach. "Before we go to the house, we must agree on something," Ed said, stopping and regarding Amelia with a serious expression. "I don't like keeping secrets from loved ones, but our adventure in our old home must remain between you and me, at least for now. Nobody else would understand or believe us, and we agreed we must live well in our time where we belong." "I understand, Dad." Having her father tell her his story so honestly broke down all the barriers Amelia had built between them, and she also wanted a resolution and a piecing together of all the separate parts of their adventures. Her grief evaporated, and she flung her arms around his middle. Clinging together, memories of happier times flashed through her mind. They were a united team once more. "Prepare yourself for a new life, my lovely daughter Amelia." The Kidnap, Chapter 18. The rhythmic footfall of scattering children running to their parents had died out by the time Alfie reached the front entrance of the school. A message had come from the school secretary that he was to collect his brother from his class and wait in the office, as his mother had been delayed. He looked around as far as he could, placing his hand across his forehead to block out the low autumn sunlight. Then he spotted his brother by the exit gate. His heart leapt into his throat. Leo was standing in front of a large black car. The back door was open, and a woman leaning out looked very much like Mrs. Peeves. A dog barked an alarm, and he recognised the voice as being from Arthur. Alfie knew what he had to do and spontaneously sprinted across the playground. Mrs. Peeves glanced up, saw him coming, and reached out for the child. He put on an extra spurt and arrived just as his brother was being pulled into the vehicle. "Stop!" he screamed, fastening his blazing rage-filled eyes onto the woman, who responded with a smirk. "Come, I've found your dog," she called. Alfie grabbed Leo's loose wrist and tugged. Leo was caught half in and half out of the car. His face was crumpling, and his eyes were distressed at the realization he'd been caught in a snare. Mrs. Peeves was determined to complete her ambush, and heaved. Seconds seemed endless, but just as Alfie was losing strength, Arthur pounced on the woman's back, pushing her forward. Leo shook himself away from the woman's grasping hands, and both boys tumbled back onto the pavement. Alfie spoke into his brother's ear. "Do your thing," he said, jumping quickly back into a standing position. "Arthur," Alfie commanded, "come here." The dog clambered over Mrs. Peeves and leapt onto the pavement. Instantly, all the doors slammed shut and locked. The engine started up, and the car sped erratically down the road. "She's a bad woman," Alfie scolded, his hair still standing up with terror on the back of his neck. "You can't just go talking to anyone unless Mum and Dad or Hilda, someone you trust, says it's okay." "Mrs. Peeves is my friend," he cried, as shameful tears rushed into Leo's eyes. Alfie looked at his brother's anguished expression as he started sobbing as if his heart would break. "Look, it's okay. I didn't mean to shout, but I was frightened. Just remember, never get too close to cars. Once inside, you'll never escape." He wrapped his arm around Leo's shoulders and, turning to walk away, he spotted his mother watching from a distance. She rushed towards them, and they hurried to meet her. "Mum, did you see?" Alfie shouted as Arthur rushed around chasing his tail, and a calmer Leo apologetically looked at the ground. "Mrs. Peeves tried to kidnap Titch." Tears coursed down Tiffany's cheeks as she dumbly nodded her head. She pulled the boys into her body and held them tightly for some time. Then, drying her eyes, she said in a husky voice, "I'm so sorry, boys. I should have been there for you." She sniffed and stroked the tops of their heads. "I had a message saying Arthur had been taken to the vet after having an accident. When I arrived, the nurses said Arthur hadn't been brought in." She took both their hands and began to march them home. "I explained to the school, and they should have taken care of you both." Shaken by the unforgettable events of the day, Alfie was told to play quietly with Leo in his room. Tiffany sat down with Felix and explained what had occurred. The story relayed to Felix made him feel sick. He wanted to console Tiffany and say it would be all right, but he wasn't sure things would ever be the same. The change in circumstances had made him transform from a placid, consolatory person to one who was angry and on alert. "We must read those papers you found in the car more closely," he said sternly. Tiffany, who was sharing her husband's current frame of mind, hurried over to the kitchen drawer and pulled out the pile of papers. They moved their chairs together and began to plough through the document. "It says they have offered the hybrid sanctuary, but they want to see if they are able to blend into society," Tiffany said. "Children adopted out will be monitored and watched. Any unusual behaviours occurring must be reported. Any hybrids that visibly deviate beyond the norm should be returned at once to prevent jeopardising the project," Felix read. "So, our son has been stalked and pursued." "We're stepping through a door into the unknown," Tiffany added. "We have no comparison for this situation, but we must prepare for this new circumstance and protect ourselves against the enemy," Felix added. "Can we move?" Tiffany suggested. "Go somewhere remote?" "No, definitely not. At least not at this stage. We've made a life here. And what about Hilda? The coming together of people who care about each other is a rare thing." "We'll be extra vigilant," Tiffany said, placing her hand over her husband's and softly smiling, added, "Together we'll protect them from further harm." The house was filled with loud voices, commotion and laughter. "We'd better check on the boys," Felix said. Together they crept up the stairs. The door was open and they walked in. Alfie was jumping on the bed, laughing, while Leo, standing in front, pivoted around, his dark eyes set in fierce concentration. Flying all around the room were books, toys, and even a chair. Leo was like a boy caught at the centre of a whirlwind. The whole room was alive. Tiffany coughed and cleared her throat. Leo turned his bright, wild eyes towards his parents, and everything fell to the floor. "What a turmoil," she said, knitting her brow in mock annoyance. "I want this mess cleaned up," she said, deliberately ignoring her feelings of shock at witnessing the extraordinary event. "Don't worry, Mum. Titch can do it in seconds." Felix tried to speak, but the words stuck in his throat. "We'll have to discuss this tomorrow," was all he could muster. He then turned his back on the scene, and Tiffany followed close behind. "Perhaps you're right," Felix whispered. "We can't guarantee their safety." "They both seem to be accepting his abilities as normal," Tiffany added. That night, Felix double-checked the doors and windows and crept around, keeping guard over his sleeping family. In the morning, he found a note that had been dropped through their front door. "Return the boy to the school, or we will see to it that your life crumbles. You'd better check your bank account." Felix rushed to his computer and gazed dumbfounded at the bank statement on the screen. His account had been wiped clean. The Missing Princes, Chapter 19. Alfie and Leo were eating porridge, gazing out of Hilda's kitchen window at the rain-drenched morning. "It's a shame your parents have to work through your half-term break," she said, joining them at the table with a mug of coffee. "What would you like to do today? We could go swimming or to the science place." The boys looked at each other, eyes locked, both acknowledging that their inner voices were driving them to escape the dullness of routine and embark on an adventure. Their minds had been troubled by Hilda's story of the lost princes. "Hilda," Alfie mustered up all his courage and tried to sound older than his years. "We want to explore the room, see if there's any information on the missing boys." "I was worried you'd say something like that," she uttered, looking distraught. "I was glad when you both went to school and were prevented from exploring." "Why?" Leo said. "Because I knew you'd both be safe." "Why?" "Your exploits were dangerous and not meant for the young," Hilda replied a little sharply. "We've both been good," Alfie interrupted, knowing how Leo's continual questioning annoyed adults. "We just want to know what happened to the princes. They were the same ages as us." The room dropped into silence. "Will you come with us?" Alfie added, catching Hilda's eyes and beaming. "You like adventures too, and we need you to read the old books." At the mention of old documents, Alfie saw Hilda's eyes grow large and bright. She smiled and nodded her head. After hurriedly dressing and putting on their wet weather gear, Alfie, Hilda and Leo climbed the wall into the Bagleys' garden. Together they made their way towards the bench which Ed had placed over the trapdoor. Brushing away the twigs and grass cuttings, Alfie lifted the flap of wood. Hilda switched her torch onto the full beam, and they all stooped to carefully descend the steps, except for Arthur, who jumped straight into the hole. They gazed aghast at the shelves lined with books, crystals, rocks, fossils, powders and potions. "Whoever owned this room must have been an alchemist," Hilda said wistfully. "An early type of chemist," she added, before Leo could ask why. "It was made by a great magician," Alfie said. "Where should we start looking?" Hilda uttered. "Anything which could tell us about what happened to the boys?" Leo was of little help, being too small to reach the shelves. Instead, he ran to the far end of the room, grabbed one of the finely carved sticks, and threw it for Arthur to catch. Hilda drifted her fingers over books, picked out various titles and flicked through pages. She examined rocks, sniffed herbs and uncorked potions. "This is fascinating," she said dreamily. "I could spend a lifetime studying all these works." Alfie ignored her, as he was too busy digging his fingers into cracks for secret hiding places. He searched around the stained glass panel and climbed under the heavy wooden table, looking for hidden drawers. Progress was slow, and Arthur's constant barking for Leo to throw the stick was starting to annoy Alfie. He turned the pages of the colossal book, glimpsing the future with your crystal ball. It was like digging through layers of mud to find a concealed truth. Everything seemed to be written in an inexplicable code, and even the drawings were impossible to decipher. Arthur jumped up for the stick which Leo was holding high and pushed the boy into Alfie. The angry brother grabbed the staff from Leo's small fist and threw it hard onto the stone floor. The elaborately carved handle broke from the rod. "We were only playing!" Leo shouted and then cried. "You broke our stick!" Arthur retreated under the table and Hilda rushed up to comfort Leo. She crouched down. "Alfie didn't mean it, but we're trying to find out something important, and noise makes it hard to think. You could help," she said. She went to a shelf and gathered up the prettiest of crystals. "Could you place these in order of size for me? It's a very important job." It was then, as she placed the rocks on the ground, that her light shone on something white protruding from the handle of the stick. "Alfie, look at this!" she called, pulling the paper out. "It looks like letters." "Can you read it?" "Your Highness, Captain Benjamin, I will be honest, and believe me, I admire a man who is able to exploit a crisis to his own advantage, and who also recognises those who would best serve him in future endeavours. However, to outwardly dispose of the two princes would cause more outrage among those in the court whom you want to aid your mission further. It is also a sin to take from God those chosen to rule by God. Therefore, I might suggest that they disappear into Thunder's cave system. Rumour has it that they enjoyed exploring the caves on the mainland. Unfortunately, many have been lost wandering through such a maze. Also, the dragon, being free to roam, might not take to intruders, as she seems to have made the caverns her new home." "What does that mean?" Alfie said, staring at the ancient document shaking in Hilda's hand. "I would prefer not to say in front of one so young," she said, glancing at Leo, who had stopped crying and was listening intently. "It means they have forced the princes into the caves where the dragon sleeps. So the boys would get lost, and with the dragon guarding the entrance, die of starvation." "Yes, but we don't even know if the message was sent," Hilda added. "Perhaps your magician lost his nerve and was too scared to actually give his note to the king. The princes could still be anywhere," she said, taking Leo's hand. "Come on, let's forget all this nonsense and get some lunch." Alfie saw the look of dread on Hilda's normally soft features and, saying nothing, followed her above ground. The Kairos Wheel, Chapter 20. When Hilda was snug and they heard snoring coming from her room, Alfie leaned over the edge of his camp bed and pulled out his bag where he'd put his treasure box. Carefully, he lifted the lid, took out the sky stone, and dropped it over his head. He then roused his brother and helped him to dress in his waterproofs, which had been hung to dry on a clothes horse. Leo, copying his brother as he always did, picked up his backpack where he kept all his treasures: string, elastic bands, screws, and an array of colourful stones. All were mostly found items from the beach or streets, but still considered to be important treasures. "Where are you going?" Arthur muttered, taking Alfie by surprise. "We're going for a midnight walk." "Howl, Howl, can I come?" "Hush, don't wake Hilda," Alfie whispered. "Not this time, it's too dangerous." "You never take me," Arthur groaned. "I love walks." "We promise we'll take you next time." The two boys were both longing to explore and headed straight to the garden and the trapdoor. Holding Leo's hand, Alfie turned the wheel's pointer onto the sand timer icon. The two returning travellers arrived on the edge of a village situated on the less familiar mainland. Alfie looked up to the castle and noticed that flapping amongst some flags was the Jolly Roger. It appeared to be early morning, and the harbour was busy, and a mist rolled off the sea, covering the land with a light blanket of rain. From the hovels a shadowy group of starving people emerged and trailed in a line towards the mountains. "The caves are most probably up there," Alfie whispered, pointing. "I might have to carry you on my back," he said to Leo. "Why?" "Because it's too far to walk." Soon the village was deserted, and with Leo on his shoulders, Alfie trudged along the worn and slippery stone path. He kept his head down, not wanting to attract the attention of soldiers or to rouse the suspicions of knights patrolling along the castle battlements. There was a thud as Kusyun landed in front of them, blocking their way. The jade-coloured dragon puffed out his chest and extended his wings. Alfie was surprised to see how much he'd grown. He was the size of an elephant. "Kusyun, it's good to see you, but you'll attract too much attention." "Quick, climb on my back," the dragon instructed in a deep voice, causing Alfie to wonder if this was his own dragon. "I know where the princes are being kept." Alfie sat his brother in front, wrapped his arms around his body, leaned forward, and held onto the spikes that ran down Kusyun's neck. When they were ready, the beast sprang off the sodden ground and into the air. Initially, Alfie couldn't open his eyes as a raw wind blew into his face, wailing in his ears and through his clothes, and the fear of falling gripped his heart. After a while, it seemed that both beast and boys were in tune with each other's movements, and he felt more secure, and glancing down saw people lifting their heads to stare. The sweet smell of pines reached his nose, and he saw they were flying over the tops of the fir forest to the left of the mines. Alfie first noticed a cart stuck in the rutted mud and its owner pulling at the horse's reins to haul free his heavy load of lead. The captive workers were bent over, digging in vast black pits which scarred the land, while patrolling mounted guards shook their swords in the air and shouted up at the intruders. A clearing appeared in the woods. Kuxion lowered his back legs and raised his head as he descended. The landing was surprisingly soft. They climbed off his back, clambered over tree trunks, their roots torn from the ground and moss-covered boulders. Alfie, not sure what was lying in wait for them, took his sword from the tin, watched as it grew, and held it ready to defend his brother. They all listened and watched fearfully. Soon their heads were filled with a thunderous noise, and both boys clasped their hands against their ears. Trees swayed and crashed to the ground as the giant lumbering beast knocked all obstacles out of its way and crushed everything underfoot. Thunder lowered her magnificent head and ran towards them, breathing out plumes of fire. Alfie pushed his brother behind his back and stood his ground as the flames licked ever closer. "I can do this. I can be brave because you're here," he muttered, as the loud confusion of his own heartbeat and the guttural growl of the dragon blocked out all logical thinking. "I must protect you, Leo." He glanced around for his dragon, whom he saw standing steadfast. "Kukyun, do something." "There's no need," he said. "Thunder is trying to scare you away. Children aren't her enemy. Mostly she just wants to protect her precious eggs from falling into the wrong hands. Once you make your purpose clear, she will permit you to enter." "She?" "Yes. Why did you assume Thunder was a he?" "The name and monstrous size." Thunder came to an abrupt halt, diminishing them with her mighty size and the many weapons at her disposal. The creature stretched its leathery wings and then flipped them back along the line of her spine. Fascinated, Alfie scrutinised every detail of her, the thick, scarred, iridescent black-blue skin, which, on closer examination, sometimes appeared red and green. The broad head with horns striking out in all directions, the long, flailing, spiked tail, and the muscular legs with long toes and sharp talons that could easily tear them to shreds. Fear stirred in his gut as the beast opened its mouth, revealing its razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes darkened and its head lowered. "Follow me," Kusyun said in a rumbling voice. "Quick to the caves." Alfie was confused, but hearing voices coming from the woods behind, he grabbed Leo's hand and ran. "Run, Titch, run!" There was a boom and screaming, and looking over his shoulder he saw Thunder snatching a guard off the back of his horse and hurling him against a tree. Fire shot over people's heads, dismounting them as their horses reared up in a blind panic for fear of being torn apart or crushed underfoot. The king's men scattered in all directions. "Come on, we don't have much time," Kuchun said. "The pirate guards will reform and come searching for you." In the cavernous mouth of the cave, they stood motionless, breathing hard. Alfie was aware of Leo's shaking body as he clung tightly to his leg. He twisted around and, summoning all his strength, lifted his brother into his arms and hugged him close. "Don't worry, it will be all right," he said, growing in stature and courage. "Why?" "Because I'm your brother and will keep you safe." He walked over to a rock pile and gently placed Leo on the ground. "Wait there and don't move until I say." He held a hushing finger to his lips. For a long time, Kuxun and Alfie waited for the guard's return and were ready for any attack. The shouting and wailing eventually ceased. They went to the far wall and saw a small opening in the craggy rocks. "Is there anyone here?" Alfie said in a loud whisper. "Friend or foe?" came an echoing voice from the darkness. "Friend," Alfie called back. "It is dangerous for you both here." A boy of about the same age as Alfie, but frailer, squeezed into the main chamber, followed by a child of Leo's age. Alfie looked over the boys at their pale cheeks, golden hair and strange clothes. They appeared quite healthy-looking and were unafraid of Kuxun. "Where's Thunder?" the oldest boy inquired. "She is our mother's dragon and has been bringing us food. We were followed here and Thunder chased the soldiers away." "You mean the traitor guards and pirates?" "Yes, we don't have much time before the soldiers return." "You've brought trouble to our door," the oldest boy stated. "We were being taken care of and planning to rescue our mother, the Queen." "It's not safe here," Alfie added, surprised at the boy's resistance. "The captain will kill you both." "I'm Barrington," the eldest boy said, holding out his hand. "And this is Arlo," he added, pulling his brother to his side. "I'm Alfie. This is my dragon Kuxun, and my brother is—" he said, swirling and pointing to where his brother, still crouching down, had his hand delving into a hole in the wall. "I call him Titch." "I'll take them to the cave behind the waterfall, on the island," Kuxun said. His snake-like neck swayed, and his head pointed to the exit. "I can hear people approaching. We must hurry." "We're all quite small. We must climb onto Kuxun's back," Alfie said. "Where are we going?" Barrington said, and Alfie realised he couldn't hear the dragon speak. "Back to your island." They listened intently and heard bushes rustling, twigs snapping and whispered voices. In Alfie's mind he saw troops teeming up the hill and lurking behind the trees. "Well, we're going now," he said, and rushed over to Leo. He grasped his hand and pulled him to his feet. In his left hand he saw Leo clasping his bag, and his lips were parted as if he had something he wanted to say. Alfie ignored all this, picked his brother up and plonked him on the crouching dragon's back. "Gosh, you're heavy," he complained. "You weigh more each time I pick you up." He scrambled on behind his brother. "Are you coming?" Barrington and Arlo looked each other in the eyes and in unison ran towards the dragon and climbed up. Huddled together, they drooped over Kuxun's back as the dragon, keeping low, stomped towards the exit. Outside, he spread his wings and rose rapidly into the air. Alfie looked down at the blazing trees, fallen men and shadows moving stealthily amongst the pines. They followed the path of the scorched earth. As they approached the harbour and the castle on the hill, he heard the deafening sounds of people quarrelling, shouting, wailing, and a deep, sombre groan. Far below in one of the fields, he saw that they had seized Thunder. She was trapped under a vast net, like a fly caught in a silken web. It had been pegged out, so her head was forced into the ground. Her large eyes were closed, and she moaned incessantly. A rock was hurled at them, and Kuxun soared upwards, making it hard for Barrington to hang on. Then he dived down as archers shot hundreds of arrows from the turrets and battlements. Kuxun landed hard on the island's beach, and the children rolled or tumbled onto the sand and lay there catching their breath. Urged on by the dragon, they rose. Alfie looked in the direction of the water falling over the granite cliff. "I can't see any way in there," Alfie said with alarm. "Head for the tunnel," Kuxun said. "I will brush away your footprints with my tail." "It's this way," Alfie called to the others. "Take the first left," the dragon instructed. Squeezing through a tight passage, they eventually found themselves in another cavernous space. The curtain of water poured down in front of the group, and they could hear little but the thunderous noise of falling water. The rest of the space seemed quite cosy. In the middle was a fire pit, and up against the far wall a straw bed. It was the ground which amazed them most, as it was carpeted with all kinds of dazzling trinkets and gems. Kyuhyun jumped down through a hole in the ground above and landed in the remains of the fire. "We will all end up in further danger if we don't save the Queen," Alfie said. "You stay here with Kyuhyun and we'll get help." Alfie looked at the boys and their bewildered expressions. Exhausted, the dragon curled himself up on the hay. "We will be back, I promise." "I suppose we have no choice," Barrington moaned, and clasping his brother's hand, went over to where the dragon lay. Once in the narrow passage to the main tunnel, Alfie turned his attention to Leo, who kept stumbling and bashing his backpack against the rocks. "Why are you holding that bag? It would be better on your back," he said. "This tunnel is such a tight squeeze. You need your hands to push against the wall to feel your way in the dark." "Pass it to me before you fall and hurt yourself." "No, it's mine." Alfie manoeuvred his arm just enough to grab Leo's treasure. "This is so heavy. What have you got inside?" He stopped, pulled the drawstring and looked inside. What he saw, even in the dark crack of earth they were forcing themselves through, was a dazzling and beautiful sight. Marble eggs with their own light source, shimmering with a multitude of iridescent colours. "Titch!" Alfie exclaimed exasperatedly. "You can't take these. I think they're Thunder's eggs." "They are pretty. I was going to give them to Mummy. She likes pretty things." "I'm sorry, but we must leave them here." Alfie moved on, feeling the walls for crevices or alcoves. As they neared the main tunnel, the light improved, and he discovered a crack where two boulders met. He stooped and carefully took each egg and pushed them into the opening. "We must go home now, as time moves differently here, but if we're away too long, we will be found out." Back out on the beach, Alfie reached into his own bag for the wheel. "I'm tired," Leo moaned. "I want to go home." "Me too. We will come with an adult next time." They both looked down at the beautiful device. A shadow crossed in front of the boys. Alfie raised his eyes and saw a stooping bearded figure dressed in a long purple robe. He lifted the finely carved stick in his hand and uttered indecipherable words. The wheel flew from Alfie's grasp. "Ah, the Kairos wheel, back in the hands of its rightful owner," the magician jeered. "It is truly a magnificent thing." Museum Visit, Chapter 21. Wrapped in warm coats against a grey, chill day, Ed and Amelia dashed into the bright sanctuary of the National Museum of Scotland. The interior was warm, and the high glass-domed, neon-lit ceiling gave the place a light, airy feel. As they walked, Ed glanced through arches to adjoining rooms and up at the balconies on the floors above. All around them they spotted the richest and most intriguing treasures. People moved slowly, browsing, and the gentle background sounds of soft chatter were comforting. He longed to take Amelia exploring, but knew that they would have to wait until later, as they'd arranged to meet the woman in charge of Scottish antiquities, Miss Alice Reed. They had agreed to meet beside the fossilised remains of an Irish elk or giant deer. "It's from the late Pleistocene period," Ed said to Amelia. "It was the largest deer ever to have lived." "Its antlers look scarily massive." Amelia walked around the creature, which towered above everything. "I wonder how it moved about with that weight on its head." Ed's eyes fastened onto a woman approaching. He gazed in her direction, unable to move or speak. She has the same graceful movements and the abundant red hair loosely tied, waving down her back, reaching over her shoulder and curling around her pearl-white face as Queen Deriri Greyguard. Ed pondered. He could sense Amelia watching him and knew she was wondering why he was dumbstruck. The woman drew close and extended her hand. For a moment, A real queen, an ethereal ghost from his adventures in the alternate world, stood greeting him. They all smiled at each other, and Ed blocked the gush of his emotions from spilling into the present. He cleared his throat. "Hi, I'm Ed, and this is my daughter Amelia," he said, exchanging looks with his daughter. "I'm Alice," she said softly. "If you follow me, we'll go somewhere more private. It's not often I get anyone interested in such a little-known period of our history." They entered a room lined with shelves and drawers. In the middle ran a long table. "Please make yourselves comfortable," Alice said, gesturing towards some chairs and sitting down opposite. "As I said, documentation for this period is scarce, so I hope you won't be disappointed." Ed's eyes met Alice's as she glanced up, and he noted they were the same sparkling blue as the Queen's. The colour grew in her face, so he hung his head and focused on the large book which lay between them. "As I mentioned in my email, I've read your article on Highland Queens," he muttered. Ed watched as Alice slipped on some white gloves and dexterously turned the delicate pages of the ancient manuscript. Luckily for us, there was a friar at the time who kept records of the goings-on, but some of what he describes is quite fanciful, so the truth is suspect. He talks of dragons, magicians, and magic, but I think the basic story holds an element of truth. He writes of a queen from the tribe of Greyguard whose husband had recently died from an outbreak of plague. Previous to this, her father reigned with a strong but fair hand. According to the friar, he was much loved. The queen was to rule until her eldest son was deemed fit to take over. She paused and turned the book to face her two visitors. "You can see here," she indicated the correct passage to the handwritten text with a pointer. "I'm afraid it's in Latin and hard to decipher, but you can see the names." During this period, the summer was unusually hot for Scotland, and the plague struck, devastating the community and weakening the Queen's position. In those days, the seas were full of pirates and rogues who came from the continent to pillage and take advantage of any vulnerabilities. She turned the page. "Here is a drawing the friar made of one such pirate." Ed gazed at the likeness and compared it to the image of evil engraved in his mind. The dress and general features were the same as Captain Benjamin's, but it was the cruel, crazed eyes that identified the man. The Queen was forced to marry, and her sons were murdered, and he terrorized everyone in the community into obeying his commands. The Queen was allowed to live as the mother of their son and future heir to the throne. After this, there is only scratchy information. In other documents, there is a mention of how the later king tortured his own people and ravaged the land for his own gain. Then all's quiet. "Does it say where she was based?" "There were some castles built by her father on the mainland, but I believe their main seat of power was on the island of Ailka off the west coast." The past leaked back into the present when Ed heard the name of the island where his father was building a house for some mysterious billionaire. "Thank you, all this has been very helpful," he said, flashing a look of shock in Amelia's direction and noticing a similar expression on his daughter's face. "If you don't mind me asking," Alice looked up smiling, "what is your interest in this female clan leader, or, as you call her, queen?" "My father is building a house for someone on the island from which she ruled, and we've become curious about the ruins there." "And we heard there was a statue here of the Queen and a tapestry," Amelia added. "I'm afraid the tapestry was extremely fragile and has gone for restoration, but I can show you the statue, or rather statuette." Alice rose, walked over to a cabinet, and pulled out a large drawer. "It's only a foot high and was found on your island," she said, placing the heavy stone object on the table. Ed could see it was their queen, and lying at her feet with his tail coiled around her body was Thunder. "It is beautiful." As I said, this was the early days of Christianity, and people still mixed folklore with the truth, hence the dragon, which was probably a symbol of power rather than literal. "Thank you. This has been an extremely worthwhile visit," Ed said, rising and shaking Miss Reed's hand. "I'm taking some time off from my work as a doctor, and I'm staying with my parents for a while. If you have any further information or fancy visiting the ruins, you would be made very welcome, Ed said, handing Alice his card. Reception's poor, so keep trying. Take my number then. Ed put her number into his phone. I would like to explore. It's always fun meeting others who enjoy digging into the cracks of the past. Does your wife share your interest? I'm afraid she passed on not long after Amelia was born. So sorry to hear of such a huge loss. She glanced down, embarrassed, picked up the statuette and busied herself, placing it back in the drawer. Ed and Amelia walked towards the door. One more thing, he said, turning. Did they ever find the princes? Oh yes, we have the skeletons here in the museum. They are still waiting to be researched fully, and there was no obvious cause of death. I hope we meet again, she added. Me too. Ed smiled broadly and left the room warm and contented. His phone beeped, taking him by surprise. Since he'd agreed with his partner in his new practice that his start would be delayed while he sorted out some personal issues, he'd received very few communications. When he saw the name Felix, he wondered for a split second who the caller was, then, remembering, answered anxiously. Felix discovers the truth, Chapter 22. Felix had arrived back a day earlier than expected because the course leader had fallen ill. He was looking forward to surprising the boys in the morning. Tiffany was away on a business trip, and everyone next door would be asleep. Felix walked into the kitchen to get a glass of water, intending to go straight to bed. Arthur's blurred shape appeared, jumping up at the glass in the back door. Felix twisted the key, allowing his friend to enter. "What are you doing here?" he said in a mock, scolding tone. "You're supposed to be with Hilda and the boys. I suppose one of them forgot to shut the door." Arthur danced around him, both excited and anxious. "Right then, you can join me for tonight. Just this once," Felix said, walking away. The dog whined and wouldn't shift from the doorway. "What's wrong?" Reluctantly, Felix went to the cupboard under the sink and took out a torch, and together they stepped into the hushed garden. The moon was full, the air was chill, and leaves drifted silently to the ground. Drowsily, he rubbed his eyes and wondered what Arthur wanted to show him, and assumed it would be a hedgehog or fox. He glanced down at the numerous pathways Arthur and the children had made in the grass, favourite routes for running around and exploring. One led to the bench, which Ed had hastily made near where the large chestnut had stood. Felix, thinking about buying a new tree, walked towards Arthur, who was lying down and strangely silent. Then he thought he heard someone whispering under their breath. Kneeling, he saw that the bench had been moved and that a metal hook or handle was sticking out from amongst the leaves. Instinctively, he brushed the debris away and discovered what appeared to be a hatch door. A glimmer of light came up through the cracks, and he smelt an odd scent like incense. Then he heard movement. In a panic, he yanked up the flap and peered into the hole. A secret room was revealed, and with a quick glance he could see a world of mysterious objects. Investigating the unusual space would have to wait, as his interest was in the intruder at the far end of the room. A hooded figure searched and grumbled to himself, dissatisfied at not finding an essential item. "Where is the sky stone?" he muttered. Felix descended the ladder, shouting, "What are you doing in my garden?" He was surprised when he was confronted with an old man, with a beard which seemed to be growing down to the floor. In one hand, the intruder held a stick wrapped in rags, engulfed in a naked flame. In the other was a cane, which he swung around, muttering words as if he expected something to happen, or was casting a spell. "You don't belong here," the angry man bellowed, banging his cane on the wooden table behind. "Get out of my home." Felix decided to make a citizen's arrest of the thief. He would take his age into consideration and deal with him gently, but he had to protect his home and family. Annoyed at having been kept from his bed and now having to deal with a homeless person who was rummaging through things which must have belonged to the previous owner, he rushed forward. "We'll let the police choose what's to be done with you." Within grabbing distance, the solid-looking figure dropped the flaming wood and stamped out the light. Felix's torch flicked off at the same time, and darkness blanketed the room. Shaking his flashlight, he switched it back on, only to reveal that the old man had disappeared. Felix shuddered as if he'd seen a ghost. He rushed up the ladder and scoured the garden for any movement. Arthur looked up at him as if to say, "If there was someone here, don't you think I'd have found them?" Ed shut the hatch and flopped down onto the bench. Everything he'd known and was sure of seemed to be dropping away from him, and he longed to return to his world of routine and normality. Since he and Tiffany had discovered the secret of his second son's abilities, cracks had appeared in the glass shield of his everyday existence, and now everything was shattered. He was vulnerable and alone with the knowledge he didn't want to possess. The bench was rocky and unstable under his weight. "Even this seat isn't of much use, Arthur. It wobbles." Then he recalled Ed insisting on helping with the garden, rushing around with a focus on the area where the tree had stood and making benches which were too unstable to sit on. Did Ed know about the secret room? Sleep deserted Felix as his mind was bombarded with uneasy thoughts. He remembered sitting with his youngest son to help him with his homework, only to discover that his reading and writing skills were far beyond his years. In other ways, he was behind, innocent, gullible, and unable to read the deceptive nature of others. If asked a direct question, he never lied, but rarely volunteered information. Concerns arose from day one of school, where he'd fallen foul of other children's manipulations and a busy teacher's need to place blame. He was an oddball, a square peg in a round hole. Alfie had stepped in as his protector, but he couldn't be there in class. His two boys were gentle souls. He loved his family beyond anything else the world could offer, and if fractures were appearing, it would be up to him to keep his family together, safe and whole. Then his mind wandered back to the strange room, and he was once again swamped with unease and the sense that his world was a less certain place. Along with this, there was still the danger of Mrs. Peeves and her attempted kidnap. Whatever was going on, he would confront any wrongs and embrace any changes. They hadn't done enough to safeguard their children, and by morning he was ready to fight. The first thing he noticed on entering the kitchen was Arthur lying on the floor, his head between his paws, whining mournfully. "You look how I feel," he said, opening the back door. Outside, a fog had smudged out the garden. It was vague and indistinct with a ghostly quality. A scream broke the silence, and his anxiety notched up to a new level when he heard Hilda shouting his two sons' names. She burst into her garden. "They've gone! Vanished!" she cried, noticing Felix and rushing up to the wall. He took one look at her blanched face and mouth set in a line of pain and leapt over the barrier. With thoughts ping-ponging around his head, he raced through each room calling their names, then stood gawping at the empty beds. Hilda appeared at his side. "I need to tell you something," she said with a renewed calm. "Please sit down." Felix's legs were jelly. He followed her command and perched on the edge of the camp bed. She echoed his actions. "What I'm about to tell you is extraordinary but true," she continued. "You don't have to believe it, but please listen." Hilda's words cut through Felix like a diamond-sharp wind. He was in terrible emotional pain, and silent tears rushed down his cheeks. The woman was speaking of magic, dragons, pirates, and an alternate world where his children were lost and in the gravest of danger. There was no comfort, and her story stoked his fear, sending him into a white-hot rage. "Is anyone there?" Tiffany called out. There was a frigid pause. "You can explain it all to her," Felix said, rising and marching towards the back door. "Hello, darling," Tiffany smiled sweetly. "She has something important to tell you." These were the only words he could muster before rushing down into the depths of Hilda's garden. He pulled his phone from his pocket. "Ed, I know everything," he shouted bitterly. "You'd better get back here straight away. You have some explaining to do." "What's happened?" My children have gone missing, and my whole life has flipped upside down and dropped me into the pits of hell. You know, don't you? If you mean the fanciful story the witch has told me, then yes, I know that. Felix, it's all true. That's where I was a captive. It's very real. You're as mad as she is, Felix shouted with utter outrage. You can come and get all your junk from that room before I concrete over the hole. I'm a doctor, a man of science. Do you think I would easily believe something as out there as alternate worlds? I don't care what you think. I want my boys back and then we're moving. Just hang fast until I get there, Ed said. We'll be on the next train. The Rescue of Queen Deriri Greyguard, Chapter 23. A strong wind blew Kuxyun and his passengers to the mainland. They landed before dawn with a thud onto the beach. I'm just glad to be away from that flea-infested straw, Alfie moaned. I'm itching all over, and it smelt terrible. It's the safest place to hide, Kuxyun replied. Nobody will find the princes there. And they are bossy and rude, Alfie added as he glanced around. Now we need a plan. We must rescue the queen and find the magician. Why? Leo said, twisting his trainers into the soft sand. Because then she can take back her throne from the evil captain, and we must get the wheel so we can return home. And save Thunder, Leo and Kuxyun said in unison. Titch, you know that thing you do, which I told you never to do at school? His brother nodded his head as he picked up a colourful stone. Can you put this in my bag? No, put it in your pocket for now. This is serious. We don't have time for your collecting. The whole fleet is in the harbour, Kuxyun said dully. A pirate's ships are where all their power lies, Alfie said, gazing at the bulky wooden vessels bobbing on the gently rippling sea. The tide was low. Leo took off with sudden excitement and ran some distance to reach the water's edge, where, with joy, he watched the waves lap over his feet. Titch, Alfie called in a low voice. Come here, I have an idea. He bent down and whispered in his brother's ear. The two boys grinned at each other. Kuxyun, take us to higher ground, the slope which runs up to the castle. They scrambled onto the dragon's back. Kuxyun spread his wings and, shifting onto his back legs, leapt into the sky. He dumped them back down, not far away, but in the ideal position to observe the comings and goings of the harbour as the sun rose into a cloudless sky. Leo plonked himself on the grass and focused all his attention on the harbour. Alfie studied his face, which was full of concentration as he pushed his thoughts in the direction of the sea and ships. The waves rapidly rolled in and broke furiously onto the shore. Leo grinned up at Alfie with the pleasure of being able to turn the retreating tide. The sea bulged and gaped, and wooden ships bumped against wooden ships. Titch, that's good, but you need to do more, Alfie said. The ships need to break. Driven by a strong will, Leo directed all his energies at the ships. The whole fleet shifted sharply from side to side. Men could be seen on deck lurching about, bent over, holding their stomachs. The pirates on board were shouting to abandon their posts and take smaller boats to shore. A bell rang in the distance. Soldiers, pirates and common folk rushed from the castle and their homes towards the harbour. The water was one tumultuous, boiling mass. Nothing could ride the raging waves. Masts cracked, broke and crashed onto the decks or into the sea. Anchors were torn from the muddy depths, and large splinters were hurled like arrows into the air. Some people on the shore paused, not wanting to go closer. Others waded in to help drag out those who'd fallen overboard or jumped. They cried out instructions against the sound of the crashing waves. "Get into the boats!" Leo's eyes flashed, and a vast crater opened in the harbour. Fish, weed and spray dropped onto the watchers. All the vessels were sucked down into the pit, and the sea closed back over. Finally, the liquid world grew calm. As people went to the aid of those in the water or stood gawping in horror, Alfie and Leo scrambled up the hill. "Wait here, Kuxyun." Alfie eased his bag off his shoulders. He pulled out his treasure box and opened the lid. His fingers twitched over the enticing items as he wondered what would most aid them in their quest. The diamonds glinted, and he thought of how adults desired the sparkling gems. He dropped a couple of stones in his coat pocket, took out his sword, and slipped it under his belt. The two brothers' eyes met in acknowledgement. Their minds were both focused on finding Queen Deriri and helping her escape. Two guards stood at the castle gates, but the doors were open. Boldly they approached. "What brings you here?" the larger of the two men said in a gruff voice, pointing a spear in their direction. "Get on with you. The castle is no place for urchins." "We found something and thought it might belong to the king." The words tumbled from Alfie's lips without thought. "Let us see, and we'll consider whether to allow you to pass." Alfie took a large diamond from his pocket. "We were told it is a diamond and valuable. We were hoping for a reward," he said, holding the object in front of their eyes as they bent forward. "You have made the right choice," the big man said, smiling blandly. "The king will indeed be pleased." He reached out for the gem, but as he did so, Alfie tossed it behind him and it disappeared into the grass. Alfie and Leo paid no attention to the sounds of the guards scrambling and squabbling over the lost stone as they dashed under the arch into the courtyard. Meeting no resistance, they pushed open the large wooden castle doors, left behind the commotion of the harbour, and stepped into an abandoned and silent banqueting hall. With his sword at the ready, Alfie and Leo stealthily climbed the stairs and began to search every room in the maze of passages. On entering the Queen's dimly lit chamber, they realised at a glance that it was empty. "She isn't here," Alfie whispered. "We must get back to Cuxyun and see if he can find her, but we're running out of time. The king will return soon." Leo nodded with a downcast expression. "I'm frightened." "Me too, but I have my sword and will keep you safe." Once back outside in the courtyard, Alfie grabbed Leo's hand and ran. He could feel the sky stone on his skin and found the cool reminder of its presence reassuring. They flashed past a beautiful golden eagle perched on a post, with a hood covering its eyes. In front of the gate, he cast his eyes about and saw the bent-over figures of the guards, still searching. "My children will never find me now," a tear-drenched voice moaned. "How did I ever trust that evil magician Audain, once the loyal right-hand man to my father and husband?" Alfie glanced down at Leo and placed his finger to his lips. Light-footed, he crept back to the post, and as always, Leo copied his movements. They stood in front of the piteous eagle. "Excuse me, bird, but we're looking for Queen Deriri Greyguard," Alfie said nervously. "We wish to take her to her sons." "I'm the Queen," she said, her voice sounding stronger. "That wicked Audain put some enchantment on me so I wouldn't escape while the king and his men went to rescue their ships from the storm. He has me tethered to this stake. Please free me," she pleaded. Alfie saw that a loop had been made at one end of a rope and hooked over a short crossbar of wood. However much he stretched, he couldn't reach the noose. "Climb on my back, Titch," he commanded as he squatted. His brother scrambled onto his back and then up onto his shoulders. Summoning all his strength, Alfie straightened. "Try to ease the loop over the spike and hang on to the rope tight." Alfie saw a blur of movement out of the corner of his eyes as he lifted his head to watch the progress of Leo's nimble fingers. The bird fluttered her wings in panic. "Take the blindfold off," Alfie said, as Leo eased the rope over the top of the pole. The weight on his shoulders was too much for Alfie, and once the eagle was released, he helped his brother slide to the ground. Soldiers cried out as they streamed out from the bottom entrances to the 4 main turrets. Alfie took the rope from his brother as the bird flapped and squeaked. "It's okay, I can't untangle the spell, but we can lead you to freedom," Alfie tried to reassure the Queen. "Climb onto my arm." As they ran as fast as they could through the gate, Alfie felt the eagle's claws dig through his coat and into his skin. He ignored the pain and continued to sprint down the hill as the noise behind him increased. He could only hope his brother was able to keep up. The chasing soldiers caught up with them as they arrived at Kuch-Yun's side. Understanding the situation, the dragon turned his head, flicked his tail, and shot out a stream of flame. He delayed the enemy long enough for the boys to clamber onto his back. Once they were launched safely into the sky, Alfie undid the leather strap around the bird's leg. At last, Queen Deriri was liberated. "Follow us!" Alfie shouted into the wind. Ed, Felix and Thunder are caged. Chapter 24. Alfie and Leo decided to again venture onto the mainland to free Thunder, find the magician, and persuade him to lift the curse from the Queen. It was dawn when they arrived, and Kuch-Yun landed in a boggy field, leaving deep imprints in the mud. They climbed off his back and squelched their way to a bramble bush on the edge of the pasture. Kuch-Yun flew off to wait in the nearby woods for further instructions. A woodpecker hammered at a nearby tree, and they felt and heard a low rumbling and heavy breathing. Pushing through a gap in the hedge, Alfie saw Thunder chained to the ground in a substantial and sturdy wooden cage. A cloud of flies hovered around the beast, causing her to flick her tail in agitation. As the acrid stench filled his nostrils, Alfie was filled with pity and disgust. A bell rang, and ragged people spilt out of the ravished village and onto the land to either begin the long trek to the mines or bend their backs in the fields to provide food for the king's table. Alfie wiggled back through the hole in the hedge and joined his brother, crouching and hiding amongst the nettles and long grass. He needed to think of a plan to listen and watch out for their best chance. It was a rare sunny day. The beating rays warmed his back. Glancing up, cirrus clouds drifted by, and a golden eagle floated on the thermals. Approaching voices grumbled, and they heard the clomping of horses, breathing and the rolling grinding of wheels. The sound of the cart stopped by the brambles. "This is your fault," a man said in a low voice. "Your fumbling with such a delicate instrument has landed us in the wrong place. And now it's in the king's pocket and we're all trapped." Part of me didn't believe the impossible and part feared what might lie beyond, a second voice said in a whisper. "When I first used the wheel, I had time to turn the hand and place it back in the pocket of the book. Once it's set, there's no hurry." "Well, that was clever. Considering it meant you were stuck for a year, you should have taken it with you." If that creepy man hadn't rematerialized, the boys would have been trapped here forever alone, and if I hadn't seen him coming at you with the heavy end of his stick, you would be in a hospital bed. "He's stuck back there now. We should have tied him up and brought him with us. You're really not cut out for this sort of stuff, are you, Felix?" Hearing the name caused a tingling fear to shoot through Alfie's body. "Dad's here," he whispered, turning to face Leo. He pushed his way back through the hedge and felt his brother also forcing his way into the brambles. Alfie could see the legs of soldiers and workers, and as far up as 2 sets of hands tied behind their backs. And then, as they moved toward the dragon's cage, he spotted the king's pirate boots. "As the tides rise and fall, so does happiness and hate," the king bellowed. "The storm was no accident but an evil spell, and I as your ruler must respond to such acts of evil sorcery." He paused, waiting for a response from the crowd, but nothing came except the odd murmur. "Do you people not realize we're under siege from an enemy far greater than you have ever known? They have taken the queen and the princes. There will be nothing good in this land whilst they live. We must seek revenge. Do you not agree?" His words were still met with defiant and silent disagreement. The Queen alone would not be able to steer you safely through these hard times. She was like a captain whose hands were frozen to the wheel. "She and the healer saved us from the plague," a woman muttered under her breath. "I gave this intruder opportunities to prove he came with magic for your good," he said, his frustration increasing. "He wasn't able to save the Queen and her council when they fell ill. Enough of this. Perhaps I should feed you all to the dragon. Look into Thunder's burning, hungry eyes and decide if you want to join the 2 traitors." he continued as his patience was provoked beyond what he would normally stand. He took a deep breath. "One more chance. Everyone deserves a second opportunity to prove themselves," he said with fake calm. "If these two men possess powers for the good of the Queen and country, they will persuade Thunder not to eat them, but instead ride with us to seek out and destroy our enemy." Alfie could hardly breathe. He eyed his brother through the spiked, tangled branches and saw the same look of horror in his eyes. Raising his shaking hand to his stone and shutting his eyes, he pinpointed his mind onto Thunder. "Thunder! Thunder! Can you hear me?" There was no reply. Alfie felt sick at the thought of his dad being devoured by the beast and was finding it hard to concentrate. He made a supreme effort to focus his internal words. "Thunder, I'm Alfie Cushion's friend. Please don't eat these men. Go with the Pirate King and we will rescue you. The Queen and the princes are safe. You will be rewarded with food and the return of your eggs." "Soldiers, throw these men into the cage. The beast will decide their fate," the king commanded. Gasps and cries cut through the air from the unwilling onlookers. Most were too frightened to protest too strongly. "How absurd to die like this," Ed muttered. "Our foolhardiness has damaged our families, and my boys remain lost." Alfie was not prepared for such pain. His heart weighed heavily with dread. Leo backed out of the tearing branches, and Alfie followed. He pulled his brother close and held him tightly. "I'm so sorry for all this mess," he said, as tears flooded his eyes. Leo wiggled and released himself, and regarded Alfie with a searching expression. Leo's eyes flared with rage, and he darted out from the cover of the bush and into the dispersing crowd. Nobody wanted to watch the predicted ugly scene. Alfie chased after his brother and saw him shaking the cage with all his mental might. A fist from a brutal power grabbed Leo's collar, and another squeezed Alfie's arm. They were hoisted up onto a horse, and a hood was dropped over their heads. Alfie heard the thud of hooves and was bounced up and down. His father's distant voice cried out, "I'll search until I find you both." "Take the healer's apprentice and the baby down to the deepest, darkest dungeon," the king said. "Baby? Alfie, why did he call me a baby?" Leo complained, seemingly unaware of their dangerous situation. "I'm 5 soon," he added grumpily. The hoods were removed, and Alfie saw an expression of distaste on his brother's face. As they were escorted into the embrace of the castle walls, Alfie stared defiantly up at the king, sitting tall on his horse. He saw the evil behind his eyes and the sinister, twisted smile on his lips. Without warning, his horse reared and threw the king onto the hard ground. Glancing over his shoulder as they were led away, he saw the Pirate King scolding the confused animal. "Was that you, Titch?" Alfie whispered. "I'm not a baby, and he's a bad man." Thunder and the Golden Eagle. Chapter 25. Words of alarm popped into Felix's brain, fired off at random, and exploded like fireworks. "Run! Shake the cage and scream to be let out. Climb onto the beast's back and position yourself far from the reach of its mouth." Instead, he and Ed stood motionless, acutely aware that Thunder was the dominant power in that confined space. Tension radiated. Felix heard the voices of the soldiers ordered to stay and listen to the blood-curdling cries of the dragon's victims, and to witness the beast devouring their flesh. Petrified, Felix stared at the monstrously frightful-looking beast as it licked its lips and drooled, stretched out her long talons, making them ready to seize and then move with purpose in his direction. Thunder was in biting distance when she snapped her jaws shut and crashed down onto her belly. There was commotion amongst the soldiers when they realised the expected brutality wasn't occurring. They moved closer, and their voices rose as they jeered, stuck their swords through the bars and prodded Thunder's thick, leathery skin. The broad head turned towards the irritation, jaws opened wide, revealing pencil-long teeth. A warning growl followed, and a roaring plume of flame shot from her throat. The taunting ceased as the men fled for their lives. Felix crouched down by Thunder's head. Terror no longer occupied every cell in his body. He fastened his eyes on the beast's wet gemstone eye and felt connected. Slowly, he moved his hand up and down the iridescent skin, brushed away the flies and picked off annoying bugs. "We share the same malignant pain as Thunder," he calmly said to Ed, who was still frozen and barely breathing. "All three of us are helpless, hurting, having lost something valuable." "I think you're right," Ed finally spoke. "She knows we're not the enemy. Come closer. We can help each other get through the day and night and face whatever is to happen." As the layers of light peeled away, they spent their time cleaning Thunder and trying to make her more comfortable. There was no water, and as the hours went by, they all weakened. The night was moonless, and they curled up under the deposit of tar blackness and drifted in and out of sleep, listening to every unfamiliar sound. Nobody walked by to offer them food or water, and the thought crossed Felix's mind that they would be left to starve to death. Felix flinched awake as a hand shook his shoulder. He jumped to his feet and stood alongside Ed. The king stood before them, and soldiers surrounded the cage. "You survived," the king laughed deeply, and Felix looked directly at his face and saw an uneasy, puzzled expression. "It seems the beast is useless, and my magician has deserted me." He paced back and forth in contemplation. "Men, take the sides of the cage down." The soldiers immediately obeyed King Samuel's command and began dismantling the prison. "I will speak honestly with you," he said, leaning forward and pushing his face in front of the two men, being careful to keep out of the reach of the dragon. "My wife, the Queen, needs to return, for in her belly is the new heir to the throne, my son. To keep her safe, the royal magician Auden cast a spell over her and temporarily transformed her into an eagle. You, sir, have demonstrated great powers, and as Auden is nowhere to be found, we will require your help." He stared hotly at Ed. "Your life will be saved, and you will indeed rise to the mighty position of magician to the king. As you can see, few boats remain in the harbour, and there are not enough to embark on any raids upon the enemy who has stolen her away." The king glanced over to Thunder. "As for the dragon, you will be commanded to carry out one more task, and as a reward I shall return your eggs and give you your freedom." The beast emitted a low, rumbling sound. "As for you," he stared sternly at Felix, "I see little use for you, an alien to these shores, hell-bent on causing trouble. You will take the coin and sail with the pirates, or be thrown to the wolves." "He is my partner in the magic arts," Ed intervened. "I will need my apprentice and this man." Felix wanted to defend his position, but thought it best to hold his tongue. "My wife is out there somewhere, and if you succeed in her rescue, then all three of you shall be richly rewarded. Otherwise, great horrors will befall you. Have I made myself clear?" "Yes, Your Highness," Ed uttered feebly. Felix was confused. A part of himself didn't know why they were there, and he knew they were at a disadvantage, not knowing all the secrets which drove this dark world. They were strangers out of time and place, existing within an illusion and ill-prepared for the unpredictable. In a daze, he allowed a soldier to push him onto the beast's back and watched as equally lost Ed echoed his actions. He hung on tight with fear, screaming through his body. In an instant, the dragon was swooping into the sky. A blast of cold wind thumped into his face, causing him to keep his lids squeezed tightly together. On landing, Felix was jolted backwards and sand shot into his face. Shakily, he slid down from Thunder's back and, looking around at Ed, saw he was in the same state. The doctor was stooping with his hands on his knees, breathing deeply. "Well, I hope we don't have to do that again," Ed uttered. A warm sun eased their tremors. Thunder lay exhausted on the beach. "We'll get you some water," Felix said, gazing at the waterfall. "We need to find the Queen as quickly as possible," Ed said with urgency, "before they do." Felix made no reply. His throat was parched, and he couldn't do anything until he'd had a drink. In silence they hurried on to the waterfall, looking down as if trying to hide. Felix cupped his hands under the forceful flow and, leaning forward, scooped the water into his mouth. It tasted sweet, and the fanning breeze made things feel more real. Refreshed, he straightened, and it was then he thought he heard small voices from behind the curtain of water. "Perhaps we should rescue your sons and leave these people to their destiny," Ed said. "We don't have the wheel," Felix replied. He rushed back from the spray to avoid getting drenched and raised his eyes to the top of the cliff, where he thought he saw a plume of smoke. "I think our present is intertwined with this past. If we take the princes back to the king, we will all die. Seriously, we should waste no more time. We must focus on getting your boys and escaping back home," Ed muttered. "I have done my share for these people. Besides, in the museum, they had the skeletal remains of the Queen's sons." "You can't go back to the mainland. He will soon discover you have no powers. Follow me. I've spotted something," Felix said. "There's a chimney hole." They were stopped in their tracks by the whoosh of arrows. They were being attacked from above. Felix rapidly and attentively searched the rim of the cliff. Scurrying figures became visible as they rushed to a vantage point and reloaded their bolts. Arrows shot skywards, curved and rained down, penetrating deep into Thunder's flesh. A golden eagle circled, screeched in horror, and plummeted down to where the beast lay bleeding into the sand. "Thunder!" cried a voice from behind the water wall. "Stay there," Felix said. "Don't come out." Thunder lifted his head. A wildfire of flame shot out in all directions, desperate to ignite anything in reach. Driftwood from the wrecked ships ignited. Then her head crashed back into the sand, causing the land to shudder. The eagle settled on Thunder's back and spread her wings as if in an embrace and plaintively squawked. The Pirate King's destructive forces rushed out of the tunnel leading to the castle and spilt onto the beach. Ed and Felix cried out in unison, "Fly away, fly!" The Queen, devoted to her dragon, was overcome with grief and would not move. Felix looked on in horror as a net was flung over the bird and a blade plunged into Thunder's heart. The band of pirates cried out in triumph as the island wept. Once again, they fastened the eagle to a tether and disappeared back into the tunnel. Felix hung his head low as the sting of his betrayal and helplessness pierced his heart. "We should have done something," he moaned. "We're useless. We have no experience on how to respond in such situations." Ed clutched his arm. "It would have been the same had we lived in these times," Ed uttered sympathetically. "We need to play to our strengths, cleverness and kindness." They were interrupted by wild wailing. Their attention was forced back to the children, and they hurriedly tried to find the opening which led to the cave behind the waterfall. Eventually, they found the entrance and slipped into the half-light of the cave, where they were confronted by a robust and responsive boy. He had taken a stance with a sword in his hand. Fiery hate flashed in his eyes as he slashed, thrust the blade into the air and swung around, ready to kill anyone who got too close. "I will kill you if you don't leave!" he screamed wildly. "We're not your enemy," Felix said. "We want to help." "We don't need your help," the boy snapped. The two men waited patiently. Ed tried to comfort the younger child, who was weeping and crying for his mother. "It's okay. The Queen is still alive and we will rescue her." Felix took a few steps forward. The boy was wearing the remnants of expensive clothes. His shoulder-length dirty hair looked like tarnished gold, and his skin was grimy. "We do want to help," he said softly. "Please give us a chance." The oldest boy lowered his weapon, wiped his eyes and nose with his sleeve, and stared at the floor, defeated. Audain discovers a new type of magic, Chapter 26. Tiffany raised her eyebrows and pointed to the living room. "He's in there, sitting in my chair, eating all our food and drinking my wine." Hilda, I'm not bowing down to that vile man and catering for his every need. He treats me like garbage, and he has vulgar language and disgusting habits, Tiffany moaned, as the two women stood by the kitchen table, holding their coffee mugs tightly in their hands. He has adapted too well to this unfamiliar environment. He must have a weakness, something we could exploit to get him out of here, Hilda said. He does seem to have made himself extremely comfortable. I have to keep things going here while the men go off playing heroes. It's up to me to stay rational, keep working, and lie to everybody about where my husband and children have gone. Shush, Hilda said, placing a finger on her lips. We don't want to upset Amelia. She's still waiting in the garden for her father to return through the hatch, Tiffany replied. I will go and talk to the rancid heap of rags. Please do. That old man has invaded my space with his hateful attitude toward women. He's genuinely driving me nuts. He insists this was where his house stood and that he has rights over the land. Ready for battle, Hilda crossed the threshold and entered the frigid atmosphere. Despite the autumn sunshine, the curtains were drawn. Food containers littered the floor around the chair where the old man sat, swaddled in the richly embroidered material of his cloak. Not another feeble and feckless woman, he grumbled, and lifted the bottle of wine to his lips. I'm sure your thirst must be quenched by now, she said, stepping close and seizing the bottle from his hands. Get away from me, woman, he snapped and shot her a look of contempt. Get me some more wine. This is the last bottle. Hilda perched on the edge of the chair opposite, and they sat in silence, regarding each other with hostility. Here, we do things differently. Women are treated with respect. Deriri thought she could be queen. How can a woman rule? He scoffed to himself. We have a female queen, Hilda replied. Here, you must obey our rules. Audan shifted in his chair and answered with an expression of disdain. Then he stuffed more food in his mouth, revealing his dirty fingernails and black teeth. You wouldn't last long where I come from. When are you leaving? Hilda said bluntly. It's the fault of you folk that any of this has happened, he shouted, staring at her with a menacing look. I'm trapped here. Your men have got the wheel, and I can't get back without it. He coughed and spat on the floor. Where I come from, I was treated with high regard, a master magician who holds all the real power in the land. Here you are nothing. We have abilities far beyond anything you possess. Audan laughed raucously. You can't travel to the future and the past and turn a woman into a bird. A bird? Hilda was genuinely intrigued, and for a moment was derailed by her own curiosity. Will she stay like that forever? I could think of some I would like to do that too. She imagined turning the insurance man, who was still charging her for her husband's car, into a grain of sand. The antidote, as in all tales, would be to meet up with those she truly loves, but that is unlikely, as they are most probably dead. Or I could reverse the spell, which is also improbable. You like it here, eating our food and drinking our wine, Hilda said, trying to get back on track. I can't complain, he said, gazing at Hilda uneasily. We appreciate that you are a great magician and a wise man, but our men and children are stuck in your time. We want them back. Sorry, like I said, I can't assist you, he said, eyeing up the bottle, and I don't want to go back. Keep providing food and drink, or I'll turn you into a toad. Another drink, Hilda said, walking over to the dresser and picking up the smallest glass. She handed him the precious liquid. There really are no more bottles after this one. They are probably all dead now, he uttered, slurping at his drink. Captain Samuel Benjamin is a ruthless pirate intent on holding on to the throne and producing a male heir with the Queen. It is important to us to hold a place of honour in history. The old man fell silent as he meditated on something. He roused himself and continued. You have to admire a man with ambition, and the people need a firm hand. You said you were treated with esteem, a magician of great power, Hilda said, determined to pursue her line of inquiry. Does that mean you're not any more? There was a slight falling from grace. The Queen considered me too old, but my powers still far exceed those of the young upstart. Besides, the captain needs me. I'm sure by now Ed would have filled the gap you left behind. It will be his name on the lips of your people." Hilda rose and poured more wine into Audain's cup. As Hilda returned to her chair, she picked up the remote control from the coffee table and switched on the television. Audain's attention was immediately drawn towards the colourful moving pictures. He stared in astonishment, enraptured by the magic of technology. "You're witches," he said, appearing timid and more diminished. "You see, we don't need your powers here." She smiled sweetly. "If you were to remain in this place, you would succumb to our illnesses and die a lonely old man." "I have no way of returning," he said with fear in his eyes. Hilda held out her wand to Audain. "Here, you try." He took the remote in his sinewy, shaky hands and began to press buttons. He gawped at the screen with vacant dismay. "Are you ready to listen to the plan of a feeble woman?" She could feel the loud beating of her heart caused by the shift of power she'd created in the room. She was proud of herself for gaining control. "Here is my best idea. If, from this vast distance of time and space, you can find a way to protect our people from harm, then in exchange we will bestow upon you the secrets of our powers. If you are ever able to return, you will be lauded throughout the world." Audain nodded his head dumbly. Hilda rose. "You will need to return to your room beneath the ground, as we have much to do. Tomorrow I will bring you more food and wine. Please hurry. We don't have much time." This time, Audain no longer refused to move. He set the remote down, rested his hands on the chair arms, and pushed himself to his feet. Hilda ushered him calmly towards the back door. "I will do all I can to protect your family, but in return you will share your magic powers with me, or I will turn you both into something slimy," Audain said with a stern expression. "I would rather be someone in my world than nothing in yours." The King is Judged, Chapter 27. No one was standing guard over the children. The brothers had been abandoned with little regard to fester within the confines of a slimy-walled, pitch-black cell. All their strength had sapped away from the lack of water and food. Alfie's eyes were stinging from crying, and his limbs were floppy. He sat on the floor close to Leo, knowing he had to try to think of a way to escape. He considered burrowing, but the ground was cold stone. "If a guard does return, can you do your thing?" he said to his brother. "I'm hungry. I want Daddy, and it's too dark," Leo sobbed. Alfie wrapped his arms around his brother, pulled him close, and tried to comfort him with consoling words. "Don't worry, we will get out, and Daddy's strong. He would have broken out of that cage." The boys were dozing, curled up in each other's arms, when Alfie heard voices. 2 men were shouting insults at each other in the passage. They laughed, and the tapping of their footsteps sounded as if they were parting and going in separate directions. Flickering light from a burning torch grew around the walls as a guard walked past their cell and entered the adjoining room. Through the separating bars he saw the man, with his free hand, carrying a tray bearing a jug and a metal plate with a couple of slices of dried bread. The thought of food caused Alfie to rise onto his knees. It was then that he saw it standing in the corner of the space. Something or someone was watching. He studied the figure curiously. It was tar black, both solid and weightless, a shadowy figure stretching almost to the ceiling, with abnormally long limbs. Its only facial features were its eyes, which looked like burning coals. The guard seemed oblivious to the extended shadow, and without a word slid the plate under the bars and pushed the jug between the poles towards Alfie's outstretched hand. The light faded as the guard walked away and exited the room without a word. The black shape melted into blackness, and the figure was gone. Alfie woke Leo and gave him the meagre offerings, only taking a little water for himself. He pondered on the shadow and what it could be, and was strangely reassured that they weren't alone. He tried several times to speak to the being. "Who are you?" he said, but there was no response, and he wondered if it had just been the guard's distorted shadow. He played a game to keep his brother amused and happy. "I will describe something, and you can tell me what it is," he said. "What's describe?" "I tell you what something looks like, and you guess what it is." The game was only partly successful, but they made it fun by portraying silly things. "A jelly," Leo laughed hysterically. They were beginning to tire and return to their former melancholy when Alfie heard footsteps. Together they froze, listening and waiting for the orange glow of the flame. The same guard approached with another tray. Alfie saw the shadow figure standing motionless in the same spot. Quizzically, they watched as the shadow came up behind the guard, standing extremely close. A chill air blew through the room, and the guard shivered. The guard's eyes glazed over, and he appeared to be in a trance. Carefully, the man placed the tray on the floor, unclipped a bunch of keys from his belt, put them in the lock, and released the catch. The door was flung open, and the guard handed Alfie the flaming torch. More bizarrely, he then sat himself down on the ground inside the prison. "Put your hand in mine," Alfie said to his brother. "We must find my box." "And my bag," Leo added. Fearfully but furtively, they pushed their way through the dark tunnel, knowing every step was traced by the silent shadow. They curved their way up endless spiral stairs in one of the turrets, with Alfie counting the exits on the various floors. He had an idea that the king's chamber would be close to the queen's. As they stepped onto the landing, candles lining the walls helped everything emerge into sharper detail. They trod stealthily across wooden floorboards and entered dusty rooms. People were sleeping, and Alfie wondered how long they had been imprisoned. Finally, they found the correct room, which they might not have known except for the fact that the king was lying in a soft four-poster bed with his pirate hat on and his hand resting on a cutlass. Beside him on a wooden table were their 2 bags. "Wait here," Alfie said to Leo, who was standing hesitantly under the doorframe. Alfie tiptoed towards his treasure, anxious to lay his hands on his possessions without creaking the boards. Alfie extended both arms and tried to snatch their bags. The captain's eyes sprang open. He rose, swung around and clamped hold of Alfie's wrist. "So, you've escaped," he sneered through gritted teeth. "This time I will have you both killed." The black fog of malevolence emanating from the man's eyes engulfed Alfie in fear, leaving him unable to speak or move. "You, yes, you!" The shadow stood looming at the end of the king's bed. A booming voice filled the room, but the phantom appeared to have no mouth. "I'm talking to you, a thief who steals more than just treasure. A sinner who tears out the human soul, destroys a person's health and their ability to love. You chew up the hearts of your subjects and leave them empty." The shadow roared the last words, shaking the shutters on the windows and everyone's nerves. Facing this new enemy, the king loosened his grip and seized his cutlass instead. Alfie, rigid, watched as the pirate king raised the point of his sword, but he could see from the grimace on his face that his intestines were twisting into a knot of fear. "I'm your judge," the voice lowered. "How do you answer for your crimes?" "I have won this realm with my courage and skill. Sages, magicians, the wealthy, the council, and all the queen's soldiers kneel at my feet. They all give me their attentive ear and will willingly follow me into battle to conquer new lands. We have bigger and better ships being built and weapons forged." "What of your subjects, the people you set to work as slaves? They want not to hear the roar of a king, but desire the sweet whisper of the queen." "I have sovereign rights and will yield to no one, especially not a mere phantom." With these words, the king jumped from his bed and rushed at the shadow with his sword, slicing through the dark shape. It was all to no avail. He tried to rush towards the door, but hit against an invisible barrier and fell backwards onto the floor. It was at this point that Alfie saw Leo focusing on the bags and staring intensely. The desired items floated through the air and landed in Leo's outstretched hands. The blood drained from the king's face, and he moved onto his knees and, with his hands clasped as though in prayer, pleaded with the shadow. "Why do you torment me? What do you want of me?" "As punishment you will go to the fire, pluck up the hot stones one by one and place them on the hearth." "No, please, no," he screamed. "I will give you anything. I will release the people from bondage." "That is not all." With fluid movements, the phantom walked over to the grate. "Come." It appeared to Alfie as though invisible hands were pulling the king in the direction of the flames. Kneeling, the captain reached out and plucked out a white-hot stone. The fire threatened to ignite his nightgown. He grabbed his wrist with his right hand to reduce the pain and tried to keep his sword hand unharmed. Each time he yelped and screamed. After 5 stones he was thrown back forcefully. "Stand," the voice commanded. Alfie saw something dark plopping onto the floor and, looking up, saw a black tar-like substance dripping from the rafters. It slowly swirled and formed into sticky ribbons, which coiled around the captain until he was bound and stuck fast. "When your men come to your rescue and break you free," the voice rumbled, "you will take those followers and retreat back to the sea, never to set foot in this land again." "But the people have chosen me." "These lands will not be squandered. If you choose to return, the shadow will haunt your every move, and you will know what it is to be a slave." "The wheel!" Alfie blurted. "I must return it to its owner." He rushed around the room, frantically searching. The king laughed. "You'll never find it." United once more. Chapter 28. Hand in hand, the Princes Barrington and Arlo ran over to where Thunder lay. Ed, Felix and the boys stood in the hazy, low autumnal sun and uttered their own private prayers to the magnificent beast. "Her body has been taken, but not her soul," Ed said, trying to comfort the boys, who wept with their heads bowed. "We will bury her," Felix said. "We can dig a pit beneath her and pile sand on top." In reality, he doubted they could create the dignified ceremony such an animal deserved. He wondered if there was a way to push her into the sea, but glancing up, saw the small group of rowing boats crowded with pirates heading for the mainland, and internally squirmed at their renewed delight at seeing the conquered creature. "You should set light to her body," Barrington said through sobs. "Then her spirit will rise back to the stars." As the small group was deciding on the best way to say goodbye to the dragon, they felt a shaking in the ground and heard a loud cracking and creaking. Trees shook, and the whole island trembled. "Earthquake!" Ed and Felix shouted in unison and fell to their knees. Ed grabbed Barrington's and Arlo's hands and pulled the boys to the ground. All their senses were alert in response to the primeval force pushing its way up through the earth. The air exploded, and an avalanche of rocks tumbled onto the beach. "I think someone has released the stone man Grenville from his 100-year sleep," Barrington whispered. Mesmerised, they gawped towards the sound and saw a monster formed of lichen-covered boulders as high as a mountain storm across the land. The stone man moved with lyrical motion and as swiftly as thought, jumping from the cliff as if from a step. All of Felix's senses alerted him to the certainty of the giant's existence, and at that moment he was released from all his preconceived notions of reality. Sand and pebbles bounced into the air as Grenville entered the water. Fountains sprang high and spray fell like jewels in the sunlight. Large waves washed onto the shore from the wake and surrounded Thunder. Automatically, they all jumped to their feet and began to push the dragon out to sea. She shifted a little, but her weight was incredible, and after a while they all stooped and, with laboured breathing, gasped the air into their burning lungs. As Grenville pushed into deeper water, another, more powerful wave inundated the beach, sending Thunder drifting out of their reach. Again they said their farewells, and then watched as the stone man crossed mile after mile in an instant. They all gawped at the unforgettable sight of a giant's hand picking up a small boat and shaking it from side to side. It was beyond the power of the pirates to defend themselves, and they all fell or plunged into the icy water, screaming for the other boats to come to their aid. Feeling confident that the giant was on their side, Felix called out, "Bring the boat back to us!" The rest of the group, seizing the chance of freedom, joined in and shouted as loud as they could. To their relief, they saw Grenville turn and respond, dragging the vessel behind him as the distance dissolved with each stride. The waves rose once again as the giant approached the shore. Then, on the sand, he stopped and stood immovable, towering above the tiny humans. They were preparing to clamber into the boat when they spotted the eagle lying under a bench, tangled in the net. Felix sensed a stirring of joy, then concern, as the bird didn't seem to be moving. With nimble fingers they all set about freeing the distressed creature. When they pulled away the last threads, she remained motionless. The boys sobbed as they stroked the bird's feathers. "Are we too late?" Barrington said, staring directly at Felix as tears washed down his cheeks. "I don't want anything else to die," Arlo said delicately, kissing the top of its head. Then the bird twitched. It began to move, and in a blurry golden haze coiled out from under the seat and up towards the light. To everyone's astonishment, Queen Deriri stood before them. Her pleasure at seeing her boys safe was palpable. She pulled them into an embrace, and the smile on her face was broad, older and wiser. On the day of the storm, the magician Odain imprisoned me within an enchantment. She wiped the tears from her children's eager faces. I feel now that everything that was bad will be made good. We must return to the mainland and take back our throne. "You have nothing with which to defend yourself, and we make poor fighters," Ed said, exchanging a concerned glance with Felix. "We wish to find our own children and return to our home," Felix added. "Order will be restored. I have every faith," she said, smiling up at Grenville. "Alas, Thunder, my dragon has gone." A tear dropped from her eyes. She pulled together the heavy fabric of her long dress, brushed back her long golden hair, and seated herself on the bench. "Climb in. My kingdom is waiting." Ed thought her regal beauty at that moment was beyond anything he'd ever witnessed, and wished he could stay at her side. "Grenville, take us to the mainland," she commanded. The giant grasped the front of the boat with his massive stone-grey hand and dragged it into the deep, open waters, which were no barrier for such a mighty being. As they approached the harbour, they spotted a new ship, and it was flying the Skull and Crossbones. Ed spotted Captain Samuel sauntering on the deck while his men rushed around preparing to set sail. The sailors became aware of the boat rocking and yelled out, "Brace yourselves for confrontation," the Queen said, and Barrington and Arlo drew their swords. As waves washed over the deck, the men on board plunged into a confused panic. They grasped onto anything stable, ropes, the mast and chains to stop them sliding across the wet boards. Grenville left them holding tight onto the small rowing boat and stomped over to the chain, running his hand down into the water. With one sharp movement, he yanked the anchor from its bed, sending the ship tossing and lurching forward. Ed, clinging onto their small vessel, could hardly keep track. Everything was moving fast as the whole place seethed with action as sailors plunged into the frothing waters. In the blink of an eye, he saw Captain Samuel leap off the side of the ship. For Ed, the shock of witnessing the formidable man give himself up to the sea sent the scene into slow motion. He saw every detail, the grimace on the captain's face, droplets of water from the spray on his beard, the purple of his scar, his long coat ballooning out and his boots flying from his legs as he broke the surface of the water. Then, for a split second, he saw it falling from one of the cavalier boots, the clock shape of the wheel. Keeping his eye on where the object entered the water, he jumped in and dived deep. There it was, a fraction above him, dropping fast. He reached his hand out and snatched it before it disappeared into the depths. The captain was beneath him, struggling out of his coat, then rising to the surface. They bobbed side by side, fighting to keep their heads above the water. "Yours today, but mine tomorrow," the captain said breathlessly. "We will meet again," were his last words, as, with every effort, he swam towards the remaining group of rowing boats. In the next instance, Felix grabbed his arms and hauled him aboard. The sun had risen high by the time Alfie and Leo reached the harbour after both had fallen into an unnaturally deep sleep and woke to find themselves on the king's bed. As they'd run down the hill, they'd both been aware of the shadow close behind, but occasionally glancing over his shoulder, Alfie saw he was diminishing. He was now less dense, wafer-thin and then paper-thin. As they stood by the sea catching their breath, it withered away, and all that remained on the ground were 2 black coals. Of course, he bent down, picked them up and dropped them in his rucksack to later join the rest of his treasure in his box. Kuchun, who had patiently waited for their return, landed at their side. Alfie stroked the reptile's scaly skin. "Thanks for waiting," he said, as he heard a commotion behind them. Looking around, he saw the exhausted husks of life were leaving their homes and heading for the harbour instead of trekking to the mines. They seemed more buoyant and were all shouting and pointing out to sea. They watched, waited, and listened. A large ship hoisted the pirate flag, and beyond that, Alfie saw what appeared to be a stack of rocks trudging through the water. Transfixed, they gawped at the giant, then at the small boat it was towing. Alfie's heart raced, and he exchanged glances with Leo. "Do you think that could be Dad?" Leo stared up at his brother. His jaw dropped, and all he could do was nod. There was noise and movement all around. Transfixed, Alfie stared out to sea as the mirage of hope tugged at his heart. Then they saw a man jump from the small vessel into the water. "No! No!" Leo shouted in desperation. The intensity of the scene was too painful to watch. Alfie pulled Leo into his arms. "It will be okay," he whispered, shutting his own eyes. The next time he looked, he saw 2 men, a lady and 2 golden-haired boys, dragging up the beach. They ran as fast as their limbs would take them. A deluge of joy poured over Alfie and Leo as, once again, they were in their father's arms, back under Felix's protection. All their love was concentrated into that moment as they clung tight and wept, and their crumpled spirits slowly smoothed out. It was like a big, warm sigh. Soon their father held them at arm's length and checked that they were well and uninjured. He wiped the tears from his own eyes and then from their faces. "Never again will any of us visit this land," he said, smiling at his friends, who grinned back. Alfie looked up and, seeing Ed standing close by, flung his arms around his waist and hugged him tight despite his dripping wet clothes. "Thank you for taking care of Daddy." Then he noticed Ed was holding something between his cold, stiff fingers, and his joy was amplified. "Can we go home now?" Audain and the Firework Party. Chapter 29. Hilda walked into the garden carefully, carrying a tray of hot chocolate, toffee apples, marshmallows and potatoes wrapped in silver paper, ready to put on the fire. She'd learnt that Audain was always hungry. They'd been forced to indulge the obnoxious man, so he would work his magic of protection back in his own time. When he'd informed them that his crystal ball promised the imminent return of Tiffany's family and her friends, they'd packed him a bag of modern magic. They bought him batteries and explained how to use them, a wind-up torch, medicines and creams, tools and gadgets, and anything that didn't require mains electricity but would impress an angry queen. It had been the matches, and later a lighter, which had caused a problem. They'd been in Tiffany's kitchen, and she'd just lit the wood burner and placed a large box of matches on the table. Audain had diverted her attention by accusing Arthur of running into the garden with a shoe in his mouth. Later, when Hilda was returning to her own home through the back entrance, she smelled smoke and heard coughing. When she investigated, she discovered he'd filled his room under the garden with candles and was fighting to put out the flames devouring the large book on the end table. Together, they'd managed to extinguish the fire. But since then, she'd been extra vigilant and presided over his every move. It was bonfire night, and with a smile fixed on her face, Hilda placed a tray on a camping table and gazed at the animated little man, gasping with delight and dancing on the spot with his fingers in his ears, his twinkling eyes brightening with dismay at every flash from the exploding fireworks. "Unblock your ears!" Tiffany was shouting. "I want to show you how to light them safely." Hilda sat next to Amelia on a comfortable canvas chair. "What do you think he'll be like when we get to the sparklers?" Amelia said, laughing. "I suppose to him it's like witnessing a miracle," she said, still grinning to herself. "I don't know if they have such things where he comes from." Observing the man's childlike enthusiasm filled Hilda with a fondness for him, despite his temper and moody imperfections. His biting words had lessened, and he'd learnt to hold his tongue and no longer mentioned his views on the feebleness of women. Instead, he found all the curiosities and information Hilda had brought to him stimulating. She enjoyed sharing her knowledge with such an inquisitive mind. The last rockets, which sprayed the garden with silver and gold, whipped him up into a frenzy. He clapped his hands and cried, "More! More!" "No one will doubt your powers if you take some of those back," Hilda called. "Don't worry," Tiffany intervened. "We have put aside plenty for you to take when you go." Rather than being happy at this news, Hilda noticed his face drop. He looked dour and instantly more subdued. "Distract him with some sparklers, Amelia," she whispered. "Your mum and I will put the potatoes on the fire." "It's a daily struggle finding food and drink where I come from," Audain moaned, as he strolled blandly up to the table and picked up a toffee apple. "Such hardships, you can't imagine." "You have to put a glove on so the sparks don't burn your hands," Amelia said. Audain took a last bite of the sweet apple. His joy was renewed as Old and Young lit the sticks and watched the bright falling stars. Soon they were all seated, munching through steaming potatoes and basking in the heat of the fire. Audain was dribbling melted marshmallow into his mouth when they all heard the sound of rising footsteps and voices coming from the hatch. Tiffany and Amelia jumped to their feet, allowing their paper plates to slide onto the grass. Hilda rose, but remained by her chair. Everyone's attention was taken up by the group's arrival, as Audain was pushed out of people's thoughts. He sat alone amongst the cries of happiness. Hilda glanced down at their uninvited guest. His face, illuminated by the firelight, looked stricken and suddenly much older. He didn't want to leave, but she worried about how long he could safely remain in the future. Hilda returned to her seat, knowing she would have to help him find the strength to go home. "I've enjoyed our chance meeting," she said, taking his hand in hers. "It has been a privilege knowing such a great magician." "I found you too late and in the wrong time," he said with genuine emotion. "You belong in your world." "I didn't deserve your kindness," Audain said. The family had finished their welcoming embraces and turned their attention towards Audain. "The Pirate King has returned to thievery on the high seas," Ed said jovially. "The Queen will take her place on the throne until the council, and she decides when Barrington is old enough to rule. She is a magnanimous woman, and I'm sure she will be willing to forgive," he said firmly. Audain solemnly rose. "Wait a minute," Tiffany shouted and rushed to a bush away from the fire where she'd concealed the box of fireworks. "Here, take them, a gift for your queen." Audain moved uncertainly towards the box and took it with a wan smile on his lips. Alfie, having rummaged in his bag for the wheel, walked over to the magician. "This is yours," he said. "Thank you. I will take more care of it this time." "I will come into the room with you and help you with your bag," Hilda said. "No, please stay here," he said, his lips smiling while his eyes remained sorrowful. "We don't want any more mix-ups." They all watched in silence as the stooping figure walked away from the light and towards the hatch door. "Don't let the wheel get in the hands of Captain Samuel," Ed shouted after Audain. The Magician's Son, Chapter 30. Audain arrived on the mainland shores. It was night time, but the moon sent an eerie glow over the land, lighting his way. Making haste, he headed for the hill which led to the castle, jumping at the slightest sound as he went. His heart leapt in his chest as he heard a soft tread rapidly approaching his back. He increased his speed, trying to walk away. "Don't panic, it's your imagination," he wanted to reassure himself. But as they closed in on him, he knew the presence was real. A hand rested on his shoulder. "What's the hurry, O'Dane?" a cool voice said. "Do you have no time for your son? I nearly drowned in the cold sea today." O'Dane dumped his heavy bag onto the sand, turned, and his son became visible in the pale light, wrapped as usual in his long black coat. "What are you doing here?" O'Dane said, looking at his son's hateful expression. "I could ask you the same," he said, smirking. "I've been driven away by the outsider," he said, studying O'Dane's face for a reaction. "We have been forced to give up everything and have once again been driven to cross the great divide of the sea. As always, I remain rejected and an outcast." "I'm sorry, son." "Sorry for what?" "That you were never there when I was growing up." He glared at his father. "It wasn't your fault I was captured and taken to sea at such an early age. Or perhaps you regret keeping your distance when I re-entered your life as an adult." "I tried," O'Dane said in a low whisper. "I'm old now and tired." "I wanted you to see my success, to please you," Samuel said. O'Dane desperately wanted to hear kindness from his son. Strangely, he'd enjoyed his company whilst they'd plotted to take the throne. He tried to look him in the eyes, face him, but his bubbling emotions caused his glance to slip away. "Stay with me, son," O'Dane said, gazing at the ground. "The Queen is forgiving. Drop your anger against her and all your bold but reckless plans. The Queen has a new dragon, a giant and a hungry army. You know she will have me thrown into the dungeons," Samuel said harshly. "I suppose that's what you're hoping will happen. Get rid of me so you can become the Queen's favourite once more." The pirate paused and regarded O'Dane with pleading, desperate eyes. "Prove your loyalty, show you care, and come with me," Samuel said. "There's nothing for you here either. She is fickle and will feed you to her dragon sooner or later, and we could use your great powers. Together with you as my right hand, we could conquer the world." "Samuel, I'm a frail old man. I wouldn't be able to withstand the rigours of a life at sea." He stared up at his son with a begging expression. "You don't understand the consequences of what you do. They're far-reaching. None of this was meant to be." "So, you've made up your mind," Samuel said, scowling. "You will desert your son once more, no matter. What's in your bag?" He grabbed the backpack and delved inside. "Some old books." "Not the diamonds you stole from me when you were on board the ship?" O'Dane shook his head. He knew what his son was thinking. "Thunder's eggs? Where did they go? If I were to return some day with such beasts, my powers would supersede all those who've tried to destroy us." "I have none of those things, but I can give you my most precious gift of all," he said reluctantly, not wanting to be any part of Samuel's world of pain, but secretly needing to give him a legacy, something of his to keep. "What would that be?" the angry man replied with scorn. "It's my mystical key, the best thing I ever discovered, harnessing the most potent magic. It exploits a glitch in space and time." He smiled and, pulling the wheel from his bag, he handed it over to his son. "It will take you to different places and times depending on where you point the dial." "Yes, I've seen this before, but was unsure of its purpose. The impostors saw it as possessing the greatest value. It was the last gold they stole from me. I could sell that, and we will survive for a while." "It is not an ordinary treasure," O'Dane said emphatically. "I've visited the future, and it is magnificent with miracles beyond belief. There they do not struggle to find food and wine or any other need, and they possess the strongest magic powers of the gods." A smile of gratitude formed uncharacteristically on the pirate's lips, and for a moment O'Dane felt the hollowness in his heart fill. If you place it on the correct setting, it will take you to that future place where, at least I believe, you'll find your diamonds and the dragon's eggs. I will explain what each symbol means. Alice visits the ruined castle. Chapter 31. I need to speak with you too, Ed said, as he paced in front of the fire of the small croft house with his phone to his ear. I'm sure something strange is happening here. Would you be able to meet up with us this weekend? There's little room, but a good sofa. Amelia was seated at the table writing in her diary, but had stopped to listen to her father's phone call. He was making plans for Alice to get a lift on one of Hugh's transports, which was bringing the last building materials to the island. On their journey through England to the border, her father had avoided speaking about their trip to the museum and their meeting with Alice, but since arriving back in Scotland, he talked of nothing else. As he rambled incessantly, she remembered the young woman with the stunning blue, almost turquoise eyes, and the warmth she'd felt behind every word she'd uttered, and every gesture and an idea forced its way into her mind. When she'd spotted the heavy digging equipment up at the castle, she'd seen the opportunity to apply her plan of bringing them together. It hadn't been difficult to persuade Ed to phone up the archaeologist to speak of their concerns. She watched as her father put his phone on the table, and a restless silence followed. Dad, what's happening? Does she know anything about the machines up at the castle? You can ask her yourself, he said as a pleasant smile formed on his lips. She will be arriving on the next boat, and she has news for us too. Father and daughter waited with aching anticipation for the next day to arrive, when Alice was due to come to the island. There was snow drifting in the air by the time the three of them stepped over the threshold from the cold into the warmth of the snug cottage. Alice and Ed sat down in the straight-back chairs, facing each other across the table. I will make us some drinking chocolate, Amelia announced, and get the shortbread. That would be lovely, Alice said, glancing up and smiling. My in-laws are down at the building site carrying out the finishing touches to the house, Ed said awkwardly. Apparently, the owner is a peculiar man. He's paying everything in cash, and it's he who ordered the diggers. What was it you wanted to tell us? A few weeks after yours and Amelia's visit, I decided to look over the document again for any other information concerning the Queen, Alice said, taking a deep breath and smoothing her ruffled hair into place. To my astonishment, the text had changed. In what way? Ed said curiously, and looked up at Amelia, who was placing their drinks on the table. You'd better join us now. This is sounding interesting. Amelia drew a chair up beside her father. It now reads completely different. The princes weren't dead. The Queen had regained her throne and was ruling with a fair hand while the Pirate King returned to the sea. How can this be? We all saw the text, and I know it was hard to read, but ancient Latin was my subject at university. They all spent some time speculating on what might have happened. The conversation was engaging, but to everyone seated around the table, it felt false. During the silence that preceded the discussion, Amelia saw the two adults regarding each other with serious expressions. Amelia, I've decided to be honest, Ed said firmly. No, Dad, you will ruin everything, Amelia uttered, believing that explaining such a fanciful tale would send Alice running back to the mainland. Please tell me, Alice said softly. I promise not to be shocked or judgmental. The story I'm about to tell you can be corroborated, he said anxiously. I have some friends who are involved, and they are coming here for Christmas. You could meet them if you decide you want to. Ed started from the beginning. It was evident to Amelia that he found their story hard to relay, so she interrupted him by adding extra information. Occasionally, she glanced over at Alice, who had her elbow on the table with her knuckles pressed into her cheek, concentrating. Amelia was relieved to see she was a willing listener. We visited that other world, and it's as real as this one, he said, as he finished his story and waited for their guest's response. As an archaeologist, I believe all our lives are linked together, past and present. She smiled. That is an extraordinary tale, and I'm not saying I don't believe you, but my scientific side requires proof. Ed laughed guardedly. "It is all crazy, but something happened to us all as a group." "And Amelia, you trust what your father and friends are saying?" "Yes, with every part of me. I didn't go there myself, but it was me who found the room and the treasured items. It was my game which started all this." Shortly after the incident with the documents, the tapestry was returned, and there appeared to be an addition on the end which I hadn't noticed before. At the end, there was the coronation of a king, but he was not the pirate, as this figure had golden hair. At these words, the hair bristled on the back of Amelia's neck, and she shivered. "This place holds many secrets. Let's go and explore while it's still light," Ed said in an upbeat tone. "We will be your guide." "Yes, I would like that." Alice pushed her chair back and smiled broadly at Ed. They put on their waterproofs and headed for the door. Outside, clouds raced across the sun, and a layer of chilly gloom hung over the dark green. They strode down to the beach. Bending into the raging wind, and with their lids blinking against the cold, they moved with purpose towards the waterfall. Pausing, they glanced up at the glittering brilliance of the water tumbling endlessly over the cliff edge. "Isn't it magnificent?" Ed said as he steadied himself by leaning on the rocky face by the limit of the cascade. Alice nodded in agreement. "Do you want to risk a look and go inside? This was in your story, and you know how to enter." "It means getting a little wet," Ed laughed and pushed into the weakest flow as though he was walking through a beaded curtain. Inside, they shook, enabling the water to fall from their coats as their eyes adapted to the half-light. It was calm and serene, with the only sound being from the rhythmic stream of water. They scanned their cavernous surroundings, and straight away Alice spotted a darker patch of ground where a fire might have once burnt. "If I'm correct, and it would need further study, but this could be a sign of habitation," she said, pointing to the sandy soil. Amelia saw her father's eyes meet Alice's, their wind-scoured cheeks blushing, and for a moment they were locked together with expressions of equal delight. Then, embarrassed, their smiles fell away, and they returned to exploring the space. Alice kicked at the ground, and then bent down and brushed the soil away with her hand. "Look what I've found," she exclaimed. "There's a scattering of semi-precious stones. I'm sure they wouldn't have found their way here by accident." Ed wore an expression of gratification. "The light will go soon. We need to get to the castle." Alice picked up the colourful stones and dropped them into her pocket. Once outside, Ed marched ahead towards the heights of the hill with a bounce in his legs, and Amelia and Alice followed close behind. The trudge up the slope was exhilarating and exhausting. A couple of times they stopped to take a breath and gaze at the picturesque view of the rolling land and the thunderous sea. Eventually, the ruins of the castle appeared standing proudly in the ghostly light. Immediately, they saw the yellow of the digger and dumper truck. They scrutinized the fallen stones. After a while, Alice plonked herself on a boulder, brushed the streamers of hair from her face, shut her eyes, and sighed tragically. "This is terrible, to think someone is prepared to destroy an ancient monument, an integral part of our history." Amelia and Ed joined her, sitting on the remains of a wall. Ed reached over and rested his hand on her arm. "Can't you report this?" he said. "This place could be concealing important information." "No one really cares these days. In the minds of the money-makers, this is just an obscure castle that once housed an obscure queen. At the most, I could get a stay of execution while we dig." "I have all the correct permissions," a voice bellowed. "I own this island, and you are trespassing." Amelia's first thought was to run, but she turned with the others to face their antagonist. A tall man dressed in black, with long boots, a billowing coat that reached his ankles, and streaming hair framing a scarred face and beard, confronted them. She glanced over to her father, looking for direction, only to see a strange expression clouding his face, a mingling of shock and recognition. Christmas Treasure, Chapter 32. Alfie, Amelia and Leo, wrapped up against the bitter cold, walked away from the croft, leaving the adults huddled together in the harmonious haven. Their greetings had all been excited and joyous, with each bringing something to contribute to the party. Presents were to be exchanged after the meal. They'd left Alice and Ed playing chess. Hilda watched while Felix and Tiffany helped Amelia's grandparents prepare the food in the cramped space to take over to the now completed big house. Arthur blundered ahead over the exposed, crisp landscape as the others followed, running across the wide expanse, making for the beach. The clouds had dispersed, leaving a gap between the usual gales, allowing the sunlight to stream down, appearing to turn to ice as it hit the sparkling ground. Leo, still sucking on a sugar mouse, slowed their progress as he insisted on jumping on every iced puddle. Together, they spent time picking up the broken blades, smashing them on the hard ground, and watching them shatter. A golden eagle glided overhead, and Alfie shouted up a greeting. Then Amelia and Leo joined in, making every type of noise they could imagine. Alfie was exhilarated to be with his brother and new friend, and to be as loud as they wished. Climbing over jagged rocks, they arrived on the beach. The sea was calm, clear, and sparkling. Arthur barked at the small waves breaking on the sand, and Leo collected shiny pebbles to add to his collection. The cliff and waterfall rose up behind them, and when Alfie turned, the stunning scene took his breath away. Memories of the other time and place flooded his mind, and he thought of Cook's Yun, who now only existed there on foreign soil. "It's a shame you didn't come with us on our adventure," he said to Amelia, who was also gaping upwards. "You could have ridden on my dragon." "Do you think you will return?" "We gave the wheel to the magician O'Dane." He smiled wistfully. It was his, after all. "My dad said there is a cave behind the waterfall, and before the rocks collapsed, a passage which led to the castle." "Yes, there is a cave and a passage, but you can't get out at the other end anymore." "Let's go and look," Amelia said, smiling mischievously. "I'm never allowed on my own." "Leo, we're going in the cave!" Alfie shouted over to his brother, who picked up his bag and scampered in their direction. They were already exploring by the time Arthur jumped through the veil of water and sprayed them all as he shook. "Alfie, you could camp here," she said. "It's like a little house. You could put a table and chairs and make a bed. Instead of a tree house, I could have a cave house." "The owner wants your grandparents off the island after Christmas," Alfie said. "Your dad will have to find a new house and go back to work." "I don't want to leave, but don't want to stay either, not without friends." "There was a fire here." Alfie pointed to the patch of darker ground. "Maybe your dad and mine could build us a new tree house," he said dreamily. Glancing around, Alfie suddenly noticed his brother was missing. His heart pounded, and he feared for his brother's safety. "Where's Titch gone?" "He was here," Amelia said, her eyes wide with concern. "He was over by the back wall, looking at the boulder." Images of the crack in the rocks, which led to the tunnel which had now collapsed, flooded Alfie's mind. Terror struck, and he raced towards the boulder. "Titch! Titch!" he screamed as Amelia and Arthur rushed over to join him, shouting and barking as they went. "He ignores me sometimes when I call," Alfie said in a scratchy voice. "We'll have to go in and look." "I've got Dad's phone," Amelia said, taking the item from her pocket. "We can use the torch." "Arthur, stay here." They found the gap and shuffled into the tight tunnel. Alfie's heart continued to pound as he imagined his brother trapped, squashed between rocks. "If I was much bigger, I wouldn't fit," Amelia muttered as she aimed the light beam ahead of Alfie. Alfie saw him first reaching into a hole, extracting something and carefully dropping it into his bag. "You should never go off like that," Alfie scolded, grabbing his arm. "You could have been killed." "I don't want to be dead," Leo said, and started to wail. "Am I going to die?" "No," Alfie said, feeling guilty for frightening his brother. "Caves are very dangerous. We mustn't come here again." "You didn't say that in the other place," Leo replied sulkily. "It felt safer with Kuxian," Alfie said as a tear dropped onto his cheek. "We should head back," Amelia said as they exited the passage and emerged back into the cave. "They will be waiting to eat dinner, and then it's present time." She directed her words towards Leo, who rapidly recovered and beamed. Outside, they saw large white flakes falling and drifting from the sky. Arthur and Leo became animated and excited, chasing with clapping hands and snapping jaws, delaying their progress. "He never walks in a straight line," Alfie grumbled, but kept pausing to check his brother was still following. As they approached the croft, Alfie heard his mother shouting. "We're at the new house," she said, waving her arms as she stood in front of the vast glass and timber box. "We're having dinner here." Entering the building, the mingled smells of sweetness, spices and roasted meat caught in Alfie's nose. The room was mostly empty except for the vital ingredients: a blazing fire, a long, finely dressed table, and a large tree under which was a stack of presents. Leo rushed up to the pine and squatted beneath, dropping his bag by the fire. He gazed at the gleaming baubles and twinkling lights. Alfie noticed his brother's hand stray towards the chocolates, but said nothing as the adults were distracted. They were standing shoulder to shoulder with glasses raised. Tiffany pulled Alfie into the circle, and Ed echoed her actions with Amelia. Hilda stiffly sat on the floor next to Leo and quickly wiped the chocolate from his mouth. "Here's to the completion of the most difficult house build I've had in my life," Hugh said, raising his glass to his lips. "Now for retirement." "Is the client happy with the results?" Felix asked. "I hardly saw him, but when I did, I knew straight away that he was a bully, a peculiar, horrid man who loves to generate fear in others. Good riddance. I hope he enjoys his isolation." Everyone responded with light laughter. "Ed and I met him up at the ruin," Alice said. "We think we know who he is, and I need to speak with him." Alfie saw Ed shoot her a warning glance. "When? How? You must tell me. I know nothing about the man. He doesn't appear anywhere on the computer. All I know is he took every opportunity to complain or spit out venomous words," Amelia's granddad complained. "Hugh, it's a very long story," Ed interjected. Tiffany's tummy rumbled. "My stomach is demanding food. Shall we have dinner?" "He thinks he's fooled us," Alice mumbled to Ed as they sat together at the table. "I'm not letting it go. He can't dig up the island." "We should leave it and carry on with our own lives, and remember Hugh and Peggy know nothing." Ed turned and winked at Alfie, who was sitting at his side and listening to every word. The seductive smells of food filled the air as Peggy lifted lids. Alfie glanced around at the radiant faces, all enjoying their meal, gently chatting and laughing. He thought of his mum and dad, all their hard labours and struggles to make them happy. Together they thought of the little details of family life that others forgot. The knowledge that he was so loved gave him an uplifting rush of euphoria. He smiled to himself as he thought of the Christmas presents he placed under the tree. The plum pudding was eaten, crackers pulled, and jokes laughed at because they were so silly. There were the sweet sounds of friendly chatter and toasts. "Thank you so much for welcoming me into your family and making this such a special occasion," Alice said, tossing her hair off her shoulders. "Same here," Felix and Tiffany said in unison. "I hope we'll remain friends for many years to come," Felix said. "Thanks to my husband Felix for always encouraging happiness in others and reminding us what family really means," Tiffany added. "Let's drink to the successful weaving together of the strands of time," Hilda said, smiling with glassy eyes. "Thank you for putting up with an old woman." "You'll always be part of both our families," Ed added. Felix and Tiffany nodded in agreement. "What do you mean, Hilda?" Peggy said, looking at the old woman quizzically. "Alice and I would like to make an announcement." Ed grasped Alice's hand and rose. "Amelia has already given her consent." Everyone laughed. "We are to be married, and you're all invited." A chorus of cheers and congratulations followed. "We weren't expecting this," Felix said, shaking Ed's hand. "I'm so happy," Hilda exclaimed, clapping her hands and hugging Leo. After this, they all dragged their chairs over to the tree for the present giving. Alfie was delighted with the new bike with 24 gears, Leo was excited with his train set, and Amelia with her new phone. "You children must have all been very good, as Father Christmas seems to have given you everything you wanted." They all beamed at one another. "Now, for the adults' gifts, and then you can play." Happily, they exchanged small items and muttered their thanks. "Amelia and I want to give out our presents now," Alfie said. They both reached into their pockets and rose. Amelia walked over to Ed, and then Alfie went to Felix. They handed them each a small package. The whole room dropped into silence as everyone gaped at the sparkling gems. Alfie saw Felix's lips move, but no words came out. He just gawped. Ed took a deep breath. "Are they real?" "Yes, we think so. You've got 5 each," Amelia said, smiling. "We wanted to say thank you." "They're from Kotzun too," Alfie added. Hugh and Peggy gazed at everyone, bemused. "I think you all have some explaining to do," Hugh said. The rest of the night was spent playing and discussing whether the diamonds were real and what they would do with them if they were. That night, they all camped out in the stranger's house, agreeing to help tidy up the next day. Everyone was asleep when Alfie woke, shivering. There was a thick silence punctuated with snoring. He gazed out of the floor-to-ceiling panoramic windows and saw a blanket of snow. Wiggling like a caterpillar, he slid over to the fire to warm himself on the embers. Out of boredom and curiosity, he pulled loose the ties on his brother's bag. He stuffed his hand in and pulled out something heavy. It was egg-shaped, and under the low lighting, shimmered with an iridescent green-blue glow. It was warm, and inside there was a regular beating. "Oh no," he said, looking around and catching Leo's eyes, peeping over his sleeping bag. "It's mine," Leo said. "My treasure." Welcome back, story lovers. It would be so great if you could press the like button, subscribe, share, and turn on notifications, as all of these things make such a difference to a small channel like mine. I would also love to hear from you in the comments. Here we are at the last chapter and the end of this journey. Alfie's Treasure Hunt illustrated audiobook will be made into a long-form book to help aid sleeping, so you can choose between the chapter-by-chapter version with subtitles and the long version, Going Home, Chapter 33. The next day, the snow was thick, but the sea was calm. After they'd cleaned up the landowner's home and collected their possessions from the croft, Alfie, Leo, Felix, Tiffany, Hilda, Ed, Alice, Amelia, Peggy and Hugh trudged down to the sea. Under dark clouds, they waited for the vessel to arrive to take them home. Parting was hard, but they'd sworn to remain not only friends, but a created family who would stand firmly together against any threats which lay ahead and celebrate every joyous occasion together. Arthur barked and pounded his front paws in unison onto the jetty. "What is it, Arthur?" Felix asked, and scrutinised the water where the dog's nose was pointing. In the distance, he saw a small boat chugging in their direction, with what appeared to be 3 figures on board. They all watched as the powerful motor brought the visitors closer to the shore. "I hope that's not the ferry," Felix said. "There would be no room for Alfie's bike or all of us." Soon they could see that the darkly dressed person standing in the bow was Mrs. Peeves. Behind her, sitting on a bench, was a man in a wool coat under which could be seen a dark grey suit, clutching a briefcase, and by the rudder was the boatsman. Mrs. Peeves was so close that Alfie could see the features of her face as she glowered, as hard and sharp as flint. In her wrinkled hand she grasped a letter. "My lawyer and I have come to enforce the law," she shouted against a sudden bleak northerly wind which gusted off the land towards the sea. I will leave this document with you to read. If you refuse to comply, we will meet in court. The boy must be handed back to the school. Of course, if you agree, you may be able to choose one of our less problematic children. We are a family, and your constant threats mean nothing to us, Felix shouted. Our son is not going anywhere but with us. Alfie looked around at all the bemused faces. Ed, Alice, Hilda, Hugh and Peggy were all exchanging bewildered glances, but decided to wait patiently for Felix and Tiffany's full response. Leo was standing next to Arthur, scowling directly at the woman. His eyes darkened with every second that passed, shooting daggers of disgust. Alfie could sense his brother's rage mounting. "Not one hair on his head will be touched," the sullen woman made to climb from the boat. "He will be well looked after." "You cause nothing but misery and pain," Felix shouted. "You're outnumbered. I would turn back to the mainland." A large, frothing wave swiftly blew in from nowhere and grew to a great height. It smashed down onto the small craft, turning it over. The lawyer and the boatsman popped up and, struggling, waded to shore. They then spotted Mrs. Peeves floating out into deeper waters. Her screams were stifled by the wind, but Alfie could see her waving her arms. Without hesitation, Felix took off his coat, ran and plunged into the freezing waters. They all watched the drama from the shore. The old lady swirled around and bobbed up and down. "The fool! He'll die of hypothermia. The water's too cold. Get out any dry clothes, anything to warm Felix up when he returns," Hugh stated. Moodily, the lawyer took a towel, but the boatman declined as he was already in waterproofs. Eventually, they saw Felix swimming back, pulling Mrs. Peeves. Holding her around the waist, he struggled out of the water and dumped her on the jetty. She sat, trembling uncontrollably, unable to even pull off the seaweed which draped over her head. Tiffany rushed over with a towel and a change of clothes pulled from her luggage. Felix stood before them, oblivious to the seriousness of the deep cold eating its way into his bones. "I see you've lost your letter," he said, between chattering teeth, as Tiffany abandoned Mrs. Peeves and started peeling off her husband's clothes. "We can help you, but only on one condition." Felix pointed his finger indirectly at the perishing creature. "You must promise to stay away from both my sons and my family. On our account, we promise to keep your evil secret from the ears of the world. Do you agree?" Alfie could see from the contortions on her face that the burning pain of the extreme cold was becoming unbearable. "You might think you know, but have no proof," she mumbled. "Our lawyer has all the evidence we need. He is under strict instructions to release it to the relevant interested journalists and friends if anything was ever to happen to any member of my family." "I don't believe you," she said, trying to work her numb lips as her whole body shook overwhelmingly. "How?" "They dropped into our hands after we went to the rescue of a car crash victim." "You're quite the hero," she uttered sarcastically. "It's your choice. Come near us again and suffer the consequence, or get your friend to draw up proper legal documents." Feebly, she nodded her head. She tried to move her lips, but the cold was nibbling at her core, and she was unable to form any words. "Your lawyer, if that is what he really is, can take you to the big house, which is over the hill to the left of the waterfall. There you will find electricity and hot water. For obvious reasons, the door isn't locked." Felix paused while Tiffany pulled a thick jumper over his head. "While you and your friend dry off, you will write up an initial document stating that on no account will you ever come near us again. A boat will be sent, and you will deliver the letter to the care of Alice at the Museum of Scotland." "Give me your card," he said, addressing the frozen man who looked far less official in his soaking suit. "My lawyer will be in touch." "You're bluffing," the lawyer smirked. "You don't have enough money." Felix put his hand in his pocket where he'd dropped one of the diamonds so he could touch it and remind himself it was real. "I have more than enough, and what's more, I have the backing of true friends." Annoyed, the lawyer grabbed some clothes from Peggy. Then, appearing wholly shocked and unsettled by the situation, helped Mrs. Peeves to her feet and began encouraging her to walk towards the house. "This is going to cost you and your organisation much more," he hissed to Mrs. Peeves. "Watch out for the owner. He can be an aggressive man," Ed called after them. "He doesn't like outsiders." Soon their much larger ferry arrived. They all climbed aboard, and the captain tied the boatsman's craft to the back of theirs and turned away from the island. "Happy Christmas," Alfie muttered as he and Leo stood together on the top deck, watching the island disappear into the distance. A huge thank you to all those who have stuck with me for the whole journey. Your support is greatly appreciated. I hope you will join me for our next story. In the meantime, I would like to remind you that I have plenty of books on Audible, narrated by professional voice artists, or why not try one of my other YouTube adventures? I've been wondering if I should write a sequel to this book. Please let me know what you think. Would you like to hear more from Alfie and Leo? As always, you can find all my books on your favourite online stores, including Amazon and Audible, under E.M.G. Wixley, or by following the links in the description. See you next time.